here in Far Hills, New Jersey, the Far Hills Race Meeting in the American Grand National. The 11-year-old, the veteran Snap Decision, looking to defend his title in this year's Grand National. He gets an absolutely glorious fall day to try and do it as well. It's also a special day with Fall Starter Championship Day over at Aqueduct. We also have the Sands Point, where Ready for Candy tries to make it 2 stakes wins in a row and stay undefeated since moving to the barn of Phil Antonacci. All that and so much more still to come. Temperatures in the mid-60s here in New Jersey. It is the perfect day for fall racing and for some tailgating as well. That is a hot commodity, a spot right there to set up with your spread and enjoy all that Far Hills has to offer. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm your host, Acacia Kamanas. We look forward to today's coverage of the Far Hills Race Meeting. I believe this is my 4th year coming here, and it's just so much fun and really kind of the pinnacle of what racing is, the true enjoyment of the sport through this afternoon's card. Coming up, the American Grand National, where Snap Decision will look to defend his title. He got a firm turf course last year. He'll get that again this year with a beautiful weather on tap today. We're going 2 5/8 over the jumps, grade 1, and Snap Decision 8 5 on the morning line with regular pilot Graham Waters in the saddle. And I'm very happy to welcome in our expert here, Joe Clancy, joining us. Joe, of course, will be relying on your insight throughout the afternoon, but more than anything, I think for those of us fans of racing, first and foremost, to see a horse like Snap Decision here again, it's just so much fun.
Yeah, it's really cool. I was looking last night. He's run here 6 times, which seems crazy, or it will be 6 years this time. And to see him come at 11, somebody said he's not the horse he was, but you know, he's still that good. I mean, he looked beaten here last year. This is him coming to the last fence. He's in front. He takes a look at it, and Graham Waters, as Jack said, he didn't jump it as well as he should have. And then he immediately gets tackled by 2 horses, one to the outside, one to the inside. He's third briefly. He looks like he's beaten, and then digs in again at 10, going 2 5/8 miles. And you know, I remember telling somebody that's as good a horse race, flat jump, harness, anything you've ever seen. That was as good a horse race you've ever seen. And yeah, he comes back again today. He's trying to make a little history to see if he can. A win today will make him the leading money-earning horse in U.S. steeplechase history.
Just amazing, as this is his career over the jumps. He's actually 19 for 50 lifetime as well. Many might remember he started off with Shug McGahee in the flat races early on, but 17 for 31 over jumps, and he has been so much fun to follow. Now is the 11-year-old, but of course there is the question, as you mentioned, coming off of a relatively disappointing effort last time out. I thought he ran well in the Iroquois 2 starts back. This is kind of, I would imagine, the day, though, that they've really been pointing towards.
Yeah, we've touched on it all summer. He's not allowed to run in the NYRA grade 1s because he's over 10 or over 9. And so he gets a summer break every year. He won the Temple Gwathmey early in the year, which is technically a grade 2, but is as historic and an important race as we have. Second in the Iroquois to a Bon, who I think is 7. You're like, okay, well, the younger horse, the younger legs got him that day. And has been off all summer. The prep at Foxfield, yeah, was 5th. For him, probably not his A race, but they're not trying to run his A race at Foxfield. They're trying to run his A race today. I looked it up. Last year's race, he was 3rd in at Foxfield, got beat 6 or so lengths. That was a much slower race. This year's race at Foxfield was like 14 seconds faster, and he's 5th. And you're like, okay, well, you know, it's probably got as much out of that as he did last year. Yeah. So he's going to have to fire his best shot, but, you know, talented horse. I think he's Snap Decision losing a step is still very, very good, put it that way.
He's certainly one of the stars on the program today. We can't wait to see him and see if he can defend his title in the Grade 1 American Grand National still to come. That'll be race 5 on the 6-race program here at Far Hills, which will also kick off the cross-country pick 5. We have a firm turf course here, 11-race card highlighted by the Sands Point over in New York. Fast and firm there. As always, today's race is presented by our friends at Claiborne Farm. It's your time. Sign up. Get started with NYRA Bets. Head on over. Some great opportunities there. And as we are, I guess, 2 weeks from today will be Breeders' Cup Saturday. Get a $25 free bet and $200 deposit match using promo code CUP25 in preparation for the Breeders' Cup. Check out nyrabets.com or download the app today. over in New York. As mentioned, it is a special day here in the fall as we have, of course, the Sands Point still to come, but paying tribute also to some very special horses throughout New York racing history as we welcome in Andy Serling and Sarah Al-Badwi. Guys, really excited about this day and some of the horses that we'll get to talk about that these races are named for.
Agreed. Fun day of racing, and thanks a lot. We appreciate it. Nice to see Joe as well. Looks like you guys have a gorgeous day down at Far Hills and a lot of fun down there, I'm sure, and some good racing coming up. We also have the Sands Point alongside 10 races for the Fall Starter Championship Days races, as we call it. A lot of them named for some of our favorite old claiming pros from past years. But the Sands Point is the non-starter race today, and Ready for Candy, Sarah, is the horse to beat.
With the trip that she had last time where she just did not have anything really go her way in this Winter Memories, I was impressed. I was a little bit of a doubter when she was coming off of that maiden victory, whether or not she could back it up with perhaps a different type of style, and she more than proved me wrong in this spot where she never had cover towards the inside. She had better outside position, but she had to do more work in this race than the other two that are coming out of it, as well as Griselda. I think that she just ran a much better race than what she's going to be facing of the other horses that were able to secure more inside trips, or perhaps be a little bit more with the flow of the race, where she made that first move and still held off an oncoming second place finisher in here that she'll have to rematch with. She just looks like kind of a standout after that last race.
She has to get the extra furlong today, something though she did when she broke her maiden 2 races back. Thought Fast Market might be an interesting horse moving forward, but we've got some business to attend to in today's card, including our first race, which is unfortunately scratched down to 4 horses. A bit of a surprising favorite right now, and I don't know that she'll be favored by post time, but as they're just about 5 minutes away from the race, the number 5 Passage East is the 7-5 favorite over Grammy Girl, who's 3-2 actually, with the Big Calhouna, who might have a tactical edge. A surprising third choice in this race, as we'll catch up with the horses as they head on the track, starting with the number 2 Grammy Girl, going out for Saffie Joseph with Javier Castellano.
Yeah, this one ran well last time to finish second to Alyeska and had a race against Passage East, who is your current favorite, where she didn't show up, but I think that was a little bit further than she ultimately wants to go.
The longest shot on the board is the number 3 Brazina, going out for Rudy Rodriguez off the claim, off a win, Ruben Silvera.
Did get that victory on the front end last time. That was for Jamie Ness, and we'll see if she can step up in class.
Katie Davis has the mount at Passage East, looking for her 6th straight win for trainer Hugh McMahon, who's just 1 for 3 at NYRA over the last 5 years.
Can't say she's not consistent, and she's adaptable at different distances as well.
And finally, the number 6, the Big Calhouna. I think both of us are a little surprised. This one is the biggest price of the board right now at 2-1, or the biggest price of the big 3, I should say, on the board, going out for Rick Dutrow with leading rider Manny Franco.
I agree. I think this horse could be in front here if there's intention. She has some consistency. I think that I can excuse the race where she didn't run that well, where she was wide behind some quality company in Saratoga. She just seems like one that, with the scratch of Problematica in this race, could have that forward position and have an edge over her other 2 rivals in here that, yes, they're coming in off of good races, but she figures to be just as likely, if not more so, and perhaps be ahead of them.
I thought with her tactical advantage that she would be favored in this race, sort of the morning line maker. She is not. Now, things can change as we get closer to price, and I believe that she and the number 2 horse will ultimately, Grammy Girl, will be the favorites. And I don't disagree, Sarah. I think from a tactical standpoint, she's probably an overlay right now at 2-1, as favoritism has gone to the number 2 Grammy Girl, going out for Saffie Joseph with Javier Castellano.
She's one that has that big race last time, finishing second, and she had a little bit of a wider trip in there, but she also has the numbers going back that absolutely back up an effort like that. I thought that she ran well in a start where she was winning over Patty Van Twinkle and the Big Calhouna in that race as well. If you go all the way back to February of this year, she's one that's just kept some of her good form.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree. I mean, there really isn't a lot to talk about. I guess the biggest surprise is that the number 5, who's sort of co-favored right now at 3-2, Passage East, just seems to me, I mean, she's coming off a win over Willow Bend last time out at 1-2. And Willow Bend, I think, who finished third, would be a pretty big price against these horses. She's a horse familiar here, as now all three of these horses are 8-5.
I know this horse has a lot of consistency and has the ones coming in, has never finished worse than second in 10 career starts. But at the same time, I just thought that overall she had been facing some horses that were maybe not quite as tough as the two main players in this race that she's going to be running into. And we saw some horses out of her last race really come back and not do too much, where they're not necessarily holding up that number.
Yeah, I'm caught off guard that she's taking as much money as the other two in this race, and I guess people do, as a friend of mine used to say, people like ones, and maybe they're looking at the ones and seeing that consistency, whereas Grammy Girl, who facing some better horses, hasn't won a race going back through her last 5 starts. Last time out, the Big Calhouna got it done, but she was coming off of sort of subpar form. But I'll say something about the Big Calhouna. Rick Dutro's barn had not been going great during Saratoga. He's been having a terrific meet here at Aqueduct, and she's just one of the horses that didn't run well earlier that refound that good form.
And has switched over to favoritism at this point, where she's one that I think that's a great point to make. We saw the barn be very cold with what they brought to Saratoga, and that has completely shifted as we've come back here to Belmont at the Big A. So she's had races prior to that last one that certainly suggests that she's capable of running numbers like that with some level of consistency. I think that maybe the outlier ends up being that race that we saw over the summer at Saratoga.
We'll see what happens as these horses, this foursome, are heading to the gate. Some really good races as the day progresses. You and I talking about the card. I think the late pick 5 starting out with a Sands Point is a very fun sequence with some wide open big fields coming up in the last few races here. And while we start out with 4, I think as the day progresses, you're going to find these races more and more interesting in the card. Really, it's a tough card. It feels like one of those cards that as the day goes on, you're not going to have to be that smart to make some money today, because maybe you can find one horse that pays $15 on today's or $20 and make some money on this card. Of course, celebrating the horses that are the backbone of our game, I should say, in these starter allowances. Field is heading into the gate. Chris Griffin has the call of today's first.
The Big Calhouna, Manny Franco goes in, all set. And they're off. The Big Calhouna flashes early speed, gets the first call, and Berzina's right there with that leader. At the rail will be Grammy Girl, and compact field, the trailer, Passageese. They work up the backstretch here in the opener, and the long shot, and Berzina takes it right to the Big Calhouna. Under a strong hold here is tugging at Manny Franco, wants to go, but the leader is Berzina, who's up by a half length. The Big Calhouna is right there, continues to stalk that pace setter. Little Keen wants to go on the muscle. At the rail comes Grammy Girl. Javier Castellano just watching the top 2 go at it, 22 and 4 for the opening quarter mile. Right there in 4th is Passageese. Is going to have to pass them all as they're well into the far turn now, and Berzina is the leader. Berzina, the Big Calhouna, Grammy Girl, encouraged just to move forward now with Passageese with a ride run. And Berzina is trying to upset the field. The Big Calhouna, all in now, is trying to move forward, and they reach the top of the stretch. 45 and 4, the half-mile time, and Berzina's still there. Berzina with a neck advantage, trying to pull off a massive upset here. It's Berzina still with that neck lead. Passageese, center of the racetrack. Grammy Girl down towards the inside. A 16th left to go. Grammy Girl catching with every stride. Berzina still trying to hang in. Grammy Girl will win it. Grammy Girl over Berzina. Then came Passageese and the Big Calhouna in 1 minute 15.56 seconds.
Well, I'll say one thing, Sarah. We're dealing with a fast track if they just went 1:15.56. And Berzina, give Ruben Silvera some credit. He is not afraid to be aggressive around here. And Chris Griffin was on it. I thought he was crazy. I thought he was saying the horse was looking to upset the field. She was going to back up to last. Well, actually, it was the number 6 horse that backed up the Big Calhouna. But a nice ride by Javier Castellano to get it done with Grammy Girl, getting her in position so he could get it done, as the speed was not coming back at a very big price.
No, and we saw Manny Franco with intent out of the gate with the Big Calhouna, but then allowing Berzina to really take the upper hand early on and seemingly content to sit off of that one towards the outside. The Big Calhouna was absolutely empty and had nothing to offer in the stretch. And here we saw Grammy Girl get that rail skimming type of ride to go up the inside and get the victory. And I thought, like you, thought that Berzina was going to back out of there, but she held in there to finish a game second at a huge price.
This should be a lesson to some of you riders down there. Speed is good. And I know our friend Mig would agree with that, but Grammy Girl does snatch victory from Berzina. Nice ride by Ruben, but Grammy Girl, the co-second choice with Javier Castellano, gets it done for Saffie Joseph in today's first race. Anybody know the first race was what horse race was named for?
I think it's Creme de la Fête.
This was the Creme de la Fête? A producer would be nice if he helped me for it. That's the next
mistake.
race. This was the glass ceiling.
Oh,
Thank you
okay.
very much. I'm trying to think of glass ceiling. Did the Cantor Machis have that horse? Can't quite remember. She ran recently. Linda probably had her at one time or another. Charlie Baker had glass ceiling. Thank you for that. It's nice when the producers actually check in occasionally and are paying a little attention. Appreciate that very much. A lot more to come on America's Day at the Races as the Fall Starter Championship Day continues on America's Day at the Races.
The Cup is calling at the Breeders' Cup with NYRA Bets. Download the NYRA Bets app or sign up at nyrabets.com to get a $25 free bet and $200 deposit match bonus today. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, and boost your bankroll with lucrative promotions. Play the Breeders' Cup World Championship with NYRA Bets. New players sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match only with NYRA Bets.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Play through NYRA Bets. Especially good time to sign up with that bonus Cup 25 to get the extra $25 as a bonus as we head towards the Breeders' Cup. And a smiling Javier Castellano heading into the winner's circle with the number 2 Grammy Girl, and he should be smiling. This was an excellent ride. And I'll tell you something about Javier. In all seriousness, I think he's been quietly riding extremely well at this meet. I think he's been, he's been back on his best game lately.
I think we talked a little bit about the slow Saratoga that he was having at first because he had those 2 banner years where he really was accomplishing at the highest level and achieving things that he had not yet done in his career, even though it had plenty of history and depth to it, where he was winning the Kentucky Derby, winning the Belmont Stakes, winning the Travers yet again with a horse like Arcangelo. We see him come in with maybe not that same level this year to start, but I agree. He's still making the right decisions when it counts.
You got to get the horses. And in this case, he had the horse, and he gave the right ride. Grammy Girl gets it done. 568 in the win end. Ruben Silvera does a little bit of credit as well with Brazina, the long shot, finishing second at 15-1. Well, as we mentioned, these races today are named after some of the old pros that really helped us through the game. And guys like Richie and I are so old. We saw Man of War run, Richie. I think you rode Man of War actually once. But I know one of Richie's favorite horses is the horse the second race is named for, and that was Creme de la Fête. So welcome to the show, Richie. And you got a chance to talk about one of your all-time favorites.
Absolutely, and he was one of my all-time favorites. In fact, he was one of the very first horses in the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation herd at Wallkill Correctional Facility, and I had actually gone there to visit him, and actually not too long ago went and visited his gravesite there at Wallkill. He was everything that embodies what's good in horse racing. Honest, hardworking, show up, give you an effort every single time. 151 starts, 40 wins, 52 times he went to the post as favorite. I think a testimony not only to his hard work and ability, but also just how popular he became in New York. They actually ran a Creme de la Fête claiming stakes, $250,000 claiming tag, up to $500,000. He led the post parade that day. I was riding a horse named Weightless in the race, so Don Macbeth rode him in the post parade, but he was a fan favorite. He was certainly one of my favorites over my career. Started riding him as a 7-pound apprentice, Andy, and then all the way through a couple of years later as a full-fledged journeyman. He was one of a kind.
Yeah, no question about it. I mean, just watching that race, hearing you talk about him, you were showing me his PPs a little earlier today. It just makes you happy remembering the horses that really helped us fall in love with the game, Richie.
They truly did, and you can count on them. They were going to run probably within every 2 weeks. Sometimes, looking at his past performances, I won races on him 7-8 days apart. That's when horses seem to be a bit more durable, but he was incredible and a character too. We had a bad fall in Saratoga, actually cost me leading rider, and after that, he really wasn't as comfortable running inside of horses. And then his last win, which we just watched, he came up the inside, which is kind of something that was out of his repertoire at that point. I think he might have known it was his last hurrah.
It's pretty cool. And, of course, one of those most famous races was the one where he acted as his own rabbit. He dueled the speed in the ground, dropped back to last, and came on again to win the race. He was truly remarkable.
Well, that day, he was in front and just kept backing up until he was last, swung to the middle of the track, and flew home. It was a performance that anybody who was around then will ever forget.
No question about it. Love hearing about him, and a lot more of those horses to talk about as today progresses. Thanks so much, Richie. As we move on the Starter Claiming Championship, Starter Championship Day, a lot more to come. Today's second race, Acoustic Avenue, is the heavy favorite, but we'll be back at Far Hills with much more when we come back.
$1,600,000 $1,600,000 bid now $650,000 $1,650,000 anybody else want $650,000 bid today $1,650,000 $1,600,000. Thank you.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Weekends are for winners at NYRA Bets. Opt into the Late Big 5 hit and split bonuses to claim your share of $5,000 every Friday through Sunday. $5,000 hit and splits every weekend when you bet with NYRA Bets.
Number 1 is Mo Donegal by Uncle Mo. And they're off in the Remsen. As they come on for the finish, and it's going to be tight here in the Remsen. Mo Donegal bearing down on the outside. It's Mo Donegal and early voting, and it is Mo Donegal to win the Wood Memorial. And it will be Mo Donegal to win the Test of the Champion, the Belmont Stakes.
We do this everywhere we go. I think you know this ain't no one-horse rodeo. I think you know when we pull up green lights, I show. I think you know that we gon' run it till we run out of road.
We're back on America's Day at the Races as we're coming to you live here from Far Hills. The action starting to heat up as we get close to race 1. Plenty of exciting races still to go. 6 race card today, Joe, including that American Grand National. But there's a little bit something for everybody on the card today.
Yeah, that's the great thing they've done here is sort of, it used to kind of be a more standard type card. They've elevated it to kind of a stakes for every category. We get off the bat with a 4-year-old race, restricted to 4-year-old hurdlers who are in their first or second year. Most of them are in their first year over jumps, so it's kind of a beginning type race, early season race for a horse.
And that John Forbes in the finale, actually a 2-mile flat race. So you'll see some crossover from some horses that have been over jumps going to the flat race, and then some horses from trainers, if you watch the show regularly, coming to stretch out and take a stab at that as well. But we kick off with the Harry Harris hurdle here in race 1. A little bit of a background on who's Harry Harris.
Yeah, before my time, unlike Andy and Mig, I don't remember Man of War, but Harry Harris was a jump jockey from way back when, from this area, retired to this area, had a farm, and grew up here, I think. I don't know the whole story because it was way before my time, but the race has been named after him for decades here, so it's kind of a fun connection to the past.
Well, from where our set is, we have a great viewing point as to the party, the atmosphere, all of the excitement around the track here at Far Hills. And Liza Hendricks is with us, getting a taste of the atmosphere firsthand. Liza, how is it out there?
Guys, crowds are pouring in here from New York City and the surrounding areas. They're expecting 30,000 people here today, and just beautiful tailgates set up, a lively crowd here behind me. And I was talking to a lady earlier who said that she has had her tailgating spot in her family for 40 years. So definitely tradition playing a factor here today. And Acacia, we just have such a beautiful fall weather day as well. High 60s and sunny, so expecting a great day of racing as well, and deep fields for the entire day.
We really are lucky as far as weather is concerned. Liza, thank you. Liza will be out in and amongst the crowd throughout the entire afternoon. And Joe, I remember you saying that people would try to will their tailgate spots to their family members.
Yeah, they're very in demand, especially the rail side ones. Talk to Guy Torsaleri, the director here. He always talks about how people want the rail side, and they've opened it up where there's several different areas that have rail side parking, which is really important. And yeah, they go back generations as far as this is my family's parking spot.
That's pretty awesome. Well, the Harry E. Harris Hurdle will kick things off 2 1/8 miles. As Joe mentioned, restricted to 4-year-olds. You actually have first-time starter. You have a horse with some flat form as well. And then you have the favorite to the outside, St. James the Great, a horse who actually ran in a Grade 1, 2 starts back, finishing 4th behind stablemate Jimmy P. and the Jonathan Shepherd at Saratoga.
Yeah, he comes in for Kerry Bryan. He's pretty live. We've seen him, and this would be a step back in competition level, going back to the 4-year-olds, which he ran as a 3-year-old last year, so he's got a little experience, I think, on some of these that are in their first year. That helps. He's got to take on Chortle from Ireland, who's going to be very tough, I think. He's got 11 starts under his belt. Helps a lot coming in here experience-wise.
Well, as we see the influence in the community and the relationship that Far Hills does have as well, a big check being donated here, $1.25 million contribution to the Steeplechase Center at Robert Wood Johnson University Hospital, Somerset. Just a wonderful show of charitable support.
Yeah, I think that part is pretty cool, and it can't be said enough that this community event, and yeah, it's a party, and people are willing their tailgate spaces if they can, and we're here to watch and maybe bet on horses, but the whole thing raises money for, I mean, it used to be just Somerset Hospital, and it's grown to a regional medical center, partly because of the support of this race. So, all the tailgate spaces, all the tickets people buy, everything helps support it. They named the cancer center the Steeplechase Cancer Center after the races. And when you talk about the legacy of that over years, it's way more than just a party. And on their website, they say they are responsible for $22 million as far as contributions to local health care, which is pretty cool.
It's pretty amazing and a special thing to be part of as well. We'll get a chance to kick off the action. Race 1 coming up from Far Hills, New Jersey, and plenty more still to come over in New York as well. Race 2 and the early pick 4 from Belmont at the Big A. After this, there's Acoustic Ave in the Paddock. We'll hear more from Andy, Sarah, and Richie after this.
Drain the clock will win and win by as much as he wants. Drain the Clock will bound home the winner. Drain the Clock, Jackie's Warrior, Drain the Clock by a head.
$270,000.
In the back, $250,000.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by our good friends at Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. His horses are in the paddock, and their connections as well for race number 2, named for the mighty Creme de la Fête. And who better to go to on that note than the MIG?
Well, Andy, I think it's interesting. The first 2 horses I'm going to talk about are horses that have been racing steadily throughout the year, starting with Acoustic Avenue. This will be his 9th start this year. He's been ultra consistent, shows up every time. That's the kind of horse that should win the Creme de la Fête. He looks great. Normally when I'm looking at horses that are short prices, I'm looking for something that might lead me away from them. He looks great, carries good weight for a horse that's had a comprehensive campaign. And right outside of him is the 4, Tiz Marcus, who would absolutely get the paddock check mark from appearance. And he's making his 11th start this year. Again, horses that embody that spirit of Creme de la Fête. He looks outstanding. He has the best coat, carrying the best weight. He just could not look any better, Tiz Marcus. And the 5, Breslau, makes a nice impression, making the first start for Mike Maselli. People that don't know Mike Maselli, terrific rider, actually won the Travers on holding pattern back in, I believe, 1974. Was a terrific rider, even better horse trainer. Horse looks great. Really should maybe sit a good trip right in behind the pace. He's going to have to improve, but he really looks good from a physical perspective. And interestingly enough, Creme de la Fête was a chestnut. The 3 horses I talked about, all of those bright copper penny chestnuts.
Thanks a lot, Richie, and agreed. The favorite, Acoustic Avenue, I mean, he is in absolutely raging form, and if he's able to duplicate his recent races, it's going to take a lot of beating. The one went by, good as I want. As I once was, Mike Maker, Flavian Pratt, my top pick, the number 2, River Dog. The speed, maybe, with
Potentially, if they try to use him early on, he's certainly capable of being the front runner.
He's one of a couple of Derby-winning riders, by the way, in this race. Is Sonny Leone as the mount, the number 3 Acoustic Avenue, the favorite for Linda Rice.
A horse that's just been in excellent form, as we mentioned. His last 2 races are certainly ones that make him a major contender.
Tiz Marcus went by, going out for the Notas off a win last time. Breslow goes out off the claim for Mike Maselli.
This one favored last time and did run second.
A horse I know you like is a potential speed, Barksdale, Manny Franco.
I'm hoping they get to the front with him, a horse who seems to need the lead to run his best.
Back-to-back Ilkay Cantermachi horses close it out with From Another Mother.
Did win last time. That was an easier spot than he's in today, but maybe he's turning into some better form that we've seen as of late.
Let people know if you're playing Keeneland today and you get loyalty points through NYRA Bets, make sure you opt in, as we're offering 10 times loyalty points on the second to last Saturday here at Keeneland, day which includes the Raven Run, a war. It's going to be run later. Opt in over at NYRA Bets. And let's take a look at that favorite, Acoustic Avenue. While you and I are trying to beat him today, I don't think either one of us feels pretty strongly against him. He is the worst to beat. He's in raging form.
He is, and he's one that he's always shown some ability, but it's really the last 2 efforts where they've been above and beyond what we've seen from him at a consistent level. And I think that seeing how he's more tactical than he used to be from a standpoint of if the pace is not developing, he's able to get himself into effective position more so than we've necessarily seen from him in the past. That's a feather in his cap as well, as he was sitting close enough to strike in this spot. El Grande O goes by him ultimately, but El Grande O is a quality type of stakes horse for Linda, where we're seeing him run against some good competition and not be beaten too far by them. He was able to win over What You Talking About 2 starts back. I thought he ran well even when he was finishing second over an Ollie. He's just slowly gotten into really the best form of his life over the last couple of races.
Horse I'm trying to beat him with, As Good As I Once Was for Mike Maker. Comes off the claim. Now, not always easy to claim off Linda Rice, but this is a horse that has back form that gives him a chance to win it. And he's in very good form. I liked his last effort where he was trying to make a wide run in a race that was dominated both on the front end and by horses that were down in the inside. But he's got a tall task to beat the favorite, though he's the only one that's taking money, really, besides that horse.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. He's one that is a fair price if you want to try an alternative perhaps, but I think that he's one that also has the races that if we don't see the absolute best from Acoustic Ave, he's kind of sitting in that next position to be able to have some comparable numbers. I think that he was running against a decent field last time out, so I don't hold that race against him by any means. I thought he still ran okay to finish 4th in there. I don't mind the slight cutback from the 7 to the 6 furlongs, and we'll see what we ultimately get from a horse who's been able to maybe sit in the right kind of spot in here stalking horses that might want to be forward.
Flavien Prat has taken over the position of the go-to rider for a lot of bettors, with Irad Ortiz no longer riding here, and Flavien's delivering as he so often does. You're trying to beat both of these horses with the number 6 Barksdale, who's running second time out for Ilkay Cantermachi.
He's a tough read. He's won that race at Saratoga over the summer on August 2nd. I can just draw a line through. He did not get out of the gate, and he's a horse that needs forward position to be most effective. Then he was able to take that victory where he got the forward position. He was facing lesser company over Stewie and Lost in Rome, and he had that advantage that we usually like to see from him. And then last time out, I just thought that he was forward in a pace that started coming apart a little bit, and going the 7 furlong distance against some horses that, yes, it was a claiming $50,000 race, but we're going to see a couple of those horses later on today's card. He's kind of an all or nothing type, but I thought that maybe if he was able to secure the front end, he could be dangerous.
Yeah, that's going to be perhaps problematic with Sonny Leone on River Dog, a horse who has speed down the inside. And another potential problem for Barksdale is he has been known in a reasonable number of his races to blow the brake. And if he blows the brake, his chances go from whatever they are to 0.
Absolutely 0. Right.
And he is a little problematic. On the other hand, he's 8-1, and I can understand the argument for him. I picked him 3rd. I don't think he's an outrageous horse to try to beat, but I don't think you want to make too big a case against the favorite, though none of us are picking the favorite here, Richie, as you like Tiz Marcus, who certainly ran a huge race last time.
And looking at him from a physical perspective, I think he'll back it up. But let's start down in the 1 with Good As I Once Was. Didn't grab my attention in the paddock. Liked him much better on the racetrack. I am a little bit concerned with him with an inside draw because he doesn't always get out of the gate cleanly. You know, you see a lot of bump breaks and step slows, and that usually is because a horse is shuffling their feet, and they've got to reset. They're a 1,000-pound animal, so that split second to reset their feet, they don't break quite as cleanly, or they tend to break a little bit in or a little bit out because their weight isn't distributed as balanced as it could be. So I think that's a bit of a concern, but I did elevate him from the way he warmed up on the track. Quickly, Andy, on the 2 River Dog, there was a change of rider. It is Romero Mirage on River Dog, not Sonny Leone. The 3 Acoustic Avenue looked great in the paddock. He left the pony and basically blew out, meaning he went 1/8 of a mile in about 15 seconds. A lot of riders will do that, get a horse woke up, get their blood pumping, clear their airway a little bit. When he first went off, a little bit tight behind. You know, some horses are a little more muscular. They're not as free moving. After he went about 1/8 of a mile, though, he was moving perfectly. Nothing but positives about the favorite. And then the 4 Tiz Marcus. His last race was giant. He's got tactical speed. And looking at him from a physical perspective, I think he's going to back that run up. He just looked too good in the paddock for me to get past, particularly coming off that big effort. It seems like he might have even flourished from that effort as opposed to regressing.
Thanks so much, Richie. Nice day for Richie down in the paddock. You know, with Maggie and Acacia Way, Richie's getting the nice weather today. They're probably jealous, but Maggie's at the Ryder Cup, the real Ryder Cup today, and hope people have taken a chance to look over at that website, an opportunity to give some money. The real Ryder Cup.com, I believe, is the website, as Maggie's participating, as well as Richie's daughter,
Gabby,
who works with us, Gabby Migliori also. And a lot of people participating in a really terrific event. And, of course, a nice day down at Far Hills as well. We'll talk about the 3 Acoustic Avenue. And I'm going to tell you something. I don't think, you know, with the 1 at 2-1 who I picked, I'm not sure Acoustic Avenue at 6-5 isn't a better bet.
I think that's a fair point because, look, if we see anything like his last 2 races, he's going to win easily here. And he doesn't even necessarily need to show up with one of those efforts to be effective. I think that what all of us are trying to do and going against is hoping that those races are something that he's peaked and maybe he is one that takes a step backwards. But betting on that to happen when you don't have that strong of a case, then 6-5 makes sense.
Here's a case for it, okay?
Tell me.
Linda claimed him on March 14th. She didn't run him back for almost 2 months, right? Comes back with a big win. Big effort by him. Then she comes back a month later, 29 days later. Horse runs well and wins. Then she comes back for 25 days later, right? Runs second. Then she's off for almost 2 months. Then she's off for 5 or 6 weeks. Now she's coming back in 9 days. So this is a horse that Linda has clearly shown interest in taking time. Now, some of it is racing coming up, races he can run in. It's not always just waiting for more time, but he is coming back in 9 days, and perhaps that could be a reason he doesn't run his best race because, as you accurately said, Sarah, if he runs his best race, this field is in trouble. Chris Griffin will see if he can get himself in trouble. He has the call coming up for race number 2.
Breslau. Breslau goes in. Barksdale. Barksdale. Manny Franco hesitates. Goes in. From Another Mother. Jimmy Rodriguez, last to load. All set. And they're off. Good beginning towards the outside from Barksdale, who's asked for speed and quickly sprints clear. Barksdale is up by 1.5 lengths. Joining them towards the inside is River Dog, and a host of pursuers in behind. On the far outside, here comes Breslau. On the far outside from Another Mother, that's the leading trios. Back to 4th now will be River Dog. In behind them in 5th, that's Tiz Marcus, followed by Acoustic Ave, and the lone trailer. Good As I Once Was. 22.30 for the opening quarter mile. Manny Franco and Barksdale into the far turn. Here in pursuit, Breslau, right there from second. From Another Mother is all in here from third, 3 wide. River Dog and Acoustic Ave, they're on the move. They're 4th and 5th. Acoustic Ave will be wide, but is in hand and looming up on the outside. Trying to run on from the back, 'tis Marcus Good. As I once was, they reach the top of the stretch, and Barksdale cuts the corner, is still up by a full length. Here comes the pursuit from Breslau down the center of the racetrack. Acoustic Ave is just charging after the top two. A furlong left to go. Acoustic Ave is going 2 to their 1. Here comes Acoustic Ave up on the outside. In between horses, Breslau continues to battle on. It's Breslau with a head in front. Acoustic Ave trying to time it. Photo! Looked like Breslau just hung on over Acoustic Ave. Then came Barksdale, and from another mother in 1 minute 9.06 seconds.
We got a track that's playing very quickly today in Breslau. The long shot off the claim. Dylan Davis riding for Mike Maselli. Claimed this horse a couple of months ago, waited to run in this race, and got it done narrowly over a very tough luck loser, Acoustic Avenue. If we could show the break again. Obviously, Acoustic Avenue badly blowing the race. Probably was best, but did not get the money.
No, he didn't, and he was compromised at the beginning of this race, no doubt, but seemed to be moving with some confidence here, and both you and I thought that he was going to end up being so much the best in this race, and I think that he still was, but did not get his nose in front, and you can see him really charging here after the horses that were forward.
Hung a little bit at the end, a little bit. Good effort by your
maybe
horse.
He just ran out of steam a little bit after that beginning and having to make that big move around the turn to get himself into some sort of position.
No, he was obviously best.
Together, and so I don't want to hold against him too much, but you're right. I think when you have a favorite like this, you expect them to overcome adversity. It's the start right now that we're taking a look at where he just ends up being squeezed back.
Yeah, he definitely doesn't break particularly sharply and gets taken back without seeing the head on. Not exactly sure what happened, but Breslau, give him a lot of credit. He attacked the 6, a good call by Ewan Barksdale. He didn't win, but he certainly ran better than an 8-to-1 shot. Supposed to run, ran very well, able to break sharply for Ilke, get out the lead. I don't know what happened to River Dog's speed. He never came close to showing it, but give credit to trainer Mike Maselli, who got this horse to really run well.
Absolutely.
Off of the claim is Breslau at 13-to-1. We almost had 2 long shots in the first 2 races, so we'll see if this day continues. Breslau is going to pay over $28. More to come as we head down once again to Far Hills and Acacia and Joe.
Thanks, Andy. Getting ready to kick off the card here as we take a look at the field for the first race, the Harry Harris Hurdle. Again, restricted for 4-year-olds, and the horses towards the outside taking most of the attention, and rightfully so. Joe, let's go through the field. Starting things off with the number 1, Iconic Walk, a first-time starter, tall order here for this gelding, as he does face some horses with much more experience.
Yeah, for sure. That's what you get with the 4-year-olds. But Leslie Young has the most horses in steeplechasing, worth paying attention to.
There's Maxed Out, 1 for 1.
Yeah, nice win last out at Shawan. He actually was competitive in Irish point-to-point before that doesn't show up on his form.
First time stateside, here's Naturally Nimble, who is in Joseph O'Brien's barn.
Yeah, very interesting horse coming over. Cool prospect.
Yeah.
Not much to go on, nothing but foreign form.
There is the number 4, Starlifter, taking some attention.
Beautiful horse. If he will be one everybody stops and looks at. He's actually got a shot at a little bit of a price.
Breeze Mission, the 5, has some foundation.
Had been claimed away from Jack Fisher and has done his best races when he bolts off to the lead. They rated him last time, wasn't as good.
There's a Triant last time out, switched to the hurdles, and it was a winning one.
Yeah, dominant English Channel. You'll see a lot of them go jumping, and they're very good.
Number 7, Chortle, was named best turned out. He's somewhere out there for Gordon Elliott, certainly a hitch player.
Yeah, I think that horse has got a shot. That's my pick. Chortle coming over from Ireland. He's got a little more experience. St. James the Great we didn't get to there, too. I think he's a very viable second choice in the race.
And St. James the Great, as mentioned, ran in that Grade 1 Jonathan Shepard. Horses out on the track. Let's check in with Liza.
And guys, as you mentioned, we have Chortle, the first of Gordon Elliott's 6 runners here on this card, and he was just looking great in the paddock. I can see why he got best turned out. And actually, Erdenheim Farm bought him, who is a U.S.-based owner, and so he will stay in America after this race and go to my dad, Ricky Hendricks. And the Erdenheim crew was out here today and enjoying the day as well. This is their first steeplechase runner. They have flat horses and very high quality flat horses in the U.S. So exciting to see them on the board as owners now. And they shipped these horses over to Pennsylvania and schooled them there just because the fences are a little bit different of what they jump in Europe. And so they just gave them a little pop over the fences just to look at them. So they're prepped here today, and great physical in the paddock with that 7 chortle. But my pick is going to be the 8 St. James the Great. We saw him jump up and run in the grade 1 Jonathan Shepherd at Saratoga, and his prep was in a little bit softer spot, and he was second. But I talked to Carrie Bryan earlier today, and she said that she thinks he's her best bet today, and has just been training great up to the race, and has beaten horses of good company. And so I'm going with Carrie's pick here, Acacia.
Liza, thank you. Looking forward to this as Chortle. Yeah, Peter McCausland's Arnheim Farm. Know them very well. Those horses with my husband, as well as Barclay Tag, and just kind of really going head first into the industry and buying some nice horses. So pretty exciting to see a steeplechase venture.
Yeah, for sure. And Arnheim, we were talking, goes way back to the Widener family. So kind of a cool name to see.
Yes.
Big history in steeplechase and flat racing.
And that's your pick?
Yes, I picked him. I liked him better at 7-2, and now he's drifting down to 5-2. It wouldn't surprise me if he ends up the favorite.
And as Liza mentioned, this one's going to stay stateside, but we've seen Gordon Elliott come here to Far Hills and have a tremendous amount of success.
Yeah, especially with horses with conditions like this. 4-year-olds, he's got a mare later. I think they are steps ahead of our horses. You know, at the grade 1 level, it gets a little tougher, but I think in these restricted races, very tough.
2-1 favorite still on St. James the Great. He was a handful up in Saratoga. Very energetic individual. He tried grade 1 company, though, and he's your favorite as we kick off the card at Far Hills, the Harry Harris Hurdle. Here's Larry Colmus.
And the 104th Far Hills meeting is underway. It's Chortle who had the best beginning and goes out to the early lead with Maxed Out on the inside. These two will head to the first fence, and Maxed Out with a narrow lead. Chortle is now guided to the inside of Maxed Out as they go over fence number 1. They go over there 1-2, and they're just clear of Starlifter, who's away running in third. Then comes St. James the Great on the outside, followed by Breeze Mission. Break of 2 lengths back to Iconic Walk, and then comes Atreant, and Naturally Nimble is the early trailer. Evan Dwan and Maxed Out take them over the second fence in front, joined on the inside once again by Chortle and Jack Kennedy. So it's these two who are on the lead moving into the turn. They're 1-2, and just in behind them is Starlifter, who runs along in third position. Saving all the ground is the first-time starter Iconic Walk, who's racing 3.5 lengths off the lead around that turn as they make their way to the backstretch run. So it's them who lead the way, and just to the outside of that group is St. James the Great in 5th as they head to the backstretch fences. Then Atreant on the outside, Breeze Mission, and Naturally Nimble is the trailer coming to fence number 3. And they're led by Maxed Out. Maxed Out is the leader. Over the 4th fence, Maxed Out by a half a length. Chortle is second on the inside. Just ahead by 2 lengths over Starlifter in third. St. James the Great is 4th on the outside as they make their way to this final backstretch fence and enter the far turn. So here is fence number 5, and now Chortle gets a good lead. Chortle has opened up a 3-length advantage here on Maxed Out heading around the turn. Then Starlifter in third, St. James the Great tracks them in 4th. Iconic Walk is 5th. Then Breeze Mission 6th on the outside, Naturally Nimble and Atreant. So around that turn they go, coming into the next lap with Chortle and Jack Kennedy well in charge here in the initial stages. They're in front by 3.5 lengths. Maxed Out is second as they come into the stretch the second time around. Chortle and Maxed Out, and they are 1-2. And then to the inside, it's Iconic Walk, who's just alongside of Starlifter heading to this next fence. Outside of them, St. James the Great, Naturally Nimble is next, and then Breeze Mission and Atreant. So it is Chortle who is a 5-length leader with 1 lap to go. Chortle out there all alone right now. Maxed Out is second, and then it's Starlifter on the inside of St. James the Great. Breeze Mission follows them in 5th over fence number 7 as they make their way into the turn. Then Naturally Nimble followed on the inside by Iconic Walk and Atreant. So Chortle, the one to catch, moving into the turn. Chortle maintains a large lead of 3 lengths. Starlifter on the inside of Maxed Out. They continue to run right behind Chortle as they head to the backstretch for the final time. And then it's a length back to St. James the Great. Atreant, Breeze Mission moving up on the outside. Breeze Mission going by horses all the way up into battle for third position as they tighten up on the front end. Chortle Over there on top, Maxed Out is second. Toward the inside now, Starlifter coming on through to recapture third position as they go over that next fence. Then St. James the Great, Atrayant is next, Naturally Nimble. That middle move by Breeze Mission drops back now on the outside and passed by Iconic Walk. Final backstretch fence. Chortle up and over there. St. James the Great takes aim now. A length and a half behind. Naturally Nimble is third. Starlifter right in contention. Fourth on the inside with just one fence to go. Then comes Maxed Out, followed by Iconic Walk on the outside. Around the turn for the final time. And it is Chortle in front. And Naturally Nimble rushes up alongside. Now it's these two that come to the final fence. Naturally Nimble has taken the lead on the outside. Chortle battles right on back over that final fence. They're 1-2. Starlifter is third. St. James the Great on the inside. Up the hill they come. 1 furlong to run in the Harry E. Harris. Chortle digs in on the lead. Naturally Nimble on the outside. Second best, and they've left the others behind. Starlifter is third as Chortle and Jack Kennedy take the Harry E. Harris by 3 lengths. Naturally Nimble was second, Starlifter was third, and Iconic Walk was fourth.
Chortle had to dig in there over Naturally Nimble, the two foreign horses duking it out there, and Chortle really looked like he was going to open up at one point, Joe. Ended up having to fight for it at the end.
Yeah, it was funny. Midway through, you looked like he was just going to pour it on, and then they kind of reeled him in, got close, and then I thought Naturally Nimble was going to go right by him coming to the last, and Jack Kennedy asked him for a big one. He got it, and was pretty game to turn aside after being in front a while, turn aside a challenge like that late.
Absolutely. Very game there. Performances from both horses. Naturally Nimble and Bernie Dalton trying to make a race of it there at the end as well. But Chortle with the victory. And as Liza touched on, for your first steeplechase runner, that's a pretty good way to start things off.
Yeah, that'll do exactly. If you're trying to get in a game, have a big win here off the plane from Ireland and gets to stay.
Congratulations to Erdenheim Farm as Jack Kennedy and Chortle get the win in the Harry E. Harris Hurdle. We'll bring you prices, reactions, and more as we head back over to Belmont at the Big A. And Andy and Sarah.
Thanks, Acacia. Looks great there. Boy, that course at Far Hills looks absolutely terrific, and a very happy group here in the winner's circle for the Creme de la Fête. And the number 5, Breslau, an upset win and a nice ride by Dylan Davis and an excellent job by my man Mike Maselli, getting this horse to run well off the claim. He really ran well, ran hard.
He did, and I think that there was so much intent to have this horse pointed for this spot, but also to be in position to be effective in this race. And we did see your favorite compromised a bit at the beginning. Acoustic Ave still run on for a narrowly defeated second as he made that big move on the turn. But Breslau was right up and on the pace, dueling with Barksdale. They finished close together with Acoustic Ave running on late, but he's the one between horses that's able to stick it out and get the victory at a nice 13-1.
Yeah, very game down the stretch. Not one I could have had, but I hope you had Breslau as Dylan Davis and Mike Maselli team up for the win in the Creme de la Fête. Race number 3. Maybe someone will tell me who this horse is named for. That's a cue, guys. Thanks for the help. Appreciate that. They're going 1 mile and 3/16, and Waitlist is scratched. The horse who I picked double your money is the favorite right now at even money. We'll see what happens as we get ready. And of course, the feature today, the Sands Point, comes up in race number 7. Ready for Candy, the horse to beat in today's Sands Point as America's Day at the Races continues.
Prince of Monaco's too good for Moose, an impressive winner of the best pal. Miramondi's all hot, but Prince of Monaco too good.
Prince of Monaco, standing at Claiborne Farm.
The Cup is calling at the Breeders' Cup with NYRA Bets. Download the NYRA Bets app or sign up at NYRABets.com to get a $25 free bet and $200 deposit match bonus today. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, and boost your bankroll with lucrative promotions. Play the Breeders' Cup World Championships with NYRA Bets. New players sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match only with NYRA Bets.
As they say,
Book 'em, Dano. Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em, Dano.
if you can make it here,
Book 'em, Dano in a thriller. Book 'em, Dano wears him down. Book 'em, Dano under a perfect ride from Paco Lopez to win the True North.
you can make it anywhere.
It's Book 'em, Dano in another stellar display, winning the Alfred G. Vanderbilt going away.
Bucaro, proudly standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
We each have our own motivation,
Mullins lead the way to the second private hurdle.
history, heritage, a desire to win,
Graham Waters may never do anything but win.
a shared vision without which success has no meaning.
Just about 2 seconds they have here.
Brown Advisory, investing in the present to raise the future.
The world's premier breeding stock event, the November sale at Fasig-Tipton. Candide was an Eclipse Award finalist for Champion 2-year-old filly of 2023. Prior to placing in the Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, she won the Grade 1 Alcibiades in just her second start.
Candide wins the Darley Alcibiades.
Candide carried that high-level form into her 3- and 4-year-old seasons, including Grade 1 placings in the CCA Oaks, Alabama, Spinster, and Breeders' Cup Distaff. She has earned over $1.3 million for trainer Todd Pletcher and owners Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners and Bobby Flay. One of just 2 Grade 1 winning 2-year-old females sired by champion Candy Ride. Candide is out of a stakes-winning dam from the Stormcat sire line, a cross that has produced champions like Gunrunner, Shared Belief, and Echo Zulu. Grade 1 winner Candide, selling this November with Elite.
You're watching America's Day at the Races as we see Chortle in the winner's circle taking the opener here. First time stateside and a winner with the victory. Pretty nice performance there as we head down to Liza.
Thanks, Acacia, and joined by winning owner Peter McCauslands of Erdenheim Farm. And Peter, you have flat horses, but this is your first steeplechase runner and was a winner. What does that mean to you?
Well, it was pretty exciting. I had very little to do with it, thanks to your dad who handled the whole thing. But it's great to be in the winner's circle, and it's great to win at a steeplechase. We have several horses in training with your dad, and we hope to come back more often.
And you mentioned that acquisition. Can you tell me how that came about with Gordon training here and then going back to Ricky?
Well, Ricky handled the whole thing, to be quite honest, and he's had 3 of our horses that came off the flats, and he said, Peter, here's an opportunity to win some races and acquire a really good horse. So we partnered on it, and he made the arrangements, and we got a fantastic jockey who gave the horse a great ride.
And you said that you've come to Far Hills a few times before and joined by your granddaughter as well. And what does this day mean to you? And talk a little bit about the atmosphere of the course as well.
Well, I like the steeplechase and the timber races, and been to the Hunt Cup a few times with the Griswolds. In fact, I was accused of stealing the trophy at the Hunt Cup once. I was only holding it for Ben and Perry, but it's a nice atmosphere, and these horses are just magnificent. We're lucky to be here.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Acacia and a new steeplechase owner. Great to see him getting a win here today with his first runner.
Very special, as I think his granddaughter was a big fan of that trophy as well. Pretty special victory, and great to share it with the family.
Yeah, very cool. It's what it's all about, right? Especially a day like this where it's family everywhere on the course and off. This horse was really game. I mean, I had to pick up and run like that from the last fence home after being in front for so long. It's the same. It's a race anywhere. If a horse is on the lead for that long, he's doing more work than the horses behind him. That horse ran right up to him, and he said, no, I got a little more, and saw it out, which is a pretty good effort.
Jack Kennedy kind of easing off him a little bit there, and it looked like he was almost inviting the closers in at one point. You could see maybe tiring a little bit naturally, and then was able to save a little something. I think it was the key move for that stretch run there.
Yeah, I think he probably thought they were going a little slow early. Then he went ahead and injected some speed into it, then got a breather where we were watching it live trying to figure out if he was getting tired, or he was clearly giving him a breather. Maybe he was getting a little tired, but he found a second win from the last fence home.
Well, we'll have the McDynamo Maiden Hurdle coming up next. Everyone looking for their first win over the jumps. We'll talk a little bit more about it. Wide open field here. As you might remember, McLovin, who ran in that John Forbes Memorial and winning here in 2023, the 2-mile flat race. Now we'll try his hand as a steeplechase horse off a big layoff and coming back as a gelding. More on him and the rest of the field. Beautiful afternoon at Far Hills, continuing after this on America's Day at the Races.
Every sire hopes to have a son to follow in his footsteps.
An impressive debut.
For Munnings, that son is Jack Christopher.
Jack Christopher to win the Champagne.
Unbeaten Grade 1 winner at 2. Dual Grade 1 winner at 3.
And he is pouring it on here. It is Jack Christopher winning the Grade 1 H. Allen Jerkins Memorial.
Jack Christopher, standing at Coolmore, America.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by NYRA Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nyrabets.com today. And a great opportunity with the cross-country Pick 5 today. It does actually kick off with race 4 at Far Hills, the Foxbrook Champion Hurdle. Here's the sequence. 2 races from Far Hills, Foxbrook, as well as the American Grand National, the Sands Point from Belmont at the Big A, and a couple of nice races in a maiden special weight and an allowance over at Keeneland. So some fun action in a short amount of time.
We can't put the first race that I just picked the winner into this?
Yeah, retroactively, get back in time. That would be nice, right? As we have all kinds of special guests at Far Hills today, including the mayor of Far Hills, New Jersey, Kevin Welsh, standing by earlier today with Liza.
Here with Kevin Welsh, the mayor of Far Hills. And Kevin, can you just tell me what this day means to your community here?
It's one of the biggest days for our small community. We're in the beautiful Somerset Hills area, very bucolic, and it's just a beautiful day to bring a bunch of friends that we haven't seen for a year. We all gather here together and just enjoy the event. It's a wonderful event.
And how long have you been coming to this race?
I've been coming here my whole life, a long time.
And will you get to enjoy the tailgates and the atmosphere at all?
Yes, absolutely. My goal is to try and hit as many people as I can of my friends that are here today and just have fun. It's a beautiful day.
And we got to see your daughter sing the national anthem earlier. How special was that?
It was very special. My oldest daughter, Kaylee, came back from college to come sing the national anthem today, and it was just a special day.
Well, thank you so much and enjoy the day.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Acacia?
Liza, thank you. Very special to have Mayor Kevin Welsh here. Like we said, a really special support of the community. As you hear a clip of his daughter, Kaylee, singing the national anthem, beautifully done. And you love to see that kind of support for the races here.
Oh, yeah. I mean, when you look at it, it's just 104th running. I mean, it started in, they say, 1916, you know, and I'm sure it was nothing like this, but to see it grow and I don't live here, but if you live here, I think this is the community event to come to. Yeah, for sure.
I certainly think so. Well, the good news is over back at Belmont at the Big A, Andy is about to sing for us as well.
I'm not going to call. I am not going to sing. It doesn't happen. Anyway.
Ever?
No, it's not. They're on the track. I'm a little surprised to see 4 to 5 on the horse I picked. Double Your Money seems a bit short, but was 8 to 5 morning line with late lists coming out. A horse you and I both liked. We'll start with the 1, Love Me Not.
Horse that does get back over to the dirt and has run okay in some longer races, including that mile and an eighth with a competitive figure.
The number 2, Middle Market, will be coming out. This one goes out for Marcelo Arenas, and Christopher Elliott has
this one would have to get a bit faster to be competitive here.
Number 3 horse is Systemic Change, Ilke Cantermachi, and I believe Sahin Savachi. Manny Franco riding Curlin's Malibu.
Coming off of a big victory, a 91 buyer speed figure.
The number 5, the long shot Glint, goes out for Amira Shishakli with Louis Rivera.
We'll see if he can get the distance as well as be competitive in here.
Rounding out the field, the potential speed, Double Your Money, goes out for Melvis Gonzalez.
Ultra consistent. He's one that's just been facing some decent company and holding his own and could have that pace advantage.
All right. Want to let people know that if you're playing Santa Anita today through NYRA Bets, make sure you opt in to take advantage of the 10%. No, that's for Keeneland, guys. 10%. For what it's worth, at Santa Anita today, we have a 10% exacta bonus that you want to opt in. Also the 10 times loyalty points at Keeneland as well. The favorite, Double Your Money, 4 to 5 right now, coming off a very nice second in the mile-and-a-half Greenwood Cup to the heavily favored winner of that race.
Absolutely. And look, he's one that he was able to secure early position in that spot, and he is usually able to do so in most of his races. And look, it was the mile and a half, so he is having a change of distance in here, but he's handled going shorter before and still showing that kind of good early speed that we expect to see from him today. I think he just makes a lot of sense in here, especially with the scratch of a horse like Weightless, who perhaps had that look of maybe an interesting outsider and had some races where he was running in against tough company. But I do question the distance for a lot of these. And with Double Your Money, I don't.
Let's get more from the MIG.
Yeah, we'll start with the 3-horse Systemic Change. He's the only horse that actually has won at the mile and 3/16 distance. Now, some of them never tried it, so we can't hold that against them. It just looks so good. You know, it's interesting looking at horses from a physical perspective. You always have an idea of, you know, horses you think look more like routers or distance horses, more that look like sprinters. Systemic Change, a little bit on the smaller side, very well balanced, has compiled a high percentage of wins, 8 wins from 23 lifetime starts. Just making a real nice physical impression. The 4, Curlin's Malibu, will be my top selection. His second start for Joe Sharp was a huge move forward. Could not look any better. And unlike the 3, Systemic Change, and the 6, Double Your Money, he looks like a horse that wants all the distance he can get and even more. Big, strapping, scopy, long striding son of Curlin. And I'm just wondering if he didn't find something, get the whole card, Joe Sharp, if you will, because he could not look any better, and he'll be my top selection. And then the 6, Double Your Money. Another horse on the smaller side, very well-balanced individual. Now, obviously, he stays distances. He comes off a good second at 1.5 miles, but it's just not typically what I think I'm going to see when I look at a horse that wants to run as far as he does. But he looks great, his coat's great, he's in good form, and he comes off of a big effort. And the 1 mile and 3/16 will be no problem whatsoever.
Thanks a lot, Richie. Appreciate that. We'll see what happens. As far as the number 4, Curlin's Malibu, I guess he's kind of one of these one-number horses, right? I mean, you and I talked about it earlier. Obviously got a big figure last time, but it was also earned around, I believe, the 1/16 race at Colonial, or 1 turn. And when you've got a horse closing in a fast-paced one-turn race, the race kind of falls in their lap, and it probably had a lot to do with the big figure. And you look at his other races, and he's just not good enough to win here. So you need him. I'm not saying you need him to run the 91 buyer, but you probably need him to run better than any other figure he's ever run before.
And we've seen horses come out of that race and not really run as well as they have. We've seen a horse like Santos Wilson, who finished second in there. He ran an 89 buyer. Well, he's regressed twice since then, running a 75 and a 67. His start prior to that was a 48. He does have the 184 going the 7 furlongs to start out this second half of the year. But it does look like an outlier overall. And I think that that's a great point where things set up for him in a spot like that to have that big race, and it just doesn't seem like, from a pace standpoint as well as the course configuration, that we're going to see something that really appeals to him as much in here.
Well, I think the other question is, he plays a very similar game to Systemic Change. He's not really any particularly faster than Systemic Change. Now, maybe the rider will get one in a better position than the other, but on paper, they're both deeper closers, and Systemic Change is in good form and I think has maybe slightly better figures, though the truth is only his last race is really fast enough to potentially win here, and that was on a muddy sealed track.
I guess with him, it doesn't look like as much of an outlier at first glance, because he does have a little bit more of the look of races that are in line with similar types of numbers versus having that big change last time out for Curlin's Malibu off of some races that absolutely would not get the job done here. But I agree. I don't think that either of them necessarily are helped by the way that this race likely sets up.
And I think it's important for people to realize this race is 1 mile and 3/16. So I think a lot of the 2-turn races we're used to running here are 1 mile and 1/8. When you run a 1 mile and 1/8 race, as we can easily see from our perch up here, they hit that turn very, very quickly, which can at times be a disadvantage to outside runners. With an extra 1/16 of a mile with the outside post, the 6, it makes his job a lot easier to get forward in this race. And really only Love Me Not, who's probably not quite as fast, can get in his way from getting the lead.
And it also allows horses to get into a comfortable rhythm leaving the gate instead of having that turn coming up right away, where some might be eyeing that and needing to get into position prior to hitting that turn. Here they have that nice straightaway to really sort themselves out.
1 mile and 3/16 for the race named for Lone Rock, who was at the top of his game. He was perhaps as good a marathon runner as there was in the country. A couple horses left to load. Chris Griffin has the call of the Lone Rock.
Last to load, Double Your Money to the outside. Here's Double Your Money. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Double Your Money breaks very well from the outside stall. It's going to be Double Your Money and Love Me Not at the rail. Now Love Me Not pushes on through and is in control. Will set the tempo as they go towards that first turn. Love Me Not, Jamie Rodriguez wants to show the way. Double Your Money in no hurry is right to the outside. A stalking presence from second with at the rail here. Moving through, that's Curlin's Malibu is alone in third. Just towards their outside comes Glint, is in the 4th spot. The leader starts to get away. A little keen now. Love Me Not is tugging it. Jamie Rodriguez as they work to the backstretch. The 2 at the back. Middle market with Systemic Change. Opening quarter mile was 24.70 for Love Me Not. 2 shows the way. Double Your Money at a short price is in pursuit right there from second. Outside it's Glint in the red cap, and at the rail that's Curlin's Malibu. That's the leading 4. They're 4 lengths in front of Middle Market, who gets the cue, wants to move in closer. And at the back end of the field is Systemic Change. We'll have to pass them all through a 49 1/2 mile time. Love Me Not is the target. It's Love Me Not who's in front. Approaches a half mile left to go, still up by 3/4 of a length. No move yet from Melvis Gonzalez on Double Your Money is right there from second. In third, that's Curlin's Malibu is all in now. The front two start the sprint for home. Love Me Not, Double Your Money. Double Your Money is now within a neck of the leader, 113.23 for 3/4 of a mile. They're approaching a 1/4 mile left to go. The one running on from the back is Systemic Change, who has 8 lengths to make up. And the front two are shoulder to shoulder here as they reach the top of the stretch. Double Your Money has not been asked. Love Me Not is trying to battle back towards the inside, does just that. Double Your Money is trying to put away that stubborn pace setter who keeps fighting back on the inside. A furlong left to go. Double Your Money gets closer to his rival. Love Me Not is trying to push on back towards the inside. Curlin's Malibu with a late run. Double Your Money almost there. Double Your Money won it. Double Your Money over Love Me Not, Curlin's Malibu, and Systemic Change in 1 minute 56.74 seconds.
Well, the public was right at 4 to 5 with Double Your Money, and it turned out to be a pretty tepid pace, all things considered. And it just made it, Sarah, so hard for anybody to pick up ground. But the favorite, Double Your Money, was clearly best.
Yeah, you know that this race was going to be controlled on the front end for the most part. Once you saw those early fractions and Love Me Not able to secure forward position, and good for Jamie Rodriguez to go and be forward and try to use this horse's early speed. It ended up almost working out for him, but Double Your Money is one that was just sitting right there the whole time, and you could see this horse had plenty. There was a little bit of that fight from Love Me Not and maybe a little bit of hang from Double Your Money
Not
towards
sure
the outside.
if it wasn't more the latter, Sarah.
I think that I would side with you there on that one, but he was seemingly comfortable as he's able to extend the margin a little bit late, and your favorite does oblige.
It's so interesting to me in watching times, relative times, how different two-turn and one-turn races are, because we've seen two extraordinarily fast races, 109 flat, 115 and 2 or 3 for those horses, and yet this race seemingly run at a relatively pedestrian final time. I mean, not that bad. You know, you extrapolate and say 1 mile and 1/8 and maybe 49 and 4, which is pretty good, but a very quick track. It doesn't translate as much when they stretch out to the longer distances. I think some of it a little bit, I'm not really that attuned to it. You're going to talk to figure makers about this. You wonder sometimes when you use that first turn, which doesn't get used that much. You know, the races, so many of our races are run around one turn that when they run around that first turn, sometimes it's not used as much. Maybe it's a little bit deeper. It's just a thought. Don't really know, but I always think it's interesting to compare times, and that's why you have to be careful, and sometimes they use different variants and different pars for the longer races. A lot more to come as today's card continues. Nice performance by the favorite, Double Your Money. We'll be back in just a moment.
His core.
And core beliefs will come on and win it nicely.
By leading sire, Quality Road.
And here is Core Beliefs to take the lead. Core Beliefs on the outside. Here it is. Core Beliefs.
All the best attributes of his sire. A multiple graded stakes winner who's proven at the classic distance with tactical speed and a must-see physical.
It's Core Beliefs who digs his heels in to win the New Orleans Handicap.
Core Beliefs, standing at Walmack.
At the Open Road Auto Group, we know what matters when shopping for your next vehicle. That's why we bring you the world's most popular brands at 19 convenient locations, with the largest combined new and pre-owned inventory in the tri-state, all backed by the savings you want and the 5-star service you deserve. Because we know you have a lot riding on your next vehicle, and that's what matters most of all to us. The Open Road Auto Group.
The only colt ever to win 3 one-mile Grade 1s on dirt. Ran the fastest buyer of the year. That's him, 6 wide, streaking clear.
Here comes Cody's
2 more Grade 1s at 7/8. Here's his forego, also running a 112 bite. That's 5 Grade 1s all told. No other son of Sires Curlin has so many. They say, be careful what you wish for. We agree.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing, making the sport easier to follow. Explore stories, betting tips, and race day insights at americasbestracing.net. Well, the third race is not official yet, but they're heading into the winner's circle as the number 6 Double Your Money. Didn't quite double people's money at 4 to 5, but close.
Close enough. He's one that we knew that he was going to be capable of handling this distance. He had done well at a 1.5 mile race prior to this. And once the pace was as pedestrian as it seemed, and he was sitting right there, really no one was able to make much of a move from the back, as we saw Curlin's Malibu come on for third, but a distant third behind a horse who just seemed like he laid over this field a little bit in terms of having that edge with distance as well as consistent numbers.
I would say, given how the race was run, Curlin's Malibu actually ran pretty well when you consider that nobody else could really close into it, and Systemic Change really did no running whatsoever. But a race dominated towards the front end and the favored Double Your Money. He almost did at $3.98 in the win end.
2 cents short.
Combined for a 6-1 exacta that paid just under $7 for a dollar. Race number 4 is named for Battle Bling. And we don't have to go too far back, and you see those familiar Michael Dubb silks. Nice record for Battle Bling. This is winning the Turn Back the Alarm here in 2022. Turn Back the Alarm, a pretty cool horse too, trained by Red Terrell as well. You see them in the winner's circle with Battle Bling and his smiling Kendra Carouche.
Yeah, Battle Bling was one that just seemed to show up in pretty much most of her starts, if not all of them. Put together a nice resume there, and I feel like now I feel a part of this look back because that was only so many years ago.
Not that far back, because Jackie the Joker right now is favored. I imagine she won't be favored in race 4, but she has a lot of speed, and I wonder if people are starting to think you kind of want to be a little bit forward on this track, which would obviously work against the number 1 Penn Street, who doesn't have that speed. But Jackie the Joker could be forward, though I highly doubt that she's going to be favored by the time we get to post time. Well, we are now just 13 days away from the Breeders' Cup weekend and 14 days away from the Breeders' Cup Classic, which I think is being run somewhere in the middle of the card. And that Classic, obviously, the favorite is going to be Sovereignty. How short a favorite remains to be seen, but will this be the crowning of a horse that has been an absolutely sensational 3-year-old?
I think that we were so focused at the start of the year on what a strong older horse division we had returning to run after their 3-year-old season. And now we have this star 3-year-old coming into the mix as well, when he's just shown up, danced every dance for the most part, except for one that most won't forget anytime soon. But he's been able to certainly...
Well, he would be a Triple Crown winner. It's a good point. If you run the Preakness, he'd be a Triple Crown winner.
But looking at the Travers, where he just demolished horses that this wasn't the toughest field he faced all year by any means, but he won convincingly, where he was able to show up with yet another super effort, just seemingly eased at the wire there.
There are 2 questions. One is, was his big 115 buyer partly a result of it being an uncompetitive race where he just sort of had an easy trip and able to sort of roll by them? Or even more scary for his competition is, as a 3-year-old that's clearly improving pretty much with each start, can he take another step forward? Because if he runs a bigger figure than that 115, I don't care how well Forever Young, Fierceness, Sierra Leone run, they're going to have a tough time handling this guy.
The progression that we've seen from him that has impressed me most this year is just the improvement in his tactical position, where we had seen him be a horse that was up against it from a pace standpoint a little bit. We saw him really take steps forward in terms of both his training in the morning and then his ability to have a more effective position in many of his races as well. So that is something that I think has served him very well and led to a lot of this improvement.
He's been absolutely terrific, and want to let people know that you can win an all-inclusive VIP trip to the 2026 and 27 World Championships at Keeneland and Belmont. Enter at www.breederscup.com as we head back over to our friends at Far Hill.
Thank you, Andy, as we get ready for race 2, going 2 miles and an eighth over the hurdles here, the McDynamo Maiden Hurdle. So, Joe, you'll see some horses as you kind of scroll through that have won races before, including McLovin, who won the John Forbes Memorial here at Far Hills. But when horses go from flat racing to jumps, The slate is wiped clean, so looking for the first win over the jumps today.
Yeah, and I hear that a lot from owners, first-time owners. They're like, "My horse is a maiden again?"
Yeah.
Like, yeah, it's a bonus. Yeah, so yeah, they start over. Doesn't matter what you. If Sovereignty decides to become a hurdle horse, he won't. But if he does, he gets to run the maiden race again.
I know Richie was pretty excited because he could come back and start over as a steeplechase jockey
he would
as well.
have the 10-pound weight allowance.
There you go. Here's Lewin's Gully. And the number 2 is next, Awesome Man, who certainly has some flat experience.
Yeah, definitely for Todd Wyatt's got half a shot at a price.
Gordon Elliott sends by. We're back again. Well named.
Well named. Respect for sure.
Dr. Love.
Trained by Tom Garner, former jockey that people watched at Saratoga.
Gray Pharaoh for Leslie Young. More on him in a moment. Arturo Toscanini, some people might remember.
Yeah, I kind of like him at a price. A little sneaky.
There's McLovin off a big layoff.
Yeah, off a big layoff, but Bernie and Kate can get horses ready, and we watched him here a couple years ago.
Seraphos, second off a big layoff.
Yeah, Jack Fisher, second off the layoff, is a big angle. I like that horse.
And the 11, Harrenhal, because of scratches, gets to draw in.
Yeah, put Connor Tierney on, a little bit of a jockey change. Comes in for Ricky Hendricks, has been second and third a bunch. If he runs back to one of those, he's got a chance.
McLovin, the favorite, he's got a lot going on. Blinkers off, but I did see cheek pieces on him. He's been gelded. He's a 7-year-old. He hasn't run since September of 2024, and he's going back to the jumps.
Yeah, and here, if you remember him jumping all the road crossings here in the Forbes, the flat race, and we joked that he could be a hurdle horse someday. Kind of neat that Team Valor hangs on to him, sends him jumping. Bernie and Kate Dalton have done really well with some flat to jump converts like Aban and some other horses over the years, and they train out of Camden, South Carolina. They can get a horse ready. He's got a chance in here.
Call to post as we get ready for the McDynamo Maiden, 5-2 on the number 7, McLovin. More on this field in a moment. First, let's go to Liza with a special guest.
Here with Guy Torsolari, co-chairman of Far Hills. And Guy, you spend an entire year prepping for this event. What does it mean to you?
For one day. It means the world to us. You know, it's just a fabulous event. We've been doing it for 104 years. Not me, but although I look like I've been doing it for 104 years. And it's just a fabulous event. It gets better and better. COVID kind of knocked us back, but we're alive and well. We're here in the chairman's tent, which is sold out with over 400 people attending, and we're looking for a great day of racing.
And such a cool vibe in this chairman's tent. Talk to me a little bit about the history of the chairman's tent.
So it started several years ago when we had the chairman's pavilion. It sort of grew into this. We downscaled it a little bit, and if you look around the room, there's 12 horses here that have won Eclipse Awards and have won at Far Hills. And it ranges from Flat Top to Snap Decision and McDynamo and so forth. So we're excited for the event and the tent.
Such a great history here at Far Hills. And what are you looking forward to most today?
Honest, fair, safe racing. We have a great card today. Very, very competitive fields. You look at the handicappers and they're all picking different horses. So I'm just looking for honest ground and a true test.
Yeah, such a great card, and good luck with the day, and I hope you get to enjoy the day as well.
Thank you, Liza. You too.
Acacia.
Liza, thank you, and big thanks to Guy. He takes such good care of us when we are here as well. And you were just commenting to me, Joe, you said, I wish I could be as calm as Guy is, as he is just running around overseeing everything that's going on here.
Yeah, I could not be calm in this situation. He's responsible for all of us here, which seems crazy. And I remember back, like he said, he hasn't done it forever. His company sort of took over the groundskeeping and taking care of the turf and things like that, and now he's the chairman. And cool event. They do a great job.
They certainly do. As we get ready for the McDynamo Maiden coming up here, and we'll see if McLovin can get that victory off the big layoff. Let's check in with Liza.
Thanks, Acacia. And I think he might just be able to. He looked great in the paddock, that 7 McLovin. And he's a horse who is coming off of a bit of a break, as you mentioned, but he looked fit and ready to go in the paddock. And as you mentioned, we saw him win here a couple years ago in the flat race. And so he knows the course well. We'll just be adding a couple jumps in front of him. And I actually talked to his trainer, Kate Dalton, earlier, and said that he's been coming into the race well and training well as well. And her husband, Bernie Dalton, will be aboard, so they know the horse inside and out, and he just looked great here in the paddock. Another one that caught my eye was the 5 Gray Pharaoh for Leslie Young. A lightly raced gelding, gets Jamie Bargery aboard. Danny Mullins did ride him last time out at Nashville, and so coming in off of a bit of a break as well, but we did see him in the Foxfield training flat race, a race that is just used for kind of like a prep race. It's a bit more than a breeze, but not quite an entire race. So he did have a good prep there. He looked great in the paddock, lightly raced, so we'll see how he can do competing against this field here. Acacia?
Liza, thank you. Number 5, Gray Pharaoh. There he is, easy to spot, the gray with that light tail, but very lightly raced, as Liza was touching on, but he's run very well in both of his starts.
Yeah, coming out of the race, he was very good at Nashville at the Iroquois, which is typically a very hot maiden race. And taking a look at that, yeah, I mean, he ran really well there. The horses behind him haven't done much, which is kind of odd for that maiden race, so it's a little hard to get a line on him. Like you said, lightly raced, comes in here. You got to respect the connections, got to respect the effort, but it has been a little while.
There's the number 8, Seraphos, second time in the Jack Fisher barn, as he was with Grand Motion for quite some time. I remember seeing this horse race at Saratoga at one point behind Pioneering Spirit, and I'd written down, looks like he wants to go as far as possible.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm taking a little bit of a flyer. He's 16-1 that I like, but Jack Fisher's horses, I could see them setting this horse up to run really well here. Big purse. Ran okay, but that was off a huge layoff in September, and trying to come here and take a shot in the $70,000 maiden race.
Quickly, what about the 6, Arturo Toscanini, who's with Eddie Keneally, Marcassi, trying to find his home over the jumps?
Yeah, same thing. His first start was really good at Nashville. His races over the summer at Colonial Downs were not as good. I'm kind of banking on him maybe liking this kind of track as opposed to a real flat, fast going. There's more jumping here. Maybe that suits him, and again, trying to find a little value from some of the other. McLovin is a nice horse. Bet down to the favorite, first time over jumps, you know, makes you look, in my mind, makes you kind of try to look elsewhere.
And off a big layoff too that he has to overcome. There he is, the number 7 in those Team Valor colors. We'll see if he can get another win at Far Hills, this time over the hurdles. Race 2, here's Larry Colmus.
And we're going to reline them up here.
We're going to have to reset here in race 2 for those who maybe don't watch jump racing a lot. Joe, what just took place there?
A false start, basically what it was. There's the starter, the man with the flats, the man in the hat there to the left. He's the official starter, the head starter. Sterling Young on the right is actually, I'm not sure who. Barry Watson and Sterling Young. I don't want to call one the head starter. They're the starters. Their job is to make sure it's a fair beginning. So at that case, there was a couple horses sort of a little out the back of that group that weren't going to get a fair beginning in their mind, so they recall them and line them back up again. There's usually some yelling back and forth. Some guys are happy that they called a false start. Some guys are not happy, and they'll line them back up. They are in post position order. The cones there are meant to be a box type of situation where the horses are meant to be in a box when the race begins.
Take 2 for the McDynamo maiden. Back to Larry.
And once again, we are going to line them up.
As we're watching our second false start, it is more likely to happen in a maiden race where horses are, new to this. And maybe, again, we've seen horses break from starting gates. This might be some of them first, second, or very early in their walk-up starting career, and they're a little more unsettled. Jockeys are probably a little more cognizant of positions with maidens too. Like, I want to be up front early. I want to be in the back. My trainer said get cover. There's lots of things going on, and that sort of changes the dynamic and the flow of the start a little bit.
Absolutely, as we will try to reset again here in race 2. Thanks for all the descriptive clarifications there, Joe. And yeah, different from flat racing where they all line up in a starting gate, much easier with the press of a button to make sure they all start at the same time. So here we'll line up again. 3rd time's the charm. Here's Lady Colmus.
The McDynamo Maiden Sweepstakes. Dr. Love and Gray Pharaoh are out 1-2. Arturo Toscanini on the outside is next, and then comes Lewins Gully, who's down on the inside. We're back again is next, and then McLovin, followed by Harrenhal. To the outside, Arturo Toscanini is 3rd last early on, just ahead of the 2 trailers. Awesome Man and Lewins Gully over the first fence. Dr. Love leading the way early by 2 lengths. With Gray Pharaoh in pursuit from 2nd, Lewins Gully is 3rd over fence number 2, and then comes Harrenhal to the outside in 4th. We're back again is down toward the inside in 5th, just ahead of McLovin. Arturo Toscanini is next. Then to the outside comes Serafos, and the early trailer is Awesome Man. So around the turn they go, all in pursuit of Danny Mullins and Dr. Love, who lead them to the backstretch fences on top. Dr. Love by 2 over Gray Pharaoh in 2nd. Lewins Gully is 3rd. Break of another 2 lengths more. And then on the outside is Harrenhal. We're back again is next down toward the inside. Then comes McLovin. Arturo Toscanini is after that. And then Serafos and Awesome Man. So they continue over these backstretch fences here. And there goes a run from Dr. Love alongside of Gray Pharaoh. Dr. Love made quick progress and went right by Gray Pharaoh. And now these two are 1-2 by 3 lengths. Lewins Gully is 3rd over that backstretch fence, and then comes We're Back Again, followed by Harrenhal to the outside. A separation back to McLovin, Arturo Toscanini, Serafos, and Awesome Man is last of them all. So they've completed 5 fences, and there's 6 more to go as they make their way around the turn. Dr. Love by a length and a half to Gray Pharaoh, and then Awesome Man on the inside, Lewins Gully. And now Lewins Gully is now 3rd and racing about 2 lengths off the lead. Then comes We're Back Again, who's 4th down on the inside as they come into the stretch next time around. So they're approaching fence number 6 here in the McDynamo Maiden Sweepstakes. And it's still Dr. Love and Gray Pharaoh. And as they come to that fence, Gray Pharaoh is now the leader. Gray Pharaoh by 2.5. Dr. Love over there in 2nd. And then comes Lewins Gully 3rd on the outside. Harrenhal 4th in behind them. We're Back Again is next. And then McLovin. 2 lengths more back to Arturo Toscanini, Serafos, and Awesome Man. Gray Pharaoh over there well and in the clear as they race for the turn. Gray Pharaoh. Jamie Bargery on top, and they're in front by a length and a half. Lewins Gully has moved up on the outside into 2nd. Back into 3rd is Dr. Love on the inside. McLovin is 3 wide alongside of Harrenhal heading to the backstretch. Then comes We're Back Again, who's saving all the ground and racing 5 lengths from the front. Arturo Toscanini is next, Serafos and Awesome Man. Backstretch fences are left here, and Gray Pharaoh is the leader, a half a length, with Lewins Gully 2nd, and right behind them comes McLovin as they race over that fence. Then comes Dr. Love 4th on the inside. Harrenhal is next. We're Back Again, still about 6 lengths behind at this stage as they go down that dip. Arturo Toscanini is after that. Final backstretch fence. Gray Pharaoh takes it well and heads for the turn with 1 jump to go. A 2-length lead, and here's We're Back Again, making a move up into 2nd now. We're Back Again, starting to edge up a little bit closer to Gray Pharaoh, a length and a half behind with 1 fence to go. Dr. Love is 3rd, Lewins Gully is 4th. It is Gray Pharaoh by 2 to We're Back Again as they turn for home for the final time. Gray Pharaoh and We're Back Again, and they're well clear of the others, and We're Back Again ranges up alongside of Gray Pharaoh. They take it right together, and We're Back Again has taken the lead. We're Back Again on top, coming up that hill from Gray Pharaoh in 2nd. The others are far behind. Gordon Elliott and Jack Kennedy, they're back again with We're Back Again in the McDynamo by 5. Then Gray Pharaoh, Lewins Gully, and Arturo Toscanini.
We're back again. They certainly are. Gordon Elliott and Jack Kennedy sweeping the card thus far.
Yeah, again, we touched on it before. These horses, especially when that have conditions, the restricted races are obviously a little easier to win. And that horse was sitting a great trip. Jack Kennedy saved all kinds of ground all the way around. He was sort of tucked down on the inside, third, fourth. Produces him coming off that turn and, sees it out. Ran by Gray Pharaoh. Was probably doing a little more than they wanted early the whole way, but stayed on for second.
Give some love to Gray Pharaoh. Was off of the layoff. He got quite washy with those 2 false starts as well and did seem a little keen early, but such a lovely athletic horse. Just got run down to be second best.
Yeah, exactly. Good maiden race, which is what it's supposed to be.
We're back again. He's going to head back to the winner's circle as we will head back over to Belmont at the Big A. Andy?
Thanks a lot. Join the coverage over at Far Hills. Looks like a beautiful day. Glad you guys are having fun. We've still got plenty of action here to come as we're coming close to race number 4, named for Battle Bling. The Michael Dubb runner. We just showed you winning the Turn Back the Alarm as the horse is turning the track, and currently the 7-5 favorite on Penn Street. I'm just wondering on this track, does it concern us at all that she doesn't have a lot of speed? Because I know you like her more than I do. We'll get more on that. She goes out for Kendra Carmouche and Linda Rice.
I do, and I'm a little bit surprised that she is your current favorite right now over some horses that maybe have been in some better recent form and should have more forward position.
The number 2, Baby Sassicaia, Louis Rivera riding for Antonio Arriaga.
I don't think this horse is completely impossible. Has been facing some okay company and holding her own.
The speedy Jackie the Joker, Jimmy Ferraro and Lane Luzzy.
This might be a tougher spot, but she does seem to have that early advantage, and her odds have equalized a little bit, now 9-2.
Floge is scratched. Mersal, Jose Lizcano also for Linda Rice.
Seems kind of like an all-or-nothing type, could be forward.
3-1 right now on Jackson's Dixie. Mike Maselli looking for another winner.
I thought
Dylan
ran
Davis.
well off a little bit of a break last time out to finish third.
And Like a Rolling Stone rounds out the field. Another for Antonio Arriaga, this one with Christopher Elliott.
This one has been hitting the board consistently, just a matter of whether or not you think she's necessarily good enough to beat some of the top in here.
All right, a lot more coming up. We're just about 6-7 minutes away. We're going to take a quick break. America's Day at the Races will continue.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. We're splitting time between the Big A and Far Hills as we're coming up on race number 4, the Battle Bling, and the odds are flying around on the board. Every time I look up, the odds have changed a lot. It was 7-5 we talked before, but now Penn Street, who you like a little more than I do, is 5-2.
And I thought that she ran okay. She did get the setup, though, in this spot. We're seeing her take that victory 2 back. And I thought that last time she was up against it, where she was a horse that kind of didn't get out of the gate all that well, got impeded by a horse from her outside closing in on her a little bit, and she sort of pinballed between 2 horses in there. Just never really did any running on a day where you wanted to be towards the inside, which ultimately she was. But the pace of that race did hold together completely with Sweetest Princess going gate to wire. Those were tougher horses than I think she fully is going to be running into today. But I don't know that she gets the correct kind of setup like she did in that spot.
I think it's interesting that she's 2-1 and the other Linda Rice runner, Mersal, is 5-2, because I think in all likelihood you would have expected them to be a little bit farther apart in odds. Does that bother you a little bit?
The wagering in this race has been so all over the place. Like you mentioned, we had a point where Jackie the Joker was a short price. We had a point where things did switch over to Jackson's Dixie.
Well, that was just the first flash.
We had a thing where Mersal was a short price. So it does bother me that she's being equally bet, I suppose, as horses like Mersal.
I'm with Richie on the number 6, Jackson's Dixie. Richie comes off a very good effort off the claim by Mike Maselli, and what I think was just much tougher company.
I agree, Andy, and that's why I settled there. I think she's just coming out of a much tougher race. She has that race under her belt, which should help her go forward from a physical fitness standpoint, and especially stretching to the mile. And I do think you want to be forward. I don't think you really can give horses too much to do here today. I want to be in a position to win, and I think she should be stalking from the outside with Dylan Davis. I just think I could just see her get that really kind of sweet trip from just off the pace. The 3, Jackie the Joker, I think this is your main speed. Looks great for Jimmy Ferraro. Should be on the lead and could take them a long way. I do question, even though she's won at the mile, how much she really wants all of that mile. And then the 5, Mersal, just made a nice impression. I didn't think there was a lot to separate her with the other Linda Rice trainee, the 1 Penn Street. Other than that, Mersal should be more forwardly placed, where Penn Street, you know, lacks any sort of speed that I think could put her in a position. And again, I'm always going to lean towards horses, particularly on a track I feel like favoring a forward position, but I'm always on the dirt going to favor horses that can be well placed from the start.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting discussion, Richie. I mean, dirt racing is conducive to horses that are forward. It's just the general nature of dirt racing. I'm not ready to declare the track one way or another. You know, I mean, the favorite in the second race did get badly left and circled the field, ran well. And, you know, we saw a very logical horse in the last race. I'm not saying I disagree with Richie. I just think it's a little hard to tell from what we've seen so far. And for the most part, as I do the track trends on a daily basis, I've found our Aqua-Turf course, for the most part, to be very fair.
I think we had that one stretch of maybe 2 or 3 days or so where it seemed like there was some sort of bias, but I agree wholeheartedly. Overall, we've really seen things play fairly since we got back here from Saratoga for the most part, and it might be a little bit too early to come up with any synopsis on how things are playing, because I think that we have seen some very logical results, but always worth following.
I agree with what Richie said about the mile with Jackie the Joker. I know she's won at it. If it had been 7, I would have actually picked her, but she is a horse that absolutely needs to be forward to run her best races. Should be an interesting one. The Battle Bling, they're heading into the gate. Chris Griffin once again with the call.
Mersal, Jackson's Dixie. Like a Rolling Stone. Last to load. Like a Rolling Stone. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Very awkward beginning for Penn Street. Broken a Tangle is going to be the early trailer. From the outside draws here, showing some speed is Jackie the Joker, and Jackie the Joker is going to lead him. Mersal is in that early mix. Jackson's Dixie far outside like a Rolling Stone. It's those top 4. Just behind them, Baby Sasakaya, and after the start, Penn Street has a lot of ground to make up. Is 6 lengths the trailer as they hook up with the backstretch, the center of the racetrack, and like a Rolling Stone, 23.45 for that opening quarter mile. To the inside, it's Jackie the Joker, and Lane Leslie progressing, doing it all on her own, and Jackie the Joker is put ahead in front. Like a Rolling Stone, back to second. Mersal is at the rail in third. Is sharing that position with Jackson's Dixie, who's comfortable enough here for Dylan Davis in fourth. Then behind them, Baby Sasakaya, and the tall task for Penn Street starts to close in to those leaders, but still the trailer and still about 5 to make up. Less than 4 furlongs left to go. The leader is Jackie the Joker, Like a Rolling Stone in full pursuit. Mersal, nowhere to go. Jackson's Dixie, the first move here from Baby Sasakaya. Baby Sasakaya and Luis Rivera Jr., they're going around rivals. Penn Street is now warming to the task. Kendra Carmouche is trying to rally on from the back. They reach the top of the stretch. Nowhere to go. Mersal in behind horses. The leader is Jackie the Joker. Jackie the Joker, Like a Rolling Stone. Mersal crying out for room. There's a seam and trying to split them right now. Here comes Mersal in the two-path. Penn Street is launching from far out of it. Baby Sasakaya, too. Like a Rolling Stone is still there. Mersal is ready to challenge. Can Penn Street make up all this ground? Mersal with a nose in front. Like a Rolling Stone comes right back. Photo, give it to Mersal to the inside. Mersal over. Like a Rolling Stone. Then came Penn Street up for third, and Baby Sasakaya. Final running time, 1 minute 36.35 seconds.
Funny race for trainer Linda Rice as she gets the money with the 5 Mersal, who got a terrific ride by Jose Lezcano, getting position, getting through behind horses, but she probably should have won the race with the 3rd place finisher Penn Street, who completely blew the brakes, ducking in badly after the start.
Yeah, it's not the first time we've seen Penn Street have a little bit of trouble getting out of the gate cleanly, but this was exceptionally worse than a couple of her more recent starts where she just did not have anything go her way for the first part of this race. You can really see her picking up that momentum, flying on late in the pace that kind of held together with Mersal and Like a Rolling Stone running 1-2 in here, but Mersal saved all the ground and just got the right kind of timing to go through and get the victory.
Yeah, Penn Street was unlucky, and I think it's important to note those things. We think it's an indication that the track is playing relatively fairly, because in a, an honest pace, but not super fast, she made a big run from the back despite blowing that break, but Mersal does get it done. Jackson's Dixie, who both Richie and I liked, I mean, she looked poised to just swallow the field up in the turn. Dylan hadn't moved a muscle. He asked her, and she went in the opposite direction, but it was Mersal. Second off the claim for Linda. Great job. Claimed this horse for 12.5, 2 back. Got a second and just won an $80,000 starter allowance as the day continues.
Bright future indeed. Bright future, the son of Curlin to win by 4. Bright future, Proxy, here's the line. Photo finish, Bright future.
Bright future, look at that. Bright future, the class prevails.
Bright future, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We do this everywhere we go. I think you know this ain't no one-horse rodeo. I think you know when we pull up, green lights I show. I think you know that we gon' run it till we run out of road.
The world's premier breeding stock event, the November sale at Fasig-Tipton. A top filly on the West Coast, Tenma won 3 of 4 starts at 2, including a signature win in the Grade 1 Del Mar debutante.
Tenma has won it.
She finished her juvenile season winning the Grade 2 Starlet, besting graded winner Look Forward. This year at 3, she picked up where she left off. She racked up a 6.5-length score in the Grade 3 Las Virgenes for owner Bayoma Corp and trainer Bob Baffert. From there, she captured the Grade 2 Santa Anita Oaks. Tenma is by champion Nyquist from the strong international family of multiple Group 1 winner Misty For Me, the dam of European champion U.S. Navy flag, and multiple Group 1 winner Roly Poly. The family also includes French champion Ballydoyle, European champion Fasliev, classic performers Menifee and Desert Wine, and broodmare of the year Ann Campbell. Grade 1 winner Tenma, selling this November with Hill and Dale at Elapa.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, where the number 5 Mersal, who gutted out over the long shot, the number 8 in this race, Like a Rolling Stone. But there's the winner's circle. Aaron Yagoda off in there for Linda Rice. As the 4th race, the Battle Bling, not official yet, but not an inquiry, and Mersal gets it done, Sarah.
This was just a patient ride where we did see Jose Lezcano have position early on, but also want to stay committed to saving the ground that he did with a horse who was trying to get this mile distance where she had run okay at it before, but maybe past her absolute best. She got the split and was able to go on by like a Rolling Stone who hung in there after being forwardly placed. We saw Penn Street have a difficult start, still run on to finish third in here for Linda Rice as well. Your favorite ultimately just did not show up.
No, she was bad. She had a good trip, and she was bad. But Mersal was not, and neither was Like a Rolling Stone, the long shot who finished second. Evie Jets, I'm not going to say she's the horse that put the Cantor Machis on the map, but she's certainly one of the best claims that we've seen in years. And here she is winning the Ballston Spa, a Grade 2 race, and this was a great, great claim by them.
She was cool. I mean, we had seen a lot of their success and ability prior to her, but she's the one that I think sort of elevated things to the next placing of where they were able to be competitive and show up with horses that they had really developed into the kinds of horses that they were when they were in those types of stakes races. So she's one that was a little bit of a pet of mine for a while.
She was a terrific racehorse, no doubt about it, as we are official in race number 4 now. Mersal gets the win. 8:22 on the front end. And an exacta that paid $32.15 for just $1. As Sarah, your time is wearing down. We'll take a look at the field for the 5th race, or what do you say? For the 5th, the Evie Jets on the turf. What do you like in here?
I think the tuck check is a little bit interesting coming in for Lindsay Schultz, a horse who's taking some money right now. And look, collaboration is one that last time that race is just not sitting so well with me, where she got everything her own way and just could not seal the deal.
She's
and was upset by a big long shot.
She's a crazy favorite, I think. She couldn't have had things more her own way last time, but I guess she has a chance in this field, one that looks wide open. Sarah, once again, thank you very much. Greg Wolf be moving in to the host spot. I'll be moving over into the analyst spot as we take a quick break, and a lot more to come. We'll be heading to Far Hills when we come back, and Snap Decision running a little bit later. Well, apparently we've decided he's too old to run here, but he's not too old to run there. We'll see him a little bit later.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Top real estate there in the tailgating spots here at Far Hills. Just a few races away from the big one. Race 5 will be the feature today, the Grade 1 American Grand National, where, of course, Snap Decision will try to defend his title as an 11-year-old and try to do it again.
Yeah, hard to believe at 11, right? And the Grand National goes back to 1899, second oldest still running steeplechase in America, and 250 grand, richest jump race in America. So it's an important spot. It's not, we don't have a Breeders' Cup Classic per se, but this would be, this would be it.
As far as year-end honors, the Eclipse Award, which Snap Decision won, and rightly so, I think, last year, how important is this race kind of in determining where that does fall?
It's become very important. I mean, the voters look at it, again, because it sort of stands out there at $250,000 as the richest race. There are 8 Grade 1 races in America. This is the 7th. We've had 6 winners so far, so the Eclipse race is very wide open. Snap Decision kind of sealed the deal last year with this effort. This is him coming to the last fence after 2.5. He's got an 1/8 of a mile to run. He's in front, touches down in front, and then gets just attacked. And dug in, fought back. I'm getting a little word from some jockeys after they've ridden too that the ground's a little softer today, which isn't his favorite thing. It does favor horses from England and Ireland like Gordon Elliott's the last 2. Interesting being is how sunny it is and how much you think it would have dried out, but they did get some rain early in the week. And again, he's 11. Graham Waters, who rides the horse every day in the morning and in his races, loves him, thinks he's in really good form, but he says he's 11. And none of the other horses in the race were alive when Snap Decision made his career debut as a 2-year-old.
That's wild. That is wild. I did not even think of that. Such a cool 11-year-old horse, yeah, as you mentioned. Debuted for Shug McGahee, as he was a homebred for Phipps Stable as well. Looking forward to seeing the reigning champ as far as that steeplechase division is concerned a little bit later in the American Grand National. But first, we have to welcome to the set Greg Wolf stepping in. Andy sliding over to the analyst chair. Greg, looking forward to all the good racing still to come, Belmont at the Big A.
Yeah, including our feature. Good to see you both. Sands Point is our big one here. Grade 2, 3-year-old fillies, 1 1/8 on the grass. And I guess, dependent upon how you feel about Ready for Candy, it looks pretty imposing in here. If it's not Ready for Candy, this race becomes a lot more wide open.
I agree. I think it's an interesting. Sometimes you want to look at races. If you feel a race is, a horse is the favorite, is very tough to beat. You kind of look at the race without that horse. For me, I thought Fast Market was the other horse in the 2 off the maiden win. Thought she was very impressive, but I have no great interest in trying to beat Ready for Candy. I thought ran really well in victory last time.
Grade 3 winner of that Winter Memories. Top 4 finishers coming back, but it was Ready for Candy who was best that day as you look at what's ahead. Tomorrow, 3 stakes on the card as well. So great weekend. We hope you join us for all of it as we get set for race 5, about 18 minutes away. But race 7, and this will kick off the late Big 5. This Grade 2, Sands Point, Ready for Candy, 2-1 on the morning line. Phil Antonacci had a terrific Saratoga meeting, and he's continued to keep things rolling as we bring in Jonathan Kinchin. How good is this 3-year-old filly, JK?
Well, I think we had an idea how good she was as a 2-year-old, right? When he kept jamming her in these stakes races as a maiden. Then she shows up with a very good performance, a fast figure, a tactical ride, and then she comes back and has a bad trip and still wins. I think she's gotten really good. Someone else is going to have to take a big step up if they want to try to beat a horse like Ready for Candy. Candy is getting ready for a 4-year-old year that could be pretty promising the way that she's progressing.
Again, that's race 7. It starts the late pick 5, and you want to get involved. If you do, be sure and do this. Take home your share of an extra $5,000. Hit that late pick 5 today. Belmont at the Big A, and you'll split that $5,000 pot. Got to opt in at NYRABets.com. So good luck to everybody playing. You still have a little bit of time to get those tickets together. It is difficult today.
No, I think the late seek part of this card is really, really good. It's deep races, wide open races, but a lot of opportunities at prices.
Race 5, mandatory pay pick 5, starts in this race coming up. Mile and a 16th on the turf, 50,000 starter allowance as we get a look at fantasy performer Lisa Bartkowski-Barn with Jose Lezcano aboard.
Well, she has a race 2 races back where she finished second to a horse who's the morning line favorite in the Noble Damsel tomorrow. Tax implications. This race would probably win here. The problem is her last race, she didn't do any running whatsoever, and that stumble at the start, which both fantasy performer and Tour Jeté coming out of the race, it didn't happen. Maybe the person who wrote those comments was watching a different race than actually took place, because neither one of those horses stumbled. It's very misleading, but this was a good second-place finish, but it's a little dichotomous to most of her efforts.
It really had been going in a positive direction until that last start, so it's a little bit disconcerting. There she is, 6-1. Favorite, though, down on the inside, Collaboration, and next door, Tour Jeté. Tell us about Tour Jeté.
Yeah, I like Tour Jeté. I think Collaboration is an atrocious favorite in here. She had everything her own way last time, and I said everything better, and she lost a race she should never have lost. And she's a horse that can have trouble getting out of the gate. As far as Tour Jeté, she was probably best 2 back when she didn't get a very good ride. Claimed away from Bill Morey, not an easy thing to do, and I thought she ran a very good effort behind Immensitude, who would be a heavy favorite in here. Fun with flags even. She had a bad trip last time. She just wasn't quite good enough. I thought she fit well in this race. She remains at 5-1. I'm definitely betting her.
For Fernando Abreu, second off the claim, 3-time winner on the lawn. And Goats on a Tree, Tuck Check, 4 and 5. They're both taking money as well. I'll have more on this field in a few moments. Again, a mandatory pay pick 5 starts in this 5th coming up. Let's head back to Far Hills and Acacia.
And Greg, we have the P-Pack hurdle coming up next. It's 2 miles and an 1/8 for fillies and mares, 4-year-olds and upward, Joe, and a more compact field in here. And interested to see how the trip does play out and if the hot connections, Gordon Elliott and Jack Kennedy, can continue sweeping the card. They have the current 4-5 favorite.
Yeah, and she's legit 4-5 favorite in my book. It's only 5 horses. A filly mare division kind of goes like this. It seems like they been trying to force it into a bigger division in American jump racing, and it's coming along, but they had 2 big stakes at Colonial Downs. Time to Shine was a recent import to America by trainer Mark Beecher. She won the race at Colonial Downs, and she's taken on Emily Love. They're 2 standouts in a 5-horse field, and both will be very tough.
We'll meet the field, starting off with Anador. She actually started with my father-in-law. I did not know she was jumping nowadays.
Wow, yeah. Claim to go jumping, which is pretty cool.
Amazing. Madicat's Arrow went by. I can guess who that one started with. And there's Time to Shine, one of the other contenders.
Yeah, she ran really well on her American debut at Colonial Downs.
Anoint behind some of the others in here.
Yeah, you can kind of get a line on how good Time to Shine is by looking at some of those horses.
And your favorite, Emily Love. Boy, she does look like a standout, doesn't she?
Yeah, I mean, again, I think when Gordon Elliott comes over here to fit in these races, the maiden race, the 4-year-old race, the filly mare race, he's got dozens of those horses that fit those conditions, can aim 1 or 2 here for those types of things.
Looking for the 3rd win of 3 with the 4-5 favorite coming up at a very short price here, making her stateside debut. There is Anador, as you said, claimed. She was running on the dirt, in fact, recently, dirt and synthetic prior, and now has been trying her hand going over jumps and hurdles and finished a distant second after setting the pace behind Time to Shine last time.
Yeah, she won her first race over jumps pretty nicely, and Todd McKenna, the trainer, he picked her out to claim her based on a relative in overseas who runs over jumps. He lost a shake that day at Tampa Bay Downs for $62.50, I think.
Yep.
And she was claimed then to go to Kentucky to become a broodmare. Todd stuck to his plan and bought her from that person to then go jumping.
Well done, Todd, and was immediately rewarded with a win, so that had to feel good.
Exactly. Kind of fun horse, and the background behind some of these horses is very cool.
Yeah, set the pace last time, was run bound by Time to Shine, as we have the call to post for the P-Pack hurdle presented by Suburban Life coming up next. There's Anador. You will see some of these horses get a little bit of a warm-up. You know, we see sometimes steeplechase horses, for those who may be a little bit more accustomed to watching flat racing, they tend to be a little bit more amped up, I find, before going into these jumps races.
Yeah, there's also no lead pony, so they're going to get more amped up. There's nobody to keep them company sometimes. But you hear it a lot, even in human races. The longer the race, the longer the warm-up you need. So 2-mile race, they'll let them gallop away from there and then kind of get them to settle and come back to them. And once they're collected, like you just saw, that's Madicat's Arrow, I think, right? Or is
that's
that
Anador?
Anador,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Anador. And you know, they break away from the paddock real quick, and now she's at a walk. You know, so which is kind of cool to see. You want them fit, ready to go, but you also want them as calm as you can.
And get that good warm up. You're running a 5K tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. You know, uphill at Fair Hill in Maryland,
right.
On the cross country course of the 5-star 3-day event that's there this
Pretty
weekend.
cool.
Yeah, it'll be very
Awesome.
cool. Yeah.
Well, as far as this race is concerned, horses getting their warm ups in, and we'll check in with Liza.
Thanks, Acacia. And as you guys mentioned, these two co-heavyweights in the 3 Time to Shine and the 5 Emily Love were the standouts in the paddock as well. And the 3 Time to Shine is Mark Beecher trained filly, and they purchased her in Europe for almost $200,000. She had come off of 3 wins over there and then came here to win by 8 lengths, so warranted that price, but still high priced there. But she was beautiful in the paddock, and physically looks like a type of horse that would suit this this type of configuration where they're running up and down hills. Another standout in the paddock that we mentioned was the 5 Emily.
And we apologize for technical difficulties. Hopefully we'll get back to Liza, but just talking about kind of the 2 big names, and there is the favorite Emily Love, who comes over for the connections that have done incredibly well on this card thus far, and you're landing here.
Yeah, I landed on at 4 to 5. I might I might lean toward Time to Shine just for some value at 2 to 1, because I don't think there's that much between them. Like Liza touched on, they paid a lot of money for Time to Shine. She won races over there. They bought her. American Connections bought her at the Goff sale to come to a race just like this, you know. And she was I think she was in the top 10 highest priced horses at that sale. So she was in demand by all kinds of steeplechase people. And they bought a Running More Racing, who has some flat horses, won their own $2 million with Hardest Core several years ago. And there's nothing wrong with her either. But price-wise, I would take a shot with Time to Shine. Emily Love, I think, is going to be very tough to beat.
What about looking at Anoint? She's kind of taking more money, despite the fact that Madicat's Arrow and Anador finished ahead of her last time out.
Yeah, and I don't know, that's probably a little Carrie Bryan. People know her a little more maybe than the others. We see Emily Love kind of misbehaving down there. That might not be what Jack Kennedy wants. But, yeah, I would say some of that's that. Yeah, because I would probably lean toward, of the other 3, I'd probably lean toward Anador, because I think she can kind of make an impact on the race. And, again, she's a French bred, I think, suited to this a little more than some of the American bred.
There's Anoint, Stephen Mulqueen and Carrie Bryan, as you mentioned, kind of familiar names, had a lot of success in some of the big steeplechase races too.
Yeah, and she's got some, you know, she's running in a couple stakes, Pennsylvania bred type stakes, and I love that she's bred by Jonathan Shepard, who Carrie worked for,
cool.
And she actually ran for him, probably one of the last horses to run for Jonathan.
Very special there as well, a Pennsylvania bred by Jonathan Shepard, the legend. Hall of Famer, both flat racing and steeplechase racing. 4 to 5, though, on Emily Love as we get ready for the P-Pack presented by Suburban Life. And we'll send it up to Larry Colmus for the call.
Flag is up. They're off in the P-Pack presented by Suburban Life. Anador out for the lead. Emily Love on the outside. Goes with Anador and now takes over. Jack Kennedy taking the early initiative here with Emily Love as they go to the first fence. Anador sits back in second, and then comes Time to Shine in third over that first fence. Break of another 2.5 lengths more. Back to Anoint, and Madicat's Arrow is last. Emily Love on top by 2.5 lengths with 2 laps to go. Time to Shine. Anador together, second and third over fence number 2. Anoint is next, and then Madicat's Arrow, the early trailer. So it's Emily Love who leads the way into the turn. Emily Love, a 2.5 length advantage here over Time to Shine in second. And then comes Anador, who's third toward the inside as they make their way to the backstretch, just ahead of Anoint and Maddock's Arrow. Last of this quintet, 5 lengths off of Emily Love. So now the backstretch fences, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Emily Love will take them there first. Over easily here by 2.5 lengths. Time to Shine just to the outside of Anador, 2nd and 3rd. Clear from Anoint and Maddock's Arrow. Over the next fence. And just a bit of a mistake there by Time to Shine, who lost a position, as Emily Love leads it now by 2.5. Over Anador, Time to Shine is now 3rd on the outside. Maddock's Arrow and Anoint. All 5 mares jumping well here as they go over the 5th of 11 fences, and around the turn they go. So Jack Kennedy and Gordon Elliott having that big day so far. They're going to try to keep it up here with Emily Love. They're on top and in the clear by 2 lengths. Over Time to Shine, who's 2nd on the outside. Anador is saving all the ground in 3rd as they come into the stretch. And then comes Anoint and Maddock's Arrow. So they turn into the stretch once again. They've got more than another lap to go here. Emily Love trying to do it every step of the way. Jack Kennedy and Emily Love coming to the next fence in front. Clear from Time to Shine on the outside of Anador. There they go over that fence. Emily Love still well clear. And then it's Time to Shine. Anador on the inside. Maddock's Arrow and Anoint. All in pursuit of Emily Love, who comes to fence number 7. Still in control. Over all 3, over all 5 going over there well. Emily Love, the leader, on top a length and a half. Time to Shine on the outside. Continues to pursue in 2nd. Then it's Anador, Anoint, and Maddock's Arrow. So now to the backstretch they go. Emily Love has led throughout and continues to do so. On to fence number 8. Emily Love is the leader from Time to Shine, who has been chasing 2nd throughout here. Then Anador as they take that fence. Anoint is 4th and Maddock's Arrow is 5th. Emily Love coming to number 9 now. Up and over there. Emily Love, the leader, 3/4 of a length. Anador is just a little bit closer as they go down that dip. Then Time to Shine on the outside, who's back into 2nd. Then Maddock's Arrow and Anoint. Emily Love has led every step of the way over all 10 fences so far. And the lead is just a half a length here as Anoint moves up on the outside. In between those two, it's Time to Shine, and then toward the inside, Anador. But it's Emily Love, and she's still on top as they turn for home here in the P-Pack. Emily Love and Jack Kennedy up and over on the lead here as they turn for home. Competition coming on the outside from Anoint. Anoint moves up alongside of Emily Love. Anador is down toward the inside. Emily Love still in front. Got another gear here. Emily Love. They're going to do it again. Emily Love and Jack Kennedy take the P-Pack presented by Suburban Life. 3 for Kennedy and Elliott as Anoint is 2nd best.
3 for 3 as Jack Kennedy and Gordon Elliott do it again with Emily Love. She was forwardly placed, and have noticed here too, Joe, that it does seem the horses are forwardly placed. Maybe if there is a touch of cut in the ground, they have been able to kind of sustain that forward position.
Yeah, which you see a lot when there is a little bit of cut. Horses stay on. You know, they figured out the horses behind her are working a little harder. Time to Shine took a run at her and then just, blew up. She ends up probably last here. Anoint took a run at her, couldn't get by. Classy mare. You knew she was that good. I would have thought she was Gordon's best chance on the day. Now they've won the first 3.
The board was right on Anoint, by the way. Ran exceptionally well to be 2nd, but just 2nd best, unfortunately. There's the field for race 5. Greg, as we head back over to you, named for one of my favorite former claiming horses in recent years in Heavy Jets.
Yeah, Heavy Jets was sensational. Really put Cantor Machis on the map with how she performed. What a claim. $80,000 claim, and went on to win graded stakes, including at Saratoga, a huge upset. Here's Collaboration to kick off the post parade. Linda Rice, Flavian Pratt.
You get a lot of Flavian Pratt money for a horse that was very disappointing with an easy trip last time. Has gait issues as well.
Also at 5-2, Tour Jeté, Fernando Abreu.
I like Tour Jeté. Was hoping for a slightly better price. I thought she ran well against better horses last time and should have won 2 back.
Mike Maker claims off of Saffie Joseph Jr. Goats on a Tree.
$80,000. A big claim for this horse. They must be expecting good things.
Lindsay Schultz Barn, Tuck Check.
Great ride last time by Manny Franco. Can she get the pace to run into?
Big long shot, Miss Bonnie T.
One of Greg's old favorite horses. You used to love this horse.
Yes, I did.
She's not a winning type.
Fantasy Performer, Lisa Barkowski, Jose Lizcano.
If you can find her race 2 back, she's an overlay at 6-1.
Temple City Taboo, another huge number, Antonio Arriaga Barn.
Yeah, she's overmatched in this spot.
That's a big number on Bobby Jean outside.
I agree. I think she's the horse to play at 12-1 in this race. She finally gets back to 1.16 miles. The last time she ran this distance, she finished second to Big Beautiful, who will be a heavy favorite in this race. And I just think she's been running a little bit too long in her recent races. A little too far, I should say.
Competitive field to kick off a mandatory pay pick 5. Good to see her back after she spent some time with us this summer at Saratoga. Let's go down to Megan Burgess.
Well, I missed you guys over there. I had an incredible summer, was spoiled at Saratoga, and now we get the aqueduct baptism here. And this is such a contentious card, and there is no exception here in race number 5 with a lot of fillies in this race that you could make an argument for. But we'll start with number 5, Tuck Check. Going out for the Lindsay Schultz Barn, retains Manny Franco, and she made a great deal of sense last time out at double-digit odds, and she makes a great deal of sense right back here. And as far as her trip, she ran well, considering she didn't get it all her own way. She saved ground early, but she's kind of held up in traffic late on the far turn. She ran up on heels, tipped out and found room, and she was wide, but she closed and lifted so well. I thought she made a good impression in the paddock. She was within herself, dappled out, and looked good in her condition in her coat for a pretty red-hot Lindsay Schultz Barn. Strong with the small sample of runners this meet, and well meant 40% here so far this meet of the, I believe, 6 runners she's had on the NYRA circuit. So I think that she is extremely interesting up there at 9-2. But the number 2, Tour Jeté, is a filly that I have made claim after claim for, and she's negated them, but now takes the drop in class. I think that they need to get aggressive with her on the lead, Greg.
See if that is the plan here. 5-2 favorite remains Collaboration. Pratt on the inside for Linda Rice. Tried to go gate to wire last start, got caught late. Mandatory pay. Pick 5 starts here. Chris Griffin, the call.
There's Tuck Check, Fantasy Performer, Temple City Taboo, Bobby Jean to the outside. Heavy Jet starter. Race 5 on today's program. Stepping forward, goes in. All set. Just lunging forward their Collaboration. More settled. And they're off. Goats on a Tree has early speed, and so does Tour Jeté. Collaboration, the gray at the rail. Trying to join them as Fantasy Performer, but give it to Tour Jeté into that first turn. Tour Jeté is in front, is a half length in front of Goats on a Tree to the outside, 3 wide Fantasy Performer. Collaboration was lunging at the gate early, is now tucked in at the rail in 4th, and right there in 5th comes Tuck Check just behind them. In the 6th spot is Miss Bonnie T, is in front of the 2 trailers Temple City Taboo and Bobby Jean as they work to the backstretch. 24.64 for the opening quarter mile. A 3-way battle for the front. Tour Jeté with a head advantage on Goats on a Tree. 3 wide is Fantasy Performer. More settled is Collaboration, wants to move forward, and Flavian Pratt is going to let her have her head, and here she comes. At the rail, Collaboration is now in 3rd. Fantasy Performer is back to 4th. Just behind them comes Tuck Check, who's in 5th. Miss Bonnie T, the 2 at the back, Temple City Taboo. And Bobby Jean continues to trail, 48.75 for a half-mile time, and they're into the far turn now. Tour Jeté is in front. Tour Jeté, Goats on a Tree, is ready to pounce towards the outside. Collaboration is weighted with at the rail. Fantasy Performers, 3 wide. Just behind them, Tuck Check. They have not changed the running order much. From the back, Temple City Taboo, Miss Bonnie T, Bobby Jean continues to trail. They reach the top of the lane. Torjate has been there the entire journey. Goats on a Tree. Collaboration is going for the 3-path. Wants out of there. Fantasy Performers trying to hold that line. And the front two continue to go at it. Goats on a Tree to the outside. To the inside, Torjate. Collaboration sticks her head down to chase the top duo. Goats on a Tree to the outside. Bobby Jean from far out of it. Goats on a Tree almost there. Goats on a Tree won it. Goats on a Tree over Tuck Check. Correction, that's Torjate to the inside. Then late rally there, Bobby Jean with Collaboration at 1 minute 42.55 seconds.
First off the claim win. Mike Maker, Dylan Davis, Goats on a Tree, and 5-2. Second choice.
They got 2/3 of their money back after dipping in for an exorbitant $80,000. Dylan Davis was not going to let Torjate get away in here in a very moderate pace. Torjate ran well to be second, but no excuse as Goats on a Tree just got her at the wire. Nobody else able to close much ground except the 9 who was running at the end, who, as we said, was too big a price. She just didn't have a trip that gave her a chance to win.
Looked like the one probably outfinished the 9 for third.
Yep.
Winner, though, slight second choice. Goats on a Tree. Now 2 for 8 on the lawn. We'll have the prices in a moment. Let's go back to Far Hills.
And so far today, Greg, it has been the Gordon Elliott and Jack Kennedy show as they pick up another one. Emily Love getting the victory here in race 3 in the P-Pack. Sweep the card thus far. $3.40 winner over Anoint, who finished pretty strong there too. Really ended up being a 2-horse race. Jack Kennedy, he's had the hot hand and he's standing by with Liza.
Acacia here with winning jockey Jack Kennedy. And Jack, you've swept the card so far. 3 races, 3 wins. How does that feel?
It's great, yeah. I always love coming over here, so nice to get a few winners on the board. Yeah, it's a great meet and a great atmosphere, so it's brilliant, yeah.
And Emily Love, you seem comfortable the whole way around.
Yeah, she actually wasn't doing a whole pile in front. She was very lazy. Would have liked to have gone a fraction quicker on her, but I couldn't get her to go any quicker. But she was always holding the second horse to the line. She was only doing what she had to do, really. Yeah.
And you ride Xana here in the Grade 1 coming up in 2 races. What can you tell us about him coming into the race?
Sure, on paper he's probably the best horse in the race, on ratings anyway. I just hope I haven't used up all my luck before the big one, so hopefully he'll run well anyway. Yeah.
Well, congratulations here and good luck.
Thanks a million.
Acacia, the Irish so far sweeping the card.
It's been a good day for them, that's for sure, Liza. And they have a chance coming up in the 4th as well with Kutash teaming up. A horse trying to make it 3 in a row.
Yeah, they're tough. They bring over Gordon Elliott would have as big a barn, as many horses as anybody in Ireland, and they can kind of aim. They've had success here. They got blanked last year, which was out of character, and they've won the first 3 today. And they're aiming this horse. He's a 4-year-old. Interesting, they ran a different horse. They won the 4-year-old race with a different horse, so now they're back in here in the novice against older horses. But yeah, I think you got to respect them. It's a good group of horses for sure.
Gordon Elliott represented by that one. That one will have Danny Gilligan aboard to the outside with that Fox Sports Champion hurdle coming up. Talk a little bit more about it and continue the live racing action from beautiful and festive Far Hills, New Jersey after this.
Here comes that big gray Tappet Trice right down the outside.
Tappet Trice wins the Toyota Bluegrass. Tappet Trice's 2024 debut was awesome.
Tappet Trice is lunging. Tappet Trice wins the Woodward.
The Cup is calling at the Breeders' Cup with NYRA Bets. Download the NYRA Bets app or sign up at nyrabets.com to get a $25 free bet and $200 deposit match bonus today. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, and boost your bankroll with lucrative promotions. Play the Breeders' Cup World Championships with NYRA Bets. New players sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match only with NYRA Bets.
Game winner first ran a very, very impressive maiden race at Del Mar. Came back in the Del Mar Futurity.
Gaming, a first crop colt, following in his sire's footsteps, winning the Grade 1 Del Mar Futurity.
And then just continued that unbelievable 2-year-old year, went on to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, and then was crowned 2-year-old champion. A very exciting combination of pedigree and race record.
Game winner, continuing the legacy of Candy Ride.
Dylan Davis, Mike Maker first off to claim goats on a tree with the victory here to start off this mandatory pay pick 5 at 5-2.
Gets it done, guts it out. Dylan Davis not allowing the number 2 to get away. They ding-donged together around the track as the pace held together. I thought actually the most interesting performance might have been from the number 9, who finished 4th, narrowly beaten. The only horse to make up any real ground this race came from way back.
And you know, this one named in honor of Evie Jets, and when she started that incredible run, she was claimed for 80,000. This one just claimed prior race for 80,000.
Not quite an Evie Jets-like claim, but amazing about that one. They claimed for 80,000, despite the horse is running in a recent race for $25,000. But they got the money here and got 2/3 of their money back already.
That early pick 5 coming back to over $1,400. We move on to race 6, start of the pick 6. Main track, 7 furlongs, starter allowance, and it is Master of Arms Linda Rice off the claim, and the man who just won, looking to go back-to-back, Dylan Davis, 5-2 favorite.
This is a very, very hard race. I can't believe anybody is a super short price in the race. And number 4, Master Arms, 5-2, coming out of a lower level race, but obviously fast enough to win. But boy, it feels like this race is just wide open.
Yes, it is. Tough one to start in a pick 6. It's incredibly difficult today. We're going to take a break. We'll be back, talk through the sequence a bit. Obviously, this field that kicks it off a lot more. And this trainer could have a huge say in the sequence this afternoon. Linda Rice, as usual, on this circuit, on quite a roll. We'll be back right after this.
$1,600,000 bid now $650,000 $1,650,000 anybody else want $650,000 bid today $1,650,000 $1,600,000 thank you.
When I go to the barn in the morning and train horses that I'm excited about running, that's what drives me. Winning races, whether it be a claiming race or a stakes race or a grade 1 at Saratoga, it's so much more fun than losing. Okay guys, Jose, I'm ready for the first one. Go ahead, we're going from the half out 5/8. My father, he was a hard worker, and he was very ambitious, instilled a strong work ethic in my 3 brothers and myself, and he had a love for the horses his whole life, and he instilled that in us as well.
It's double booked in front.
My first good horse was a horse named Double Booked, a grass horse, when I started training at Monmouth Park, and a filly of my father's named Ready Jack Go. But I would say that City Zip was a very good 2-year-old. I brought him here. He won all 3 2-year-old stakes here.
It's City Zip in front at the 16th. City Zip by 3.
He would be the horse that really helped move me along the path that I am on now. He's going to win a Belmont. I like to claim a lot of young horses with lightly raised horses that I think have both potential on their pedigree side and, of course, conformation. So that's been a big asset to my claiming, which has been probably in the last 5 years I've been doing more of.
Voodoo Song digs in. Is he going to do it? He is! Voodoo Song with a 4-star Dave!
New York racing is, frankly, it's my home. I've been here for quite a few years. I have gone from a young trainer that was struggling to climb the ladder to being a mainstay in New York. And I think by not diluting my business at different venues, I think it's been helpful for me to be successful right here in New York. I'm all about New York racing. My father always said, well, he didn't want to die in the harness. And I think about that sometimes, but I don't know what my day would be like if I didn't have horses to train or to be around or to be excited about. Linda Rice. I'd like them to say she was one hell of a horse trainer, and she earned it.
Linda Rice, there she is. She is a dominant force on this New York circuit year in and year out, and she has maybe the one to beat in this race coming up. Master of Arms, the 4 right now, 7-2 on the board.
Lives and breathes this game, and she's an exceptional trainer, but she's also extremely good at claiming. She will take risks, and she puts her horses in races they can win.
And earlier this week, it was the long-awaited return of an undefeated, incredibly talented New York bred filly who we had not seen yet as a 3-year-old, and she looked really good when she got some running room in the stretch.
She really did. I mean, this is a really nice effort to start out her 3-year-old year. And, well, obviously, you know, we'll see what spots Linda picks out. I think she got an 86 buyer maybe in there, which is close to her best number. And she can be a force in New York bred races, and she still has a $1 2 against open she can run in.
Did I read that correct? Garland of Roses, maybe?
Yeah, that would probably make sense.
Sounds like the next spot, potentially.
Sounds about right.
So 5 for 5 now with the Angels, winning that 3-year-old return to the races. We'll see what happens here with Master of Arms off the claim. She'll have Dylan Davis, Linda will, aboard, who was coming off a win for 16,000 claiming last start.
I feel like the 3, the 4, the 7, the 8, the 9, and even the 10 are all horses that can win this race. They're all taking up somewhat of a similar amount of money in here. Wide open race.
Yeah, great Richie M on the outside. This one is, each of the last 3 starts moved to different barns.
Yeah, I don't love some of the barns at the lower level he's been in. The notas feel like they're hit or miss. They've improved a couple of horses off the claim immeasurably, and they've had a number of horses they've taken over that just haven't really run, so I don't know how to really read it. But this is just a wide open race of horses that have run some pretty good numbers in their days.
And in terms of the pick 6, are you that confident and ready for Candy in the feature that could be a Zinkel?
I mean, I'm not going to look at the pick 6. I'm not playing pick 6s, but I mean, if I had a limited bankroll, I would lean very heavily on her. My backup horse would be the 2 Fast Market. She's not a great pick 6 horse, but I think that Ready for Candy is probably the likeliest winner, though I think Live High, Live Low, the 1 horse in race 8 would be one I would also lean on pretty heavily.
10 minutes away from the race that kicks off in sequence on this Saturday card. We'll be back with the post parade right after this on our Fox Sports 2 coverage.
Welcome to the 2025 Keeneland September Yearling Sale, where history was made when Three Chimneys Gunrunner, the sire of 2025 Grade 1 winners Sierra Leone, Locke, and Brent, became the first horse in the history of the Keeneland September Sale to sire the session topper of each of the first 4 sessions. Among them was the $3.3 million sale topper, purchased by Peter Brent, MV Magner, and Winchell Thoroughbreds. Gunrunner, Breed Shaper, Dream Maker.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
The power of a champion.
Please hold your applause.
The power of Juddmonte.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our Saturday coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you where you can play it all at NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including a pick 6 that starts in this 6th race that is approaching the 7-minute mark to post. And our post parade here coming up momentarily. 4 horses on the board between 3-1 and 5-1 to kick off this sequence.
Yeah, and you got 6 and 8 with the other 2. I mean, there are a lot of horses that can win this race. Favorite right now, the number 4, Master of Arms. Dylan's looking for another win. I certainly think the horse can win. I picked him second, but just wanted to go for a little better price with Saginaw Mischief, who I thought was running against some better horses and consistently running some good figures. A little freshening for this one, but.
We'll kick off the post parade here with Screaming Uncle Christopher Elliott, 16-1.
The big figure 3 back was earned while riding a very strong inside bias. Obviously, the other race is just not fast enough.
Sin Nombre, Jesus Romero trains.
Another horse who's been running in lower level races and just not competing competitively. I'm surprised horse is only 14-1.
JD Factor, he's won 4 of his last 5.
Comes off a 5.5 furlong win, and it was pretty good. He's got some fast races out of town.
Back to favoritism. Linda Rice first off to claim Master of Arms.
He certainly could win. I mean, he's a horse that's run against some better horses, but he did drop significantly last time for Mike Maker.
Tough spot for No Confession, been facing easier at Finger Lakes.
Yeah, he's a long shot.
Here's the 7 Sagamore Mischief. Gustavo Rodriguez trains.
I think 6-1 is a generous price on a horse that's run plenty of races that make him competitive, and he is a horse that can at least be a little bit forward in this race. There appears to be some speed on paper.
He just won for $32,000 last time we saw him at Saratoga. The 8 Forgiving Spirit, Rudy Rodriguez.
Linda had this one, and this one was claimed by Rudy, losing to the horse that Linda claimed in this race. At times, a little erratic, but he can run some fast races.
Back-to-back wins for 2 different barns, now in yet another barn. Take Charge Smiling.
Yeah, we'll see. He's moving up against some tougher horses.
Great Richie M went by.
Yeah, I didn't really love him of the ones taking money in this race, but I could, I find the note is a little hit or miss. When they improve a horse, they can win, though.
And there's a 6 we kind of, who came out last. We did talk about, though, but looks wildly overmatched here.
He will be battling the 1 and 2 for the last place spot.
So 6 minutes to post in this start of the pick 6. Let's bring in Jonathan Kinchin. Your thoughts, JK, here on race 6.
Yeah, I think 2 horses are interesting. When you look at this condition, I think one of the biggest things is it's started for claiming price of $16,000 or less all the way back till July of 2024. And for me, I want horses that that $16,000 level was back further than it is more current. The 3 JD Factors, one of those horses, has been running starter allowance, running fast numbers, the 3 for Jamie Ness. And he's one that I trust a little bit more, that kind of finds this condition to be one that I think he could take advantage of. The 7 Sagamore Mischief, another one who ran for 32 last time and won with a fast number. And it's been a little bit, earlier this year, but when that horse ran for 16. I think one of the things about these starter allowance type conditions, and it's not just today, it's any day, it's that these horses often are not who they were when they qualified for the condition. A horse like the 4 Master of Arms, who ran for 16 last time and did it well, doesn't really make me feel warm and fuzzy. Between the 3 and the 7, I'd take whoever goes off at a higher price. But those are the 2 for me.
All right, thank you, JK. 3-1 favoritism, and now back to JD Factor, and that's the one, the 3 who is on quite a win roll right now, has won 4 of the last 5, including last time out of Delaware.
Listen, I had a lot of trouble reading this race. I'm going to be honest here, and that's why I went to a horse I thought would be a slightly better price than the 7. I don't know what to do with JD Factor. Obviously, he's been doing a lot of good winning out of town, but let's look at some of the prices he was. 30 cents the dollar, 50 cents the dollar, 30 cents the dollar. He's running against dramatically inferior fields at Parks in Delaware. Last time out, yeah, it was a reasonably fast race, but it was a 5.5 furlong race, and this is 7. Now, he's won a mile, he's won a mile 16th, so I don't think the 7 furlongs is a problem. Jamie Ness, he's won races here, but he doesn't seem to have the same magic touch in New York that he does at other racetracks, so taking a short price, I'm not thrilled. He could win. I picked the race 7, 4, 3, 8, and I think the 9 can win as well. This race is wide open.
3 minutes to post. Let's head down to Megan.
I agree. Andy, I agree with you. I had a hard time reading this race myself. As when I went over this card, this was one of the standouts as one of the tougher races to make out. But I do want to take a note of the pace. We mentioned the number 3 JD Factor is his game is going to be to get on the lead and go. But in terms of horses that are going to provide that early pressure, I wanted to chat about the number 4 Master of Arms, because I do think there's going to be plenty of horses up there that are going to be competing for the pace early. And the number 4 Master of Arms, I just had an issue. He's now the favorite up there at 3-1. I have an issue with the horse taking a precipitous drop in class, heavy favorite there, and he just didn't quite win like a heavy favorite that day. And obviously on figures and on form, he's extremely formidable and consistently run those good races. But he also nearly got beaten by a horse that's 7-1 on the tote board and nearly beat him, and now in the same race here again. And I think the number 8 Forgiving Spirit is a horse that, to me, he's a claim back there for Rudy Rodriguez, and it's kind of nice that Rudy has one in here, as it is named after Royal Posse, but still wasn't able to get the best of Master of Arms last time out. But that aforementioned precipitous drop in class, it made sense, and I thought that he was one that could be tactical. Now, I will say he runs a bit high-headed. You see that, high-headed. He adds that shadow roll back on August the 9th, and I feel like he's just one of those horses that could be coming in, could be kind of rolling off of that momentum and could give a challenge here to some of the horses that have gotten the better of him. But wanted to touch briefly on the number 7 Sagamore Mischief, where trainer Gustavo Rodriguez comes off a 2-month freshening. And I will say, just in terms of him physically, at Acacia, Maggie, we have all seen this horse many a time, and he's very much a good doer, as they would say. And he made a good impression to me in the paddock. He's one of those that could also be in the mix tactically as far as the pace is concerned. But I wanted to take a shot with the price, and especially in a field that was as wide open as this one, going ahead and cementing my case on the number 8 Forgiving Spirit. Greg?
Megan, thank you. See how it plays out. Forgiving Spirit right now, the 8, 7-1. A horse that has gone from barn to barn to barn.
All of the horses in this race, the 4, the 3, the 4, the 8, the 7, the 8, the 9 have speed. I think if the 3's in front, it means that other riders are not riding as aggressively as they should be, and that's not normally the case with Ricardo Santana particularly, and even Manny Franco. These are both riders that do very well, and one of the reasons they do well is they're aggressive. So I have trouble making the 3 the speed. Now, maybe Rodriguez will be aggressive because he's inside the other speeds, but I think if he's in front, he's probably going too fast at 7 furlongs. He's 5-2. To me, taking the favorite in this race is a cop-out. I think he's a bad bet at 5-2. I suppose he could win, but I want others.
And outside Great Richie M, that number's starting to come down a little bit as well. It was just in for 32,000, won for 20,000 this summer at Saratoga. In fact, won back-to-back at the meet, 1 for 16, bumped up to 21 again. 9 of his 19 career starts, he has been first or second. Pick 6 on the Saturday card here on Fall Starter Championship Day begins here. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Forgiving Spirit, Master of Arms, takes charge smiling. Loading quickly. Great Richie M to the outside. Great Richie M. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Right to the front, takes charge smiling towards the outside, has got early speed. Forgiving Spirit in that early mix. Hard sent in between horses. JD Factor wants to be in the early pace action. Plenty of pace on as Sagamore Mischief joining them, making it 5 across the racetrack with At the Rail Screaming Uncle. They sort themselves out in JD Factor with a neck in front, but no easy lead. Sagamore Mischief to the outside, Yellow Cap. Screaming Uncle is at the rail. Takes charge smiling up the far outside in 4th. The one in between horses, Master of Arms, Dylan Davis, is bottled up but found a nice spot just tucked in behind the early pace. 22.39 for the opening quarter mile. 4 furlongs left to go. 3 wide. Back there in 6 comes Forgiving Spirit. Lost some ground. Great Richie M. The 2 at the back. That's Sin Nombre with the trailer. No Confession. Well into the far turn now, and JD Factor with all the heavy lifting is a neck in front. Sagamore Mischief is ready to challenge. Takes charge smiling. 3 wide. And here comes Master of Arms. Red Silks was right in behind the pace battle, and they reach the top of the stretch. JD Factor gets the cue, kicks for home. Down to the inside, Master of Arms. Takes charge smiling, is now rolling in the green cap. Center of the racetrack. They're getting closer to the rail opponent, who's now shut off here. Back there in 3rd, and oncoming Forgiving Spirit. Takes charge smiling. Forgiving Spirit, the new danger. Forgiving Spirit, grandstand side, is trying to push on by of Takes charge smiling. Down to the wire, these two head-and-head photo between Forgiving Spirit, Takes charge smiling. Big effort there. JD Factor holds on for 3rd, and Sagamore Mischief in 1 minute 22.22 seconds.
Looks like Forgiving Spirit, the 8, able to get up and get this win at 7-1. Very tight.
Yeah, absolute dream trip here, a very contested pace. But Kendrick went after the number 3, JD Factor. Didn't work out for him. 9 sitting in a good spot behind him, inherited the lead. Looks like the 8 got the bob here and got it done with an absolute dream trip and a very good ride for Manny Franco.
Right when it counts, that nose down at the right time for this 6-year-old. This horse has gone from Linda Rice to Rudy Rodriguez, back to Linda Rice, now back to Rudy, and back in the winner's circle now for the 7th time in his career.
Yep, gets the job done. Excellent ride by Manny.
Having a great meet, winning it better than 25%. That's outstanding. At this meet for Manny Franco, 8-9-3-7. It has been unofficially posted, so it is Forgiving Spirit. 7-1 start to the Saturday Pick 6. So these prices coming up. Last race with Andy Serling this afternoon.
Try not to miss me too much.
We will miss you.
I appreciate that.
And our feature still to come. Plenty more from Far Hills as well. And we're going to get back out there in just a moment. But we got a lot to sort out on a terrific card still to come. That Sands Point, again, before you leave us, your final thoughts. If it's not Ready for Candy in that race.
It's Fast Market. I think Ready for Candy's likely to win. I think Fast Market is going to run well in this race. She's got to get the mile and 1/8. A little bit of a question for her getting more distance, but I liked her maiden win last time. I thought maybe she had a chance to move forward. If Ready for Candy runs her last race, I don't see how it's possible the horse to finish behind her beat her. And so I would want to take somebody from a different spot if I was trying to use another horse, and I'll mostly bet a 5-2 exacta.
All right, so that is coming up in Race 7, that is next. Grade 2 Sands Point will kick off this late pick 5. Stick around for that, and this rest of this card pretty good as well. And all the way through that finale, if you somehow get to that last race, you're playing this pick 5, good luck.
I agree. Last few are good.
Let's get back to Far Hills.
And Greg, we have the Foxborough Champion Hurdle coming up next. It does also kick off today's cross-country pick 5 as well. And just got the call to post here coming up as we're going 2.5 miles here, Joe. A little bit longer race than we've seen thus far.
Yeah, they stretch out a little bit, and these are a little better horses. These are basically restricted stakes based on when they broke their maiden. They can't have broken their maiden over jumps before September 1st of last year.
Okay.
And so you get second season, some third season horses, and you know, they graduate from this division on to the Grade 1 or open stakes division after this.
See if Gordon Elliott can continue his sweep, as he does have the number 9 Kutosh to the outside, who did win it 2.5 miles last time out.
Yeah, and that's his only start over jumps. He's run 4 times. The other 3 were flat races at some steeplechase meets in Ireland. Handicapped the people a little bit. He's a 4-year-old. They won the 4-year-old stake with a different horse, so they must think this one's okay. And I think based on they've won 3 in a row, I think you got it. He moves up. The ground obviously is a little bit favoring those horses. I think they're calling it firm, but I think it's very different here. Front side to back side. There is a creek over there, so it's a little lower over there. Yeah. And he's one that would definitely move up on the ground. And there's a few others out there. China Beach would be one. Pure Courage, I think, might move up at a price on the ground. My pick was Cyber Ninja. Definitely an American firm turf type horse. I don't think that's going to be to his favor today, but I think they'll give it a shot and see how he runs. I know they like him a lot. He's 2 for 2 over jumps.
Yeah.
Has beaten Swore, beaten some nice horses, and you know, fits this. I'm not sure if he's going to get the ground he likes.
I just was seeing them kind of parade over there and getting ready before the race, and I thought Cyber Ninja looked fantastic for Bill Mott, or I should say previously with Bill Mott, since moving to the barn of Jack Fisher. Now 2 for 2 over the jumps, as you mentioned. 3 to 2 though on the Hot Connections as we check in with Liza.
Thanks, Acacia. And yes, we're getting some good prices because that Gordon Elliott horse is taking so much money. And I'm going with one that is a bit of a price, currently at 13 to 1 with the 3 Pure Courage. Coming off a little bit of a layoff, although he did run in Foxfield in that training flat race, so that's not on the form, but it is in the works. And he in the paddock, he looked fit, he looked ready to go. And I did talk to his trainer, Todd Wyatt, yesterday, and he said that he does like him and he's coming into the race really well. And he said that this was his best shot today. And he gets Danny Mullins aboard too, a very strong Irish rider. And we've seen the Irish taking over this card, so maybe Danny can get one as well. And Hidden Path, the 5, he looked great in the paddock also. He did get a bit hot, but he typically does. In Saratoga, we saw him get pretty hot, even hotter than today, and it is pretty warm today, so I'm not too concerned with that sweat coming off of him. That's pretty typical for him, and he's been running in Grade 1 company after he won at Saratoga, and so he drops back into a little bit easier company, although it is a tough field here. He was second in the Harry E. Harris hurdle race here last year, so he's proven that he does like this track, and great coming into this race. Acacia?
Liza, thank you. Hidden Path, yeah, even when Todd Fletcher had him, he's always a horse that we've seen get pretty washy. So Liza bringing up that important point that's typical for him, and he has been keeping good company.
Yeah, definitely. His races at Saratoga would put him in the mix here again. I have a hard time handicapping him for some reason. I picked him a couple times and he doesn't win, and then when I get off him, he wins. So he won and never won 2 at Saratoga. This is his next step up the ladder.
And quickly on the 3, Pure Courage, who I know Liza likes, she mentioned that October 5th is listed as the workout. Expound a little bit on that and what he did that day.
Yeah, there are a handful of race meets that have a training flat race, a steeplechase race, and it's basically no purse. It doesn't affect their condition. That's the biggest thing. If they would have a small purse, and if they lost a condition, then nobody's really trying to win. So they write these races. They're prep races for jump races later, or maybe the Forbes. It's a good place to kind of get a horse used to the scenario, and it'll show up at the bottom of a horse's past performance line as a work. But you'll see it's a 1.5 mile work type of thing, and then they basically get scored by how they finished. whether the winner gets a bullet, the second is second of however many were in the
it.
race and that type of thing. There were actually 2 races that day, and the works kind of get mixed, so it's a little tricky. The winner of one, they base it off the times.
Okay.
So, but you'll see that there, and that is a good sign. A horse coming off of what looks like a long layoff. He had a 1.5 mile flat race 2 weeks ago, which would set him up pretty well for this.
Absolutely. So not quite as long a layoff as it does appear on paper. There's a look in the background, though, at the 2 Cyber Ninja, who you like, and we touched on quickly before checking in with Liza. 2 for 2 over the jumps. Was it kind of what he's shown thus far that piqued your interest?
Yeah, and the flat form. He's got flat form behind him, that would suit, and looks like a horse who would like to go longer, wants to, take on 2 miles. Maybe the pace was just a little too quick trying to keep up, going a little shorter on the flat. 2 for 2 over jumps, and he did it against nice horses when he beats War, who goes on and wins a race, and I think that's a pattern you like to see. 2 for 2 is giving away some experience against a lot of these horses, and especially if, as some of the jocks are saying, it's a little softer down the back, that type of thing, he's going to get thrown some new variables that he hasn't really dealt with before.
He's right next to his stablemate, the number 4, Smart Uncle for Jack Fisher, as this one is taking some attention at 7 to 2.
Yeah, he's another one. I kind of liked him on paper beforehand. I thought he was sneaky at a price, maybe a little better price than some of the others, just because he's got some form. He won a race like this at this condition, the novice condition, in the spring, then sort of went off form a little bit, then went back to the flat and ran really well, and which to me shows a horse that's in fit, ready to go, went to Kentucky Downs and ran well against good horses on the flat.
Yeah, ran very well at Kentucky Downs, actually, finishing 3rd in that allowance. The number 9, Kutach, though, continuing to be your favorite. Gordon Elliott has won 3 of 3, looking to make it 4 of 4. This horse still lightly raced and taking the attention. As Liza mentioned, if you like anybody else, you'll get a little bit of a price, though.
Yeah, I think that's probably the only thing against him. He's only run the 1 time over jumps. I'm sure he's schooled as you could possibly be and ready to go, but going to get put under a little pressure by some more experienced horses going 2.5 miles.
Getting lined up for race 4, the Foxbrook Champion Hurdle. We'll send it up to Larry Colmus for the call.
They're off in the Foxbrook Champion Hurdle, presented by FanDuel. And it's for the Parish, who goes out for the lead. With Pure Courage away second, Smart Uncle is 3rd on the outside as they take that first fence. Then it's Cyber Ninja 4th and down toward the inside, raiding in the middle of the pack. After that, it's Kutak, and then China Beach to the outside, Batman Girac, and then comes Hidden Path. Over the second fence they go and into the turn. So they're fairly tightly packed on the lead here, and a little bit hard to control here. Cyber Ninja down toward the inside, a little headstrong. Smart Uncle is up alongside. They're right together on the lead, and racing in between those two, and now moving up is For the Parish. Now For the Parish pokes ahead in front. On the outside is Smart Uncle running in second. These two will lead him into the stretch first time around. Just ahead of Cyber Ninja in 3rd, Kutach. On the outside is 4th as they straighten away for the first time in the stretch run here. Jamie Bargarian For the Parish leading the way. They're on top from Smart Uncle on the outside. 2nd, Kutach is next, and then Cyber Ninja toward the inside. After that, Pure Courage. China Beach is next, and Batman Girac, and then comes Hidden Path. So they've completed fence number 3, and they're heading to the 4th here with Smart Uncle on the outside and For the Parish toward the inside. Noses apart on the lead. They're clear from Cyber Ninja over that fence. Then comes Kutach in 4th by another 2 lengths. After that, it's China Beach racing up on the outside of Pure Courage, who's near the flags into that turn. And then come the 2 trailers into the turn, Hidden Path and Batman Girac. So on toward the backstretch they go. They're headed to the 5th of 13 fences here, and 2 of them continue to go at it. Smart Uncle on the outside, For the Parish. These 2 setting that pace. Danny Gilligan with a hard hold on Kutach in 3rd, a length and a half off the lead as they go over that fence. Break of another length and a half back to Cyber Ninja, who's 4th by 2. China Beach, Batman Girac is next. Pure Courage on the inside, and Hidden Path. Kutach has taken over here. Kutach suddenly to a 2.5 length lead as they go down the dip and leave the backstretch fences. It's Kutach up and over there in front. Up on the outside is Batman Girac, who's made a move up into second. And then comes Smart Uncle in third, For the Parish fourth by 2, Cyber Ninja's fifth, China Beach sixth on the outside. And then comes Pure Courage and Hidden Path. Around the turn they go, and we've got a new leader once again as Batman Girac has taken charge. Batman Girac straightens out into the stretch next time around. More than a lap to go still, but Batman Girac has run off from the competition. A 5-length lead, a little bit hard to control there going up that hill, but way clear of the others. Batman Girac up and over there, about 10 lengths, now 15 lengths ahead of the rest. Got to go around again. Batman Girac well clear of the others. 15-length lead here. Kutak is second. Smart Uncle is third. Then For the Parish on the inside, followed by China Beach. Cyber Ninja's next, but in the meanwhile, Batman Girac, 30 lengths in front maybe? Moving into that turn, he's absolutely all by himself. Batman Girac and Eric Peretz, well, they're just heading to the backstretch alone. The rest of the field is on the turn. Batman Girac, 30 lengths in front to the backstretch. Kutak is second by 2. And then comes For the Parish and Smart Uncle on the outside over the 11th fence. Batman Girac takes it with a 25-length lead. The others chasing Batman Girac. Kutak on the inside is second. Then comes Cyber Ninja's third. Batman Girac's got 1 fence to go. The lead is still about 15 lengths over Kutak and Cyber Ninja as they make their way into the turn. And that lead is dwindling. It's down to 6. Batman Girac down to a 4.5-length lead. It's now a 3-length lead as Kutak and Cyber Ninja keep cutting into it with every stride, and they take over now. It is Kutak to the front. On the outside, Cyber Ninja second. Batman Girac has given way to third, and the others are still well behind. Over the final fence, Kutak on top. Cyber Ninja running up on the outside into second. Batman Girac fights on third, but it is Kutak and Danny Gilligan. Gordon Elliott's having a day. He's 4 for 4. They win the Foxbrook Champion Hurdle over Cyber Ninja, Batman Girac, and Pure Courage.
Well, it was an oddly run race, that's for sure, but the favorite delivering late, Kutak just sitting on so much horse as he was able to take over after Batman Girac opened up about double-digit lengths.
Yeah, that's for sure. That was wild. The race just completely changed and blew up in the middle with Batman Girac running off. He almost made it work. If he maybe waited one more fence, he might have been able to hang on. Yeah, we touched on it. Kutak and the Gordon Elliott string really firing. They're getting their ground. From a total handicapper standpoint, they're all first-time Lasix compared to our horses. Sitting on a big effort. The 4-year-old, they skipped the 4-year-old race with this one to run here. And a lot of horse. Well done. Different jock there. Danny Gilligan picks up this ride and outruns Cyber Ninja second, and Batman Girac hung on for third.
Pretty incredible as the Elliott team 4 for 4 thus far today at Far Hills, holding off a late try from Cyber Ninja, and as you said, holding third Batman Girac after opening up by at least 15 lengths in the middle of the race. But Kutak gets the win with Danny Gilligan in the saddle. It seems that's pretty much all you have to do is, Liza said, bet the Irish today.
That's for sure. It's their kind of day, right? They're getting American weather. Otherwise, the Irish horses are ripping it up. And again, he's got a loaded barn. Ames horses here, they show up ready.
As Gordon Elliott has field doors still to come in the American Grand National, which is the next race here at Far Hills. But first, we're going to send it back over to Aqueduct, ready for Candy, ready to rock in the Sands Point. All that coming up after this.
Good to be with you back on our Saturday coverage on Fox Sports 2. You're watching America's Day at the Races. It's brought to you in part by Gainesway Power, Passion, Performance. Megan Burgess joining me on the desk. Good to be with you as we take a look at the winner from the start of the Pick Six for Giving Spirit.
This was a 7-1 winner, and somehow I was able to find him in this really contentious group. But as we mentioned, Rudy Rodriguez, the conditioner here, also trained the namesake, as you see on that blanket in Royal Posse. Had to be a special memory there for Rudy walking down memory lane. But you see the pace was just blitzing. We saw the number 3 JD Factor get on the front end, and then everybody kind of rushed up and joined him there. And the number 8, as Andy mentioned earlier, worked out a beautiful trip, albeit he was wide as he was closing them down late. And it worked out for him in the end, but this horse had been in good form. He had been right there with Master of Arms, who we see did not quite run his best race there, as he was caught up on the front end of things hot early. But all the credit to the Rodriguez barn for getting this horse home in a very competitive race.
Reclaim for Rudy Rodriguez gets the win here. And as you mentioned, yeah, this one named for Royal Posse, who Rudy had claimed for $20,000, went on to win multiple editions. The Evan Shipman won the Aladar Empire Classic. Very good performer, won over $1 million in his career. $16.74 for the win to kick off the Pick Six in her feature race. Good one coming up next for these 3-year-old fillies at 1 1/8 on the lawn. There's Megan. Good to see you. Good to have you up on the desk.
I mean, we get a couple of hours, Greg. It's going to be a fun one.
Yes, we have a strong card ahead, including this race here, depending upon how you feel about Ready for Candy. What are your thoughts on this filly for Phil Antonacci?
We just took a look at the tote board there. She's currently at even money, and I think that's a little strong on her. And while I do believe that she ran incredibly well last time out in that Grade 3 Winter Memories, she is, as far as her speed figures are concerned, are right on par with the rest of this competitive group.
Broker Maiden at 1 1/8. That was 2 starts ago, but she had been battle tested before that in Group 1 company prior, while she was still a maiden. Then she cuts back, gets that Grade 3 win. Winter Memories. Top 4 finishers return, including Paradise City, who was getting to her in her turf debut in that runner-up finish for Saffie Joseph Jr.
Exactly. You're getting 7-1 on her right now. And that horse, along with the number 8 Decadent, reappears with healthy prices. And they are the types of fillies that have a lot of upside, as they both got to the turf for the first time and are now reappearing there after a really strong effort in graded stakes company. So I definitely think that it would be a mistake to heavily, maybe if you're leaning towards singling a horse like Ready for Candy. I think she's going to be very much involved, but she's going to have to take another step forward to beat these fillies yet again.
Here's one Andy Serling has left us, but thinks if it's not the even money favorite, it's maybe this one. Fast Market took a little while to break her maiden, and she comes off that maiden victory here, Belmont at Aqueduct for John Terranova.
I agree with Andy. I love this filly and the way she looked breaking that maiden there for John Terranova. I will say, John Terranova was 1 for 37 stretching out on turf prior to her win last time out. But she looked incredible in the way she did it. She saved ground through the entirety of that race before tipping out to make her run with a strong late kick. And I think she's breaking from the inside favorably again today.
Post-parade, here we go. We'll start with one coming in from north of the border, Boca Queen for Kevin Attard.
Owned by Rapoli Stable, though. Attard doesn't typically send horses this live over. He's 0 for 4 in the past 5 years as far as shipping in for graded stakes, but she could be there as far as her form is concerned.
Fast Market we just touched on, coming off that maiden win for John Terranova.
Huge progress last time out, but this is a tough spot in facing winners.
John Ortiz barn, Winfinity, coming off a couple of turf efforts at Colonial.
Looks like the stakes debut there for her jockey, but has to take a step forward from those Virginia-bred efforts.
1 of 2 for Chad Brown, Griselda.
Shows real promise as a mile, but has to turn the tables and really take a step forward for me to get on board with her.
Here's the even money favorite, Grade 3 Winter Memories winner, Ready for Candy.
She's the only filly in this field with 9 furlong experience, so she gets that distance here, and she won when doing so.
The other Chad Brown filly, her only start on turf, she won her debut at Monmouth.
This is a huge litmus test for her. She's undefeated, 2 for 2, hasn't done anything wrong so far.
This was the runner-up in the Winter Memories, 2 Ready for Candy, Paradise City.
Same post this time around, looks to turn the tables, and she's a tactical sort who showed her speed more so on the grass last time.
Third place finisher in that race behind Ready for Candy, Decadent.
Decadent trip last time out as well against moderate fractions and contends with the wide draw now here with the rails down.
Pick 5 starts here, approaching the 5-minute mark to post our feature on this Saturday afternoon. Grade 2 Sands Point, mile and an eighth on the turf. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back right after this. Ready for Candy, the 5 even money favorite.
The best 2-year-old by legendary sire Quality Road. Get back, $1.5 million.
Very, very impressive debut. Cantering home. Could not have been more impressive.
Coast to coast in the American Pharaoh. He's the real deal.
Undefeated and unchallenged at 2.
He's just too good. He wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Corniche.
You're never more here than when you're here. Here is more than just a horse race. Here is where you want to be. And here's the horse that's going to make it happen.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup.
Here she is, coming around the final turn. Making sure that this year, you won't be anywhere else, but here.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
At the Open Road Auto Group, we know what matters when shopping for your next vehicle. That's why we bring you the world's most popular brands at 19 convenient locations, with the largest combined new and pre-owned inventory in the tri-state, all backed by the savings you want and the 5-star service you deserve. Because we know you have a lot riding on your next vehicle, and that's what matters most of all to us. The Open Road Auto Group.
Thanks for being with us on our Saturday coverage here on Fox Sports 2 as we get set for the Grade 2 Sands Point for these 3-year-old fillies going 1 mile and an eighth. It kicks off the late pick 5, and you can play it right there by getting signed up with NYRA Bets. Get that offer, that $25 free bet, $200 deposit match sign-up bonus when you punch in that code CUP25 at sign-up and bet any track, anywhere, anytime, again at NYRABets.com. Let's head down to Richie Migliore, who's back with us.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. And, watching these fillies and mares warm up, or excuse me, fillies, I should say, just really taken with a couple, starting with the 2 Fast Market. Could not look better from a physical perspective for trainer John Terranova. What I find interesting, her form's a little spotty, right? Dirt, turf, long, short. This is the first time I've seen some continuity. Breaking her maiden going 1 mile, now coming back at 1 mile and an eighth. I thought her last race was a big step forward. And also, she is a May foal, a later foal. All thoroughbreds turn a year older on January 1st, but in actuality, she wasn't 3 years old until sometime in May. That's later. I've always found that March foals to me are the ones I want. You're past the worst of the bad weather and getting ready to start true springtime. You see a lot of really good March foals. May foals sometimes need more time to really mature and fully physically develop. I like what I'm seeing from the 2 Fast Market. Took her a while to break her maiden, but like I said, a little more continuity this time. The 5, Ready for Candy, your favorite. She looks great. I mean, if I was picking on purely who I'd want to ride, I'd want to ride Ready for Candy, but also I'd want to ride for Phil Antonacci. I'd probably just pitch a tent outside of the farm there and say, hey, I want to be your rider because these guys do great work. Their horses look good. She comes off a very game effort. And I think tactically she has a big advantage. She's a horse that can be forward. She can be on the lead. She can stalk. And a race that appears fairly devoid of speed, she should create her own trip. I'm also very fascinated with the genetics. Ready for Candy by Twirling Candy, but out of a More Than Ready mare. And boy, you can see so much of that More Than Ready influence in her from that physical perspective. And the 7, Paradise City. She's 6-1, and Ready for Candy is 6-5. And they were a nose apart last time. Paradise City showed last time that she can also find that good stalking trip. I think we could see a repeat of the Winter Memories.
See what happens here, Mig. Yes, both these 2 Well, everyone out of that race, but Ready for Candy has gone this distance before, but for Paradise City, that was the first time on the grass in the Winter Memories. So going a longer distance she's ever traveled over the grass, but she was getting to the winner late in that race.
She was, and I think a big issue that I had with Paradise City is, while yes, she was a bit more tactical in her last effort, there just wasn't a whole lot of pace on paper. You could also say the same about my top selection and the number 6 Pretty Picture, but that's, I think, a concern with me, Greg, is trying to identify who's going to go in this race, and I think that even benefits the number 5 Ready for Candy even more so. You see 2 back. She was able to get to this 9 furlong distance, get on the lead, settle, and she won that effort by 7 lengths. So I think she's just one of those fillies that you could pretty much do whatever you want and make any kind of trip, and she will be formidable in this spot for sure.
I know we didn't see it last time with Fast Market too, but this is probably the fastest filly in the race, the 2. Do they want to use that speed that she has?
Exactly, and they did, but that was way back earlier in the Appalachian when she was going up against horses like Nitrogen and Fion and Grade 1 winners. So I agree with you, Greg. I think she could be one that gets a little bit aggressive, but I think that she has the number 5 has the advantage of drawing a little bit to her outside, kind of playing the break a bit more, and potentially being able to see who goes to her inside and working out the dynamics of that trip. But Greg, I mean, there's 2 horses in here trained by Chad Brown, and they're a little chilly up there. In terms of, I just want a little mention here, in terms of the number 4, Griselda, while I didn't like her effort last time out in the Grade 3 Winter Memories, I think she definitely has some room for improvement. But I do vividly remember when Saul Cumin in the Paddock, or excuse me, in the Winner's Circle at Saratoga had mentioned that this filly kind of reminded Chad a little bit of Uni, who won this race back in 2017.
Yeah, became a 4-time Grade 1 winner after that, including beating Boys in the Breeders' Cup Mile. She was a lot of fun to watch. Won over $2 million in her career. And I agree with you. Griselda, I thought had room for improvement. Pretty Picture, meanwhile, the 6, the bigger price of the pair for Chad Brown, who did win first time out at Monmouth on the grass, and then won again a race taken off the turf, but off that turf debut, it certainly could improve from that barn, no question, but would need to take a pretty big step forward.
She has to, but if you really look at her figure, she doesn't have to run that much faster to potentially meet some other fillies at where they're at right now. So I kind of took a shot with her. I thought she was pretty interesting. She seems to be a tactical, handy type who could also make her own trip, but I don't disagree with you. I think the 5, Ready for Candy, looks pretty strong in here.
Public agrees. Even money as she looks to go back-to-back in graded stakes off that Grade 3 Winter Memories win. Ready for Candy with Ricardo Santana Jr. for Phil Antonacci. The favorite as the late pick 5 starts here. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Thank you, Greg. Here is Ready for Candy going in. Pretty Picture. Pretty Picture loading. Now bringing Griselda forward. Flavian Pratt. Paradise City. Manny Franco and last to load will be Decadent. Christopher Elliott to the outside. It's a Grade 2, $200,000, the Sands Point. All set. And they're off. Breaking very outward was Decadent. Paradise City is showing early speed. Down towards the inside, Winfinity is going to get squeezed here and shuffled back. At the rail is going to be Boca Queen, is going to be in the early fray. So it's Paradise City now with a head in front of Boca Queen as they come out of the chute. Trying to slow things down, Paradise City. Manny Franco is now going to get over to the rail and just steady at the pace. And it's going to be Paradise City with Boca Queen switching towards the outside here in second. Ready for Candy in a perfect spot in third. Just moving right along for Ricardo Santana Jr. And they're bunched in behind that third place runner. With at the rail comes Griselda moving forward towards the outside Fast Market. Back in sixth is going to be Winfinity. Got squeezed at the start. Now going to be towards the back end of the field with Pretty Picture, and the trailer is Decadent. On the front end, Paradise City with a neck advantage, 49.32 was that half-mile time. That opening quarter, 23.61, but 49.32, an easy pace for Paradise City, a half length in front of Boca Queen. Ready for Candy, no excuses. At the rail in third, just behind them, Fast Market. Winfinity starts to move from the back. Griselda's losing some ground, is now back to sixth. The two trailers, Pretty Picture and Decadent. Into the far turn. Paradise City is in front. Boca Queen ready to pounce, and here comes Boca Queen and Kendra Carmouche on the move. Ready for Candy, patiently ridden, nowhere to go yet at the rail. Ground saving journey in third as they turn for home. Paradise City is in front. Ready for Candy is looking for a way out. Boca Queen's going to give her that seam, and Paradise City is kicked on. Ready for Candy in full pursuit. Fast Market, here comes Fast Market also down to the inside. Ready for Candy with a neck advantage. Fast Market continues to give her game chase to the inside. Ready for Candy to the outside. Fast Market ready for Candy won the Sands Point. Fast Market second, then came Pretty Picture. Then there was a photo. Give it to Boca Queen over Paradise City in 1 minute 49.44 seconds.
Ready for Candy, just waiting for her cue from Ricardo Santana Jr. When asked for more, she really kicked in.
I mean, I think we also have to take a look at the number 2 and give respect there. I mean, Ready for Candy, while you do see her kind of trying to find a little bit of room there, she found it. And she had a much better trip than the number 2, who was breathing down her neck late in the way of Fast Market, who put forth a tremendous effort. Facing winners for the very first time, give all the credit to the number 5, Ready for Candy, back-to-back graded stakes wins for trainer Phil Antonacci.
She's in sharp form right now. 3 straight maiden win. Grade 3 winner memories, and now the Grade 2 Sands Point. And what an impact Ricardo Santana Jr. has made since he's come full-time to the New York circuit.
And it's interesting to me, the fact that, you know, Ricardo being aggressive, he also played this so perfectly in a way that he did let the number 7 Paradise City, who has never shown speed in her lifetime 10 career starts, really get chilly on the front end and set an easy lead. No real excuse for her, the fact that she just didn't finish. But Ricardo sat back in the pocket, found room, and made that run. And I also, again, I'm just so impressed by the number 2 Fast Market and the way that filly ran as well up there at 7-1. I also think the number 6 Pretty Picture was last of the group, especially when they go 49-1 at the half. I thought she put up a real tremendous effort as well closing, but that filly is in tremendous form, as you had mentioned, Greg. Ready for Candy looks like she's ready for anything that they give her.
These top 2 really ran well. Ready for Candy, though, once again, your winner, back-to-back graded stakes wins. Great job, trainer Phil Antonacci, Lindy Farms, and Ricardo Santana Jr. on board for each of these last 2 graded stakes victories, out-dueling Fast Market for the win. Even money favorite to kick off the late pick 5. It's Ready for Candy in the Sands Point. Well, the prices when we come back.
Connect, a Grade 1 winning millionaire, making his mark as a sire. With Rattle and Roll, a Grade 1 winning 2-year-old. Graded stakes winners Whitwaters Ran, Implicated, Apple Picker, and Forever After All. Connect, a proven sire in the making. Standing at Lane's End Farm. The world's premier breeding stock event, the November sale at Fasig-Tipton. Be Your Best has been a graded stakes performer every year from ages 2 to 5. Her victories include this year's Grade 1 Gamely Stakes.
Be Your Best by 3.5.
And the Grade 2 Pegasus World Cup Filly and Mare Turf over 3 Grade 1 winners. She now has earnings over $1.1 million for owner Michael Ryan and trainer Safi Joseph Jr. Runner-up in the Grade 1 Del Mar Oaks and American Oaks. She also placed in this year's Grade 2 Beverly D and Flower Bowl. A daughter of the European champion Muharrar, she is out of a Medaglia d'Oro mare that is a full sister to stakes winner Bay of Plenty and a half to Grade 1 placed Fortify. Her female family is one of the best in the history of the stud book, tracing back to the great mare La Troyenne, the broodmare of the year Striking. Her page is stacked with North American and international Grade 1 winners. Grade 1 winner Be Your Best, selling this November with Indian Creek.
Back with you on our Saturday coverage on a gorgeous fall Saturday afternoon on Fall Starter Championship Day, Belmont of the Big A, here on Fox Sports 2. And if you can make it here, you know the saying, ready for Candy certainly has shown she can. 3 in a row, back-to-back graded stakes wins now, and that man aboard for both the graded stakes wins.
Ricardo Santana Jr. has just made such an impression here on this New York jockey colony. He rode this filly well-timed amidst a slow pace, pounced on the group, and she's kind of won both of her races in kind of that just getting there fashion, but at the same time, she's really been able to show tenacity, and really, that's what you want to see, especially with fillies at this point in their career, these 3-year-old fillies digging down and getting that pressure and still being able to manage a win. So kudos to this team. Kudos to Phil Antonacci for being able to get this job done for Lindy Farms. And this filly has just come alive and woken up on this NYRA circuit.
Breaks her maiden mile and an eighth, cuts back to a mile for that graded stakes win. Now adds another at a mile and an eighth, stretching back out. Let's head down to Mig for more.
Thanks, Greg. And ready for Candy, Phil. I'm pleased to be joined here by Phil Antonacci. She's just so professional, and she creates her own trip because she can make the pace if she wants to, but sit in the pocket like that today, you had to feel really good about her position.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, she's multidimensional, and I think she listens to Ricardo, whatever she needs to do. And I think the mile and eighth, like I was saying at the beginning of the week, I think the scenario sets out a little bit where they kind of break and they can settle and kind of get that little breather. So it worked out well today, and I'm very happy with the trip when it was unfolding.
You know, to me, two things that make up really good turf horses, and that's one, having a really good mind, which appears she does, and acceleration, a turn of foot. She really seems to have both of those things.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they got to be able to shut off, which I think, sometimes it's difficult for fillies to do. They kind of get rank, and once they leave the gate there, it's hard for them to come back to you. But she can do that, and so she can shut off, very maneuverable. But when that pocket opens or the space opens, she kind of can go through it. So I think it makes her very dangerous.
Phil, you not only, family connection with horses, harness racing Hall of Fame, your dad, people in your family, but you really prepared to be a thoroughbred horse trainer. You did the Darley Flying Start program as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that was it's as life-changing as a program there is out there, and forever grateful for the Godolphin and Darley team and Sheikh Mohammed, and to kind of really give people with good groundwork the opportunity to kind of pursue a career in this industry, and it was certainly life-changing for me. So I think just applaud the program. It's been amazing.
Well, you're doing a fantastic job. Horses look good, run good. And I would really love to come visit you guys at the farm and see what you guys are doing there, because obviously you're being very successful.
Yeah, thank you. And maybe get you on a few sets, too, to ride up the hill.
Just don't tell anybody. I think I'm going to go to the farm, though, guys.
The old self-invite. Okay, that was bold, Mig. Phil Antonacci, rising star in this sport. We saw how talented he was this summer at Saratoga.
Exactly. Richie, you said you were going to get a chair and sit out of Lindy Farms, but I think they're going to let you in and maybe let you get on a couple if you ask them nicely, which, got the chance to do so there. Loved that. But I just can't say enough good things about this filly and what she's been able to show us in these 2 stakes wins. I think she's going to be really formidable, not just throughout the remainder of this year, but into looking on, as she's kept a good mind at 3, and it's going to be exciting to watch her develop into her 4-year-old year as well.
We move along race 8 on the turf, sprinting at 6 furlongs in this 50,000 starter allowance. And as expected, live high, live low. George Weaver dropping out of a grade 3 right now the favorite on the board.
You know, of the extremely competitive late pick 5 sequence, I thought that this race in particular is one where you likely lean on some of the shorter prices and hopefully get by. But as you mentioned, the number 1, Live High, Live Low, is taking a precipitous drop in class out of that grade 3 into a starter. And while others are also kind of at that allowance level, he just towers above this field in terms of what he has been facing so far. So we will see if he is able to get the job done this time.
All right, more on this one momentarily. 18 minutes to post in a race that's going to kick off the late pick 4 back at Far Hills. The most prestigious race in American steeplechasing, Grade 1, American Grand National. $250,000 purse, and the 11-year-old Snap Decision looking to go back-to-back in this race. Right now, 7-2 on the board. Graham Waters won it on him last year. He is back aboard for Jack Fisher. Millionaire over the jumps. Can he do it again? We will find out momentarily as we'll get you back after Far Hills after a timeout. The 11-year-old looking to go back-to-back and take home that hardware once again in the Grand National from Far Hills. 2 miles, 5/8 over the jumps. There he is. What a star and consistent performer he has been. Stay with us.
McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, home to 4-time leading New York sire Central Banker, sire of champion New York bred Bank Frenzy.
Bank Frenzy, a hard-fought winner of the Commentator.
And multiple stakes winner Sunday Girl.
Clear winner in the John Hettinger Sunday Girl.
Also standing into mischief's Grade 1 Sun Provocateur and top young stallion Solomini, sire of Mike Lee Stakes winner Doc Sullivan at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, celebrating over 50 years of equine excellence.
The Cup is calling at the Breeders' Cup with NYRA Bets. Download the NYRA Bets app or sign up at nyrabets.com to get a $25 free bet and $200 deposit match bonus today. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, and boost your bankroll with lucrative promotions. Play the Breeders' Cup World Championships with NYRA Bets. New players sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match only with NYRA Bets.
We each have our own motivation.
Mullins lead the way to the second private hurdle.
History, heritage, a desire to win.
Graham Waters may never do anything but win.
A shared vision, without which success has no meaning.
Just about 2 seconds they have here.
Brown Advisory, investing in the present to raise the future.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
The Grade 1 American Grand National coming up next. You're watching America's Day at the Races live from Far Hills. The crowd started filling in early this morning, Joe. Driving on the train in the city. You see just clusters of people walking in, and of course a lot of excitement leading up to this race, the feature, the American Grand National.
Yeah, I mean, it's the richest race in jump racing and in America, and for a reason. That's why you get these horses. That's why they get the crowd here. That's why we're here, really. And it's a great group. There's one, Swore, comes in for Kerry Bryan off the win at Aqueduct.
One nicely in the Lonesome Glory. There is the venerable Snap Decision.
Yeah, it's all going to be whether you can handle this ground. It doesn't seem that soft, but they're saying it is tiring horses out.
Lightly raced in the States, Ve Patron.
Yeah, he runs for the second time in a calendar year for the first time since 23.
Here's at Field Door, 1 of 2 for Gordon Elliott.
Yeah, the longer price at 9-1.
Number 5, Ballysax Hank coming over for trainer Gavin Cromwell.
Yeah, and taking a lot of action. The Gavin Cromwell, you got to respect. Nice horse, in form.
Here's How Ya Bud, who will look for his first win in the Murphy Barn.
Yeah, it's been a while for him. This spring, he ran a decent race against Snap Decision in April.
There's the favorite riding the Gordon Elliott train, Zena here.
Yeah, I think he's going to be really tough. Rated similarly to Galvin, who was second here last year.
And Bulldog to the outside.
Comes in for Tom Garner. Would be a bit of a surprise, but nice horse, has European pedigree, ought to like the ground.
That's the field for the Grade 1 American Grand National. No, he's not the favorite now. I think a lot of people will be rooting for the number 2, Snap Decision, the 11-year-old trying to defend his title. And there's one person who might know him better than anybody. That's his rider, Graham Waters, who Liza got a chance to catch up with.
Here with Graham Waters, and Graham, we have Snap Decision coming up. How amazing has he been for your career?
Look, he's been fantastic for my career. I think he's been fantastic for steeplechasing in America. You know, the American bred horse last year, I think he was the only American bred in the race to go and win it the way he did, putting up such a good fight. Look, he's been an unbelievable horse for my career, and you know, I'm not sure I'll ever come across another one like him.
And the jump jockeys have a little bit more to do with the horses leading up to the race. You ride him most days. Can you talk a little bit about that process and how he's coming into the race as well?
Yeah, I ride him every day, all year. You know, he gets the winter off. There's no jump race in the winter, so as soon as January comes back around, we're back going. I exercise him 6 days a week and do all the schooling and everything with him. He's an absolute pleasure to ride every day. He definitely tests my arms. He's as enthusiastic now at 11 as he was when I sat on him first as a 6-year-old. He's a good, strong horse. He's a nice, big, round, muscly sort of horse. Highly intelligent. Loves to stick to his routine. If you take him out of his routine, he's like, what's up? Yesterday morning, typically he rides out at 9 a.m. Yesterday morning, I had to exercise him at 6:30 to get him up here in the dark, and already he was like, game on, something's different. What are we doing? Where are we going? So, very, very intelligent horse.
And talk a little bit about the ground. It was firm last year, a little softer this year.
It was much more towards our liking last year with a good dry fall, with a bit of rain here last week, and it's a little bit on the dead side. I think the European horses will thrive on it. They'll be calling it good to firm ground, but it's definitely soft for the American horses. I think it's not as soft as it was 2 years ago, but not as quick as it was last year when he won. But I think as long as it's not really tiring ground, I think he should skip across it just fine.
Well, good luck here.
Thanks very much.
Acacia Snap Decision looks to take it back-to-back years.
Liza, thank you. As Snap Decision, what a cool horse he has been. And I loved what Graham had to say about him, that he's just as exuberant now at 11 as he has been all along. And we'll see what kind of trip he gets, and should he be able to handle the ground, and should he be able to still get it done at this age?
Yeah, I think that's the big question. Even Graham says, as much as he likes him, as much as he thinks he's in really good form, he's like, he's 11 and we're taking on 7-year-olds, 8-year-olds, that kind of thing. Can he do it again at this level, at the top class? And Graham touched on a little bit. The horse, he does love a routine. I did a feature on him for a magazine last year. He's outside at night pretty much all the time. He spends every night outside, and comes in to train, spends the day, but he's outside like in, whatever. You drive in the driveway at midnight, Snap Decision's going to stick his head over the fence and go, what are you doing here? So very cool horse, and as Graham said, representing American jump racing really well.
He certainly has been, and he won this race last year in the American Grand National, so trying to defend his title. He's also the reigning champion steeplechase horse, having been named champion at the Eclipse Awards last year. Now, as far as his competition, you do have two for Gordon Elliott. One is the higher price, the number 4 Field Door, who will come back second off of a bit of a layoff, and he does seem to be a little bit of the maybe insurance policy should a stable name not be able to get it done.
Yeah, looking at the price and looking at what he's done, yeah, but I think you got to respect the connections. He's been running against really good top class company over there, and looks wonderful walking by here. Yeah. And I think any of Gordon's horses are live. We've just seen it.
There's the other ones, Anna. Here, he does seem to be the more favored of the two, as is reflected on the board as well. He won his last 2 races, 2 3/4 over soft turf, good turf last time out, going 2 1/8. So he's certainly able to handle softer conditions should the likes of Snap Decision not take to the way the turf is today. Now, it should be noted, it is still listed as firm, so Sonny here probably likes it even a little bit softer than what he's going to get today.
Exactly. It's going to be how on top of it they are. If you dig back into his hurdle form, he's running against Constitution Hill and State Man, best hurdle horses in the world a few years ago. So, you know, his chase form lately has been really good, a little different than our game, but top class horse.
He's not the only one looking to make it 3 in a row. The 5 Ballysax Hank is in good form. Liza, how's he looking to you?
Acacia, he looked great in the paddock, and I'm going to pick him. The other Irish invader, Gavin Cromwell, sends him out. Very good trainer, multiple Group 1 winning trainer in Ireland, and he this is his first steeplechase runner in the U.S., but he has brought over flat runners and run in the Breeders' Cup before, so he knows what types of horses to bring over for sure. And Ballysax Hank is coming in off of 2 wins this summer and won the summer plate, and then had a little break and came back in a flat prep race. And Gavin said that he's always kept an eye on the types to bring over. And Acacia, here we go.
The American Grand National. And Swore goes immediately to the early lead. Joined on the outside by Ve Patron. And these two will lead them early on as they race up the backstretch. It is Swore and Ve Patron. 1-2. How Ya Bud is third on the outside. And then comes Fedor in fourth as they continue over these backstretch fences. Snap Decision is fifth right now, and he's down on the inside. Right alongside of Snap Decision over that fence is Ballysax Hank. Then it's a separation of another 4 lengths back to the 2 trailers, Bulldog and Zanahir, who is last of them all. So they race on the turn for the first time, with Swore the leader and Ve Patron second on the outside. These two opening up 3 lengths on How Ya Bud. It's another 3 back, and then comes Fedor, Ballysax Hank, and Snap the Decision. The defending champion is just in behind them. Third last at the stage, leading just Bulldog and Zanahir, coming into the stretch and heading toward fence number 4. So Swore will lead them to that fence. Up top here, it is Swore on the lead. Coming to fence number 4, Swore by about a length. Ve Patron, second toward the inside by another 2. Then comes How Ya Bud in third as they race by us for the next time. Then Fedor, Ballysax Hank on the outside. Graham Waters and Snap Decision are still 6 lengths behind, leading Bulldog and Zanahir over that next fence. They all clear and clear it well here. It is Swore up top from Ve Patron. 5 fences completed and still 9 more to go. Swore going a little bit wide. Ve Patron saves all the ground and now draws even. So the 2 of them are right together on the lead. 2.5 to Fedor and How Ya Bud. Ballysax Hank is next. Then Snap Decision, still about 7 lengths behind, entering the backstretch with Zanahir right alongside of him. And then comes Bulldog. So up the backstretch they go. Ve Patron and Swore, and they're right together. They go side by side, 2 lengths ahead of the field. And then comes How Ya Bud in third as they go over that fence. In behind that group, Fedor, Ballysax Hank on the outside, and Snap Decision just behind them. And then Bulldog and Jack Kennedy unhurried with Zanahir, still at the rear of the field here with a long way to go. They're 7 lengths behind. So it has been Ve Patron and Swore battling it out early on here, and they'll enter the turn right together. They've completed 8 fences, and these two are a neck apart. Fedor is third on the outside. And then How Ya Bud, who's down toward the inside in fourth. Snap Decision just in behind them. He's still about 6 or 7 lengths off the lead. Then Ballysax Hank, followed by Zanahir and Bulldog. So they come into the stretch with 1 lap to go here. Swore on the outside. Ve Patron has been saving all the ground, and now Ve Patron has the lead. Swore on the outside second. How Ya Bud is third. In behind them, Snap Decision's getting a little bit closer now. He's gaining a bit of ground on the inside. Then comes Ballysax Hank. After that, Fedor, Zanahir, and Bulldog, and they're very tightly packed here with 1 lap to go in the American Grand National. There's 4 horses across the track. 4 of them right together. How Ya Bud down on the inside. A narrow lead to Ve Patron, Swore, and Ballysax Hank. Snap Decision is just in behind that leading quartet. He's down on the inside with 3.5 lengths to gain. And then comes Bulldog and Zanahir moving up alongside of Fedor, who's now at the rear of the field as they head toward the backstretch for the final time in the American Grand National. Ve Patron, How Ya Bud, the two of them right together. And Snap Decision has moved up on the inside of Ballysax Hank. They're third and fourth. Break of another 2 lengths more to Zanahir. Zanahir still 5 lengths behind, and then Fedor to the inside. So they go to the next fence after they go down that dip. And they are still tightly packed here. How Ya Bud goes over there first. Now the leader by a length. Ve Patron second. Snap Decision just in behind the leaders. Ballysax Hank moves up on the outside. Then comes Fedor. They race into the far turn. It is How Ya Bud on the inside. Ballysax Hank. Zanahir makes his run now. And it's a bold move on the far outside under Jack Kennedy as they come toward the top of the stretch. They're turning for home here in the American Grand National. And it is Zanahir on the outside. Ballysax Hank is next as they turn for home. Zanahir, Ballysax Hank. These two come up the hill together. Down on the inside, How Ya Bud is third. Then Snap Decision in the center. It is Ballysax Hank and Zanahir to decide it. Ballysax Hank, Zanahir. It's going to be close to the American Grand National. Zanahir! Zanahir, a perfect day for Gordon Elliott and Jack Kennedy. They have won the American Grand National.
Well, you heard it in Larry's call. Perfect day indeed for Gordon Elliott. Zanahir with a less than ideal trip, able to run down the number 5 Ballysax Hank, who ran exceptionally well. They ended up kind of duking it out down to the wire after this final jump, Joe.
Yeah, proper race over the last, fence and a half, kind of from the turn up. And we saw Zanahir really blow the second fence and lose position entirely and didn't panic, worked his way into the race, and then just wore this horse down. Ballysax Hank was sitting a little closer, got first run on him, and then Zanahir just keeps grinding it out, and gets up in, the final 3 strides?
Final jump, but Gordon Elliott, what a remarkable day as he's standing by with Liza.
Yep. Acacia. Gordon's, congratulations, you won! Congratulations, winning 4. Celebrations are big. Gordon winning 4 already. 5.
It was over after the second fence. He went to duck her and out. I'm not sure what happened. Unbelievable. Look, one of my best days as a trainer to come over here in the 5 winners. The whole outfit when we come over here. So, listen, all thanks to the staff at home and the lads that come over, Busty and Jack.
And we really apologize for technical difficulties. Hopefully can get back over to Liza. We'd love to hear from Gordon Elliott as he has had a remarkable day, sweeping the card thus far and winning, of course, the most important race that you can win today, the American Grand National.
Yeah, you want to know what the we don't have prop betting in racing, but what was the prop bet for winning 5 today? And horses really showed up and delivered. That horse, they should be really proud of that horse because he had a few things go wrong early, and to see it out the way he did is pretty impressive.
He did, and we'll show it early on what took place for Zanahir. Early on in the race, he goes over the jump, and Jack Kennedy nearly loses his balance completely. As you see, going over. I think it's actually the next jump, guys, if he can keep it going there. It's the second jump as he's going to go over, lose his balance, and that causes him to have to shuffle back. And here you can have a great view of it on the outside in the red cap, the 7 in the cheek pieces. He just kind of takes it a bit awkwardly. He's a bit short maybe, and right there, it looked like he might have gone over. Tremendous feat of athleticism too.
Yeah, that's how close you come to not winning 5 on the day, because he could have easily gone right out the side door there and lost the race at the second fence.
Well, there is the winning connections in the winner's circle, celebrating with Zana here, and a tremendous day for the Gordon Elliott team. Jack Kennedy aboard 4 out of the 5 winners as well.
Yeah, great piece of riding, and just to stay with it with that horse is pretty impressive.
Well, there's George Weaver's Live High, Live Low, though, coming up in race 8. Currently the favorite as we head back over to Greg.
Incredible. First 5 on the card, trainer Gordon Elliott, Jack Kennedy. They're going to give someone else an opportunity in the finale of the afternoon. We're back here, Belmont at the Big A. Live High, Live Low, the one on your screen, 7-5 favorite, the big drop in class.
Absolutely, you said it. A precipitous drop in class as mentioned, and he looks fantastic physically. I know we didn't get a chance to see him in the paddock much, but he looks to loom large up there at 7-5 here.
Thought Vacation Dance, the 5, interesting off that performance last time out for Brad Cox, right now 9-2, but this is certainly a big class test going against the 1.
100%, and I do, as far as the class, and especially in these starter allowances today, you have to kind of take that into consideration, and I agree with you on the 5 Vacation Dance, another tactical threat, much like the running style of the number 1.
And then outside Let It Ride, interesting too. Sahin Savachi will ride 9-2 on this 5-year-old. We're set for the 8th. Chris Griffin, the call.
Let It Ride on the far outside. Let It Ride. Moving forward, the Silver Timber Starter. All set. And they're off. As for speed is Shefflin in between horses, the gray, right there Vinsanity. Also in the early mix, Vacation Dance, rushing on through Devil in Disguise. Wants to be in the early mix. Vinsanity with a neck in front, challenging immediately is Devil in Disguise, who now puts a neck in front. That'll push Vinsanity back to second. Shefflin is the gray, who's there in tandem with Extraordinary One, their 3rd and 4th. Live High, Live Low in a tight spot. Purple Cap is now in the 5th position, followed by Vacation Dance towards the outside with Let It Ride. Towards the back end of the field, Cousin Ed, second to last, Frank's Heart. The trailer is Seaver. 22.67 for a pumped up opening quarter mile, and the battle continues up front. Devil in Disguise to the inside with a head advantage. Vinsanity not going away. Shefflin, Live High, Live Low is at the rail, ground saving journey, and the rail does open up. Devil in Disguise is trying to keep going. A stubborn long shot here in Vinsanity. Live High, Live Low, Vacation Dance. They've got the momentum, but nowhere to go right now, looking for a hole. It is Devil in Disguise. Live High, Live Low is going to the 2 path and trying to run on by. Devil in Disguise almost there, but Live High, Live Low. Manny Franco, they got the score. Live High, Live Low wins it over Devil in Disguise. Then came Vinsanity and a photo. Shefflin with Let It Ride in 1 minute 8.73 seconds.
Well, credit Ricardo Santana Jr. tried to steal this race. Devil in Disguise looked like he might. In the end, class prevails. Live High, Live Low. Manny Franco, George Weaver.
He was a real class above this field, and while he didn't necessarily win this race in the fashion that I believed him to, I thought he would be pretty easily being able to handle this group decisively. But he got a rail skimming trip, perfect execution, as you mentioned, by jockey Manny Franco to get the win here. But, you know, you got to love Ricardo Santana Jr. being able to be aggressive, especially with a horse that's never really shown that much early speed before.
Yeah, it was Devil in Disguise, Vinsanity pressing things early, but there's that opening for the favorite. And Manny Franco able to roll by this one 6-5 as this 4-year-old now picks up the 5th win of his career. And another favorite here, 1-3-6 finish. That's 72 to 1-shot Vinsanity hanging around for 3rd. Let's go back to Far Hills.
And Greg, it's been quite a day here for the Gordon Elliott team. 5-race sweep, including the Grade 1 American Grand National. And I say sweep because we just have the John Forbes Memorial 2-mile flat race in the nightcap, and he doesn't have a horse in there.
He didn't bring one. He might have been able to throw one more on the plane.
Yeah.
Maybe there wasn't room. I don't know. But, yeah, 5-timer, pretty impressive.
There is Zana here with the victory. Jack Kennedy aboard as $6.60 winner over Ballet Sax Hank, who ran exceptionally well, too.
Yeah, Zana here. When you go back to that second fence to come on and run the way he did, it's pretty impressive.
Certainly did. Let's go back to Liza once again.
Thanks, Acacia, and grabbed Gordon here again, but we were so excited after the race, and can you just talk me through the emotions of winning all 5 steeplechase races on the card?
Look, it's unbelievable. You know, it's bang up there, one of the best days I've had, you know what I mean? Obviously, Grand Nationals and Gold Cups, but to come over to America, travel the horses over and to win 5 out of 5, you know, to win the big one. I thought it was all over after a couple of fences with Santa here. And Fildor looked like he was flat out the whole way, but Jack just coaxed him into the race and coaxed him and just landed him at the right time. But I wasn't sure even when you were walking down to me if we'd have won the race. But yeah, look, I can't believe it.
And you're so good at pinpointing the exact types to bring over here. What types do you look for?
Look, we've been looking up coming here probably 7, 8, maybe 10 years now, and we know the type of horse it takes. It's something we try and target every year. You know, I've done 3 before in a day here, and to get 5 today is just, it hasn't sunk in yet.
Well, congratulations.
Thanks very much.
Acacia, and hopefully we'll see him back here again because he knows how to get it done.
He certainly does, Liza. I imagine some of the local connections hoping he doesn't come back, but a very successful day, and look at the size of that trophy.
Yeah, look at that, right? And yeah, fair play. I mean, the American horses, they'll say they didn't get their ground or whatever, but you know, they get their chance, and the biggest advantage he has is it doesn't really affect his barn at home. Like if an American trainer decided to aim for races in England and Ireland, he doesn't have as many horses as he does. He's gonna, you know, so you're gonna hold back, and he's got plenty for the level of races that those horses just ran in. So he can, okay, pull these off the regular schedule, aim for Far Hills, and yeah, they show up ready to run.
They certainly did. 5 for 5 as far as the steeplechase races are concerned. We have one more still to come at Far Hills, though. It's the John Forbes Memorial 2-mile flat race to wrap up the card, and still plenty to come over at Belmont at the Big A. But it was a thriller in the Grade 1 American Grand National. We'll be back after this on America's Day at the Races.
Dynasty in motion, reshaping the sport's greatest tradition, channeling the legends of his line and surpassing them. 4 of the last 6 Derby winners carry his genes. A Golden Son, a Horse of the Year. Another chapter written beneath those iconic spires. Derby dreams fulfilled for the titans of our industry. From authentic to sovereignty, a legacy both real and supreme. Into mischief.
Alapa means everything to me and my family. We moved out here about 5 years ago. Since then, every waking day and hour has been spent building this place into what it is now. It's really a spiritual, amazing place where we try to raise the best horses in the world. My brothers, me, my mom, my dad have such a passion for this place, and we're continuing to try to better it every day. Selling's a huge part of our business. This September, we have a really big, great consignment of horses, backing off of a very successful Saratoga season. It is hugely important and fulfilling for us to be able to help people achieve their dreams of selling a high-dollar horse or buying a high-dollar thoroughbred.
It's just so peaceful out here. It's a great environment for these horses. They really stay calm and relaxed out here. I grew up as a kid, you know, watching Curlin, and he was like a superhero to me. So definitely a special opportunity to be able to work with a horse like him. Curlin obviously is taking on the torch for Smart Strike and Mr. Prospector. So it's great to have, you know, a son like Good Magic here who we think is his best son. You know, the quality of mares that Good Magic has bred in such a short career already is just second to none. One of the most exciting things for us right now is this really good core group of young horses that we have that have came in here over the last few years. You know, you go back and look at Charlatan, who has 2-year-olds this year. You know, they've sold extremely well. Arabian Night, who we just got last year, just finished his first season with us. Just a super classy, impressive son of Uncle Mo. We're really combining the history of this place along with building up for a new future.
Proud to have them as a sponsor. A show brought to you in part by Hill & Dale at Alapa. On this Saturday here at Belmont at the Big A, it was the favorite Live High, Live Low, taking the 8th, finding that opening under Manny Franco, winning for George Weaver, and winning for the 5th time in his career. Manny continuing to have a magical run here at the meet.
He's just one of those rock-solid athletes that you can always count on for delivering a logical, smart, and well-placed ride, and that's exactly what happened with this horse. Broke inside, was able to save ground, and then make his run. It was just a very straightforward, clear-cut run. He did exactly what he needed to do to get the job done. Honestly, towards the latter stages of this race, while yes, you can see Manny is asking for him in this moment, but when he's finishing his run, it seems Manny just knows that this horse is making his run and locked and loaded, and he's not as aggressive. You see him there, he's asking him, but right when he gets past the number 3, he kind of just cruises along by like he knew what kind of horse he had that was just better than this group, and gets the best of him today, and as he should, there as a pretty heavy favorite, 6-5. And I mentioned before this race that this was the kind of race you could lean on a favorite, but Greg, race number 9 on through the latter end of this card, it's a minefield.
It really is, although we're going to see a lot of money coming up in this next race, one-turn mile, main track, 50,000 starter allowance on Emirates Road. Long time away, but the last time that we saw this 6-year-old, he was incredibly impressive. 105 buyer speed figure, dominated the competition, but that was back in February.
I never really like to rely on a short-priced horse that ran that kind of outlier buyer and then immediately goes to the bench. And while Brad Cox is tremendous at getting horses to come off of those kinds of layoffs, and he retains Manny Franco, who we just elaborated on how strong he is, this horse has only had 5 works off of this kind of layoff, and that's concerning, especially when you're looking for a horse to get back into the swing of things in perhaps a tougher group than a regular starter allowance would be. But I will say this, if he runs back to any of his prior races, even prior to that triple-digit speed figure that he did earn, he'll be pretty formidable in this group. I just have my questions about him, and I'm not willing to accept an overly short price.
We're going to look back earlier today, the richest race run in Australia, $20 million Australian at Royal Randwick, the Everest, and an incredible story of the top-rated sprinter in the world, Kai Young Rising, 13-race win streak coming into this one, but had been beat in a workout earlier in the week, so there was some concern. No need to be.
Highly publicized there, but I mean, his jockey, Zach Purton, had mentioned that he doesn't even think we saw the best of him today, which is it's saying something when it comes to this horse. But I've got some friends kind of strung out across the world involved in racing, and I know a lot of them had set their alarms to watch this race, and he had delivered on all of those high expectations. And he's a horse that we saw in the finish. He really did. He managed to do it so easily in the ending stages of that race. As his jockey had mentioned, he had more in the tank, and it's really interesting to follow these kinds of highly publicized races all over the world with this kind of purse money up for offer, and seeing these horses deliver on that kind of stage is pretty special.
Be able to win sprinting on the grass too and put together a streak like that, 14 wins in a row. That is just remarkable. Hong Kong champion, racing outside of Hong Kong and proving, yes, he really is the real deal. Incredible performance. Kaiying Rising once again victorious. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. 8-5, Emirates Road, Manny Franco. We just saw win. Can he do it again here for Brad Cox? If he can, it's going to be off a long layoff for the 6-year-old.
Here comes that big gray Tappet Trice right down the outside.
Tappet Trice wins the Toyota Bluegrass.
Tappet Trice's 2024 debut was awesome.
Tappet Trice is lunging. Tappet Trice wins the Woodward.
The world's premier breeding stock event, the November sale at Fasig-Tipton. In August, Velocity scored a breakthrough victory in the Grade 1 Del Mar Oaks over a talented field of graded winners, including Thought Process, Will Then, and Forense Flavor.
Lush Lips, Thought Process, Velocity won it.
It was her third win in her last 4 starts, a showing that included an incredible closing kick to break her maiden at Santa Anita for her owner Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners and trainer Michael McCarthy.
Austin Rose or Velocity, photo finish.
A daughter of the champion Nyquist, Velocity is a half-sister to stakes-placed Open Road, out of a half-sister to the Grade 1 placed runner Fun. Her historic female family features the mighty Man o' War and Triple Crown winner Assault, with contemporary runners including champion National Treasure and Travers Stakes winner Golden Ticket. Grade 1 winner Velocity, selling this November with Blue Water Sales.
Now $1,600,000, $1,600,000 bid today, $1,600,000 bid now $650,000, $1,650,000. Anybody else want $650,000 bid today, $1,650,000 $1,600,000. Thank you.
Back with you on our Saturday coverage here on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Look at the East River on this gorgeous fall Saturday afternoon for Fall Starter Championship Day here at Belmont of the Big A. We have race 9 next, 11 minutes to post. 1 turn mile in this 50,000 starter allowance race, and no one seeming to be too worried about the layoff with Emirates Road, who's the 9-5 favorite right now.
And I'd agree with them. You know, I mentioned earlier kind of criticizing the fact that he hasn't had an abundance of workouts prior to the return, but they might just be happy with those workouts and say, you know what, he's very much ready to kind of beat this starter allowance field. So you could certainly take it either head of the coin. I think he's going to be formidable. As I mentioned, if he runs any of those races from earlier in the year, even if that triple-digit buyer wasn't there at all, he would still be an incredibly short price in this field. We will see how it plays out. I also didn't see an abundance of pace signed on, and I do believe the 6 could be tactical, but that was also kind of a question mark that I had as well.
Interested to hear how Miggs says he looks on the comeback. Let's go downstairs to him now.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. Let's start just inside of him with a big long shot, the 5, Whittington Park, who is just an absolutely beautiful, imposing individual, a horse that always catches my eyes. He's dappled out. He looks so much like his sire, Midnight Loot. The problem is normally he lacks speed, and you know, I think he's going to need pace going a mile to help set up his late run, and I'm in agreement with Megan, I'm just not seeing a tremendous amount of speed signed on here. The 6 Emirates Road, your favorite. Listen, he looks good. He obviously has his last race would just smother this field. I do think he'll be better for a race. I'm not saying he's not fit enough to win here, but I don't think you're going to see the best of him. I think you'll see probably 85, 90% of him off the bench. He just doesn't look quite as tucked up. Again, he might just have too much ability for this group, but I do think that fitness could be a question as far as him running his A effort. The 9-horse Light the Way will ultimately be the horse that I think I'm going to land on. I'll watch him gallop off. He possesses speed, the most natural speed in this race. Was bred by Samantha Siegel. Now obviously has been claimed. Linda Rice training now. The Dam by the Light, I did win 2 stakes on her for Rick Dutrow, so I have some familiarity with the family. And I just think he has too much natural speed, looks too good physically, and should always be in a position to win.
Hey, you know, what's interesting is we go back to the 6 for a moment. 8-5 favorite, obviously one of the top barns in the game. That last start was really a one-off. He's a one-number horse. He's never run close to that good. And as you said, he went to the bench off that performance for a long time. That was the 19th start of his career, and he runs this off-the-charts number, which we'd never seen before. Now this long time away is a bit of a concern.
It is a bit of a concern, and I also question, throughout the opportunities he was able to get claimed, he never was. And I just thought it was interesting. I'm not trying to pick this horse apart per se. He could very well go out there and make a fool out of all of us that can't believe that that may not fully believe that he's able to beat this kind of group. But I'm in agreement with Richie, especially at a healthier price up there on the number 9, Light the Way at 7-2. He gets back, he gets a stretch out in distance, off of a grade 3 effort. We just saw a horse in the last race take a pretty steep drop in class and dominate. And not saying that he towers above the field, but in terms of his overall form, he's got recent figures that put him in this race. I don't know if the mile is exactly what he wants per se, but I think it's well within his wheelhouse. We see him notch a win there with one of his best speed figures, that 92 buyer he earned in an a sloppy track there at Saratoga, where he won in gate-to-wire fashion at 9-1. So I just think he's incredibly interesting in this race as far as the speed is concerned. And while I mentioned the pace, I know a horse that you like, Greg, and the number 3, Dr. Kraft, could certainly be up there early contending for things.
I mean, that's another one who's a multiple winner at this distance, and he could be forward, no question, and he comes in very sharp form. Both the 3 and the 9 seem like a little more reliable choices. I'm not going to be surprised that the 6 is off that last start. He's probably the best horse in the race, but again, it's a one-off. He's only run that number once. I want to see it again at a very short price. Post-parade starts with Tabawatch. He has some big races to go back to, although the last couple he has struggled.
He does. 48-1 long shot, but at the same time, you're not exactly jumping to bet him off a big figure in a small field of 32 claimers, but he's also not completely out of the question.
Dr. Kraft, here he is. He's won back-to-back starts, last at Parks.
I like this horse in the way that Richie says sometimes. He always brings his lunch pail and shows up to work.
Gustavo Rodriguez Bramito comes in off a win.
I love this horse in this race. He was a winner, as you mentioned, and he's got some of the better speed figures, and I believe him to be a contender.
Whittington Park went by, who Megan touched on for Rudy Rodriguez, and here's Emirates Road off since February.
We've been discussing him throughout. That 105 figure is an outlier. If you take it out, he's right there at level with the rest of this group.
Michelle Giangiulio Barnes second off the claim, 24 Mamba.
Gets Ricardo Santana Jr., who is certainly a commodity.
Here's Light the Way with Kinder Carmouche.
Speed, and he will likely be on the front end early.
Uncle Charlie's Gift, Nick Zito Barn.
You kind of mentioned that you had an interest in this horse. Voided claim last out, but handy type with early speed, doesn't need the lead.
Eliminate Joe Sharp Barn.
Never really inspired routing at his career, throughout his career. Now he stretches back out to the mile.
And Treaty Obligation has some races that make him interesting. Another Rudy Rodriguez runner.
We know he's a pretty proven commodity at the mile, but if he can run back to some of those better races, he's certainly a contender at 13-1.
5 minutes to post here in the 9th, one-turn mile in this 50,000 starter allowance. You can play this race, all the action, Breeders' Cup and beyond by getting signed up right there. Get a $25 free bet, that $200 deposit match new customer bonus at NYRA Bets with that code CUP25 at sign up. There it is once again, NYRABets.com. So Emirates Road, here he is warming up under Manny Franco. That lights out performance, it came at a mile. It came here at Aqueduct back in February in the winter, but then all this time away, but here it is.
You also have to remember he gets 45-4 at the half of this mile distance. That is a wicked pace that he managed to close off from and draw out to win by 5. And we see that he ran like the favorite. He was supposed to have this kind of effort that day. And while we keep on mentioning it, if he returns to this any kind of this form, he will likely be the winner of this race. But I like to especially with these horses coming off the layoff, really dig into who they were before a one-off outlier type performance, and he is right there with the rest of this group. And pretty handy though, I will say. He closed in a lot of his races, but I don't find that he's going to be too far off of things. We shall see what Manny Franco does and how he plays the break coming off of the layoff. But he actually, the number 9, like the way up there at 2-1, is taking some money and is now your current 2-1 favorite, which I find is pretty interesting.
Let's bring in JK in Emirates Road. JK, more red flags for you, or you just love the talent he showed last time out?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like I said earlier, these starter allowance races, they to me, one of the things I say is these horses typically qualify, the good ones, the ones that I want to bet on, qualified for the condition when they were a different animal than they are now. You look at Emirates Road, who ran in a $35,000 claiming race where he was claimed out of, that was a turf race. For previous trainers. Now, the horse after that started running on the dirt for Brad Cox, and he's become a completely different animal. And I think that, grade 1 races, I think at times, at least I feel very comfortable from the form of those races. I think starter allowance races are right behind that in terms of how formful they are, because you have animals that I think that have an opportunity to really jump up ahead of their competition in terms of how talented they are. And Emirates Road, to me, just feels like he's better than these other horses. He's really taken to the dirt for Brad Cox. And if he runs his last race, I would predict his next race will be in a stakes race. Richie?
Yeah, listen, I think it's a very interesting race. I'm going to stick with my first impressions with the 9 Light the Way. Love the way he warmed up under Kendrick Carmouche. Got a great gallop. I love the way he's moving, his energy level. Didn't expect him to tick down to favoritism, but I do think that he's in a good spot here and has the potential to lead these all from flag fall to that's all. Horse that didn't catch my eye in the paddock, but certainly elevated a great deal on the racetrack at a big price is the 12 Treaty Obligation. He's going to have to run one of his better races to be competitive here, but boy, I like the way he warmed up. He's moving good. You get Ruben Silvera, who has proven to be consistently aggressive, and I think he could fall into a good stalking spot from the outside, but I'm all about the 9, guys. I just think that he's got too much going for him, particularly the pace scenario with Light the Way.
Minute to post, see what happens. There is Light the Way, and yeah, he is tactical. He can be forward. He's won a couple of times at this distance, and he's coming out of a grade 3, dropping in class here.
Exactly. He's a sprint. I love the sprint to route angle. I know that's something I've heard you talk about, the 2 sprints to a route angle. He gets that here off of those 2 consecutive 7 furlong efforts where he ran incredibly well. I think he was credible contending for the lead and dueling in a grade 3 as he did last time out. I think he's going to be the natural early leader here at the first call, but wanted to lightly touch on the number 4, Bromito, for Gustavo Rodriguez, up there at 5-1. I thought he was pretty interesting coming off of a win in Open 50, and I mean, he ran a 91 buyer. That's one of the fastest figures in this race, and he seems to be a horse that's also coming into himself at the right time. Thought he was interesting with Eric Kinsella aboard.
Mig had touched on Treaty Obligation outside. What were your thoughts on the 12?
Treaty Obligation is one of those horses that I feel is kind of a right there type horse that doesn't always like to see the winner's circle. He's certainly a NYRA commodity. He does really well as far as kind of getting back into his form at this time of the year. And I think especially when you're looking at a 5-year-old, that cyclical nature of when he's kind of circling back into his best could be where he's at. Now, I don't feel like he quite has been lately. That's what kind of deterred me from him. I feel like I wanted to see more. He tossed his bit and was just, we'll kind of see how focused he is as far as his antics in the gate, 2 back that kind of cost him. So we'll see how he behaves in this start.
Light the way, the 9, Linda Rice. Kendrick Carmouche has become the 9-5 favorite. Here's the 9th from Belmont at the Big A. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Next in will be Bramido. Whittington Park. Horses to the outside. Eliminate. There's Emirates Road. Two out. Emirates Road. Treaty Obligation. The Be Bullish starter. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Bunched up at the beginning towards the inside, but now emerging from the outside is going to be Light the Way. Light the Way has an easy lead so far, is up by a clear length. Uncle Charlie's Gift is a close-up second, jumps behind them. 24 Mamba at the rail in third. After the beginning, Dr. Kraft now emerges from the 4th position, eliminates in 5th. At the rail here comes Tubble Watches in 6th. Right there in 7th is going to be Emirates Road. Behind them in 8th, Treaty Obligation is in front of Bramido. And far, far back, the lone trailer is going to be late running, Whittington Park. They work up the back stretch. It's a scramble on for the lead as Eliminate has pushed to the front. Eliminate, Light the Way. In between horses, no easy leads. Light the Way with a neck advantage at the rail. Trying to hold that position is 24 Mamba. Eliminate applies more pressure here towards the outside. Trying to run on comes Dr. Kraft in between horses. Also trying to move on is Uncle Charlie's Gift, who's 3 wide, is back there in 5th. Emirates Road starts the move. Bramido towards the inside of that runner. Treaty Obligation tailing off was Tubba Watch with Whittington Park. Has to pass them all. 45.74 for a half-mile time. Light the Way continues to do the heavy lifting. Light the Way is trying to get away from Eliminate, who's been there the entire journey. It's been a nice trip for Dr. Kraft. Grandstand side is trying to rally on, but Light the Way is finding more. Dr. Kraft, Eliminate. They're not out of it yet. Down at the rail, still running on 24 Mamba. Launching from far out of it, Bramido with a lot of ground to make up. A 16th to go, and Light the Way is still there. Light the Way, game and victory. Light the Way, much the best. Light the Way wins it. Tight there for second. Dr. Kraft to the outside of Eliminate. Bramido on late. Finished 4th in 1 minute 34.73 seconds.
Light the Way just in very sharp form right now. Dropping out of a grade 3, as we mentioned. Now gets win number 6.
I mean, kind of called it a little bit as far as the pace unfolded. He got to the lead, he got comfortable, and while he did have some outside advances or outside invaders advancing on him late, it seemed as though maybe he was going to cost it a little bit. Maybe that mile would have been a little bit too long for him, but nope, he held on, held his own with a very nice trip carved out by Kendrick Carmouche. Got this horse to the lead where he belongs and gets the win.
Pretty good numbers too. 121 and 3 for 7/8. Finishes up 134 and 3 for the mile. Light the Way, now 3-time winner at this distance. And wins for the 2nd time in the last 4 starts. Wins at 8-5 is the favorite. Let's go back to Far Hills.
And Greg, we have one more race to go. It's the John Forbes Memorial 2-mile flat race here in the nightcap at Far Hills. And this is a fun race here, Joe, because you have some horses that have been going over the jumps, kind of going back to a flat race. Some horses that have been running at other tracks for typical flat trainers, stretching out to take advantage here.
Yeah, and that was the whole point of doing this. I mean, it's to try to create some crossover. This is world-class horse racing. Try to bring some others over. There's one, Summer Cause, for the Clement barn.
Yeah, as he went 1.5 miles last time out. There's Ocean City with experience at the 2 miles.
Yeah, that'll help.
Yeah, Rotterdam stretching out.
Where are we? You're ahead of us.
I guess, yeah, we're skipping the 4.
Skip 4, Heartspun Reason, which comes out of the same race as Summer Cause. 5, Passing Game. There's the 4. Heartspun Reason for Grand Motion. A little bit on his toes we were talking about.
Yeah, he's been getting a bit hot out there. He's taking attention. There's Magic Tap. First time on the turf, but he did do that same thing on October 5th, the trial race.
Yeah, and he's won $500,000 on the flat. A serious horse. Can he handle the grass? Graham Waters rode him in that flat race, liked the way he felt.
Prime to go went by. The 8 Fleetfoot went by. There is Zarek the Brave, been running in grade 1s over the jumps.
Yeah, I think they realized he couldn't handle the grade 1 here, so he's going back to the flat.
There's the 10 Bays.
Kerry Bryan's got 3 in here. That's one of them.
Yeah, and Worthington, a price to the outside, another for Kerry.
On the outside post in a 2-mile race. It doesn't really matter. But Kerry's won this race before. She knows the kind of horses to bring. We passed him real quick there. I think Fleetfoot is very live.
Yep.
Really, really good form over there. Ran in the Ebor, was second in a Group 3 last time. Molly and Paul Willis own him. They bought into him the couple races back with this in mind, and then to stay and maybe go jumping or maybe to stay on the flat.
5-2 though on this horse, Hard Spun Reason, as we'll see if he can pick up a victory for Grand Motion, who of course did win this race last year with the Grey Wizard.
Yeah, the Grey Wizard, that's the one thing. This race maybe doesn't have a horse of the Grey Wizard's caliber, but it's probably a better race. They're very evenly matched and a pretty good group of horses. Again, those couple coming out of the Precious Passion at Monmouth. Zarek the Brave has some flat form if you go back through his jump form a little bit. Fleetfoot, I think his flat form's going to carry over. Ricky Hendricks runs 2. They won the 2 training races at Foxfield in Virginia 2 weeks ago, so they're in form, ready to go. That was 1.5 miles. They really let them both gallop out, which was pretty interesting, trying to get ready for a 2-mile race.
About 6 minutes away. Let's check in with Liza.
Thanks, Acacia. And we saw Graham Motion win in this race last year with the Grey Wizard, and he sends out another here today with Hard Spun Reason. And I spoke to him yesterday. He said that Hard Spun Reason is a barn favorite. He did say that he is a bit of a stall walker, though, and so they built him his own stall that's sort of inside and outside, but he spends most of his time outside and turned out. When he came up to the paddock here, he was a bit hot and is a little warm and sweating and a bit keyed up. I haven't seen him before, though, so I'm not sure if that is typical of him. And Graham was also a little concerned about the distance, getting that 2 miles, but his breeding does suggest that he can get it, being by hard spun out of a Not for Love mare, and he was second in a stake going 1.5 miles last time. So we'll see if he can get the distance, but he does have solid and consistent form. And I also talked to his jockey, Kevin Gomez, when he was walking the course earlier. He was just getting a little bit of a feel for the course, since it is so different from what he's used to running over. And he did talk to some of the jump jockeys as well, just to get some pointers about the course. But Joe, I'm not sure, have any flat riders won here in this race? I don't think I have seen one.
Put me on the spot. No, I don't think so. No, they've all gone to sort of jump jockeys, and I think that's kind of important. I'm happy to hear Kevin was trying to do his homework a little bit. We've seen it in the jump races. Horses, they kind of lean in that last time by to try to go back up the middle again, and like they did the last time. So I think the jump jockeys have ridden here multiple times, even just today, so they kind of get it. A flat jockey isn't necessarily. There's a big wide gap there. There's a good look at it. Those horses try to lean in and stay up against those tents the last time around, when they got to come actually out to the cones on the right with the flags on them.
And as you look through, you think about it, the majority of the horses in this race, with the exception of Zarek the Brave, are carrying 144 pounds. So if you don't go with a typically heavier jumps jockey, then
don't offend them. They're just bigger people.
Typically, we will see different weights in jumps races than in flat racing. Then you will have to kind of make up that weight in other ways.
Yeah, so they got to carry a big lead pad or a big saddle, and most people don't want to do that. That's the old live weight, dead weight argument. And again, most of these horses, because of the weight they're carrying, will run in a breastplate to try to keep the saddle up over their withers, and most of that weight up over their withers, as opposed to getting farther back on their back.
Saw a pretty spirited warm-up there from Passing Game, the 5, who did have a win on synthetic. This will be the first actual race on the turf, though, as mentioned, had that flat race over on October 5th. You can see it in the workouts there.
Yeah, and off the claim from Linda Rice this summer at Saratoga to become a hurdle horse for Ricky Hendricks and Del Rio Racing. And I think Ricky did say that they were going to send him to the front. They're warming him up like they are, that's for sure.
Looks like they're going to use that speed, that's for sure. Another horse that has kind of a similar trajectory, the 6 Magic Tap. Also, they're on October 5th. You can see it in the workouts. Also, first time on the turf, but does have pedigree for it. Have to a stakes winner named Got to Brazil, who was a sprinter, but this horse obviously has been able to go longer distances and is running against some of the top older horses recently.
Yeah, crazy. He's got to appreciate that. And we've touched on the crossover. There's Winchell Thoroughbreds with a horse who's hopefully going to stick around and go hurdling next year. But yeah, he's running against Saudi Crown, Bishop's Bay, First Mission, you know, to try to do something different. Man, he looks great there too. Graham Waters actually liked the trip he got at Foxfield. He thought for a horse who'd never run on the grass, he handled it fine. Foxfield's even a little tighter than this, and he said he switched his leads, did everything he wanted him to do, was sort of mid-pack by the end, but you know, maybe he moves forward off of that.
Such a handsome horse.
Yeah.
He's feeling a little fresh now, as you mentioned. No lead ponies, getting warmed up out there, getting ready for the start here, going the 2 miles, and also be a little bit different. There's no starting gate here for this 2 mile flat race too. So first time for a lot of these horses doing that.
Yeah, some of them for sure. And I always wonder if they practice at home. You know, Magic Tap got to do it at Foxfield 2 weeks ago. Hard Spun Reason, Summer Cause. Some of these other ones have never done something like this to basically break from a walk or not quite a standstill anyway. So it's definitely a little different. I don't think you'd want to be leading the post parade on a horse who'd never done it. So maybe so Worthington will be the first one across. And yeah, he's coming out of flat races. It will be a little different for him to try to, and there are 11. So they're going to have to, it'll be a little while walking across the track for those horses up on the higher end of the post position.
To get lined up there for the John Forbes Memorial 2 mile flat race. Favoritism now shifting over to the number 8 Fleetfoot, which I think is right, Joe. I think this horse should be the favorite with that form and tried and true distance form coming in from Europe.
Yeah, I mean, that's good distance for him. And that would, you know, if he showed up in one of those 2 mile races at Saratoga or Belmont when they were having them, you know, he would look really good in those, you know. So in this race, which to me would equate to a horse like the Grey Wizard or somebody like that. I think that Danny Mullins sticks around to ride him. Good, very good top class Irish jump jockey, but knows how to get something like this done in a 2 mile flat race.
Lining up for the John Forbes Memorial final race from Far Hills, here's Larry Colmus. And slight delay, they're going to circle around again, just what you were touching on, Joe. A little bit tricky to get all 11 lined up for the start.
Yeah, and they've sort of got them two abreast, sort of, to try to simplify that a little bit instead of 11, and then they'll turn and go. And now the flag is up.
Here's Larry Colmus.
They're off in the John Forbes Memorial. And it's Fleetfoot and Zarek the Brave. Zarek the Brave takes the early lead from Fleetfoot, and Ocean City is right there on the inside. Close up and now moving up into second position. And right there, 2 between horses, comes Passing Game, who moves up a spot. Break of another 2.5 back to Summer Cause, and then Magic Tap on the inside is Rotterdam. Boys is next. And then comes Prime to Go, who's down on the inside, clear of Worthington, and Hard Spun Reason is last of them all as they enter the backstretch for the first time. In pursuit of Passing Game. Passing Game has taken over the lead here and is on top by a length and a half. Zarek the Brave is second by 3. Ocean City tracks them from third. Fleetfoot is fourth. Summer Cause running along in 5th position, about 7 lengths off the lead right now, and then a length and a half to Magic Tap. Rotterdam on the inside. Boys is next by a length and a half, and then comes Prime to Go. Worthington still second last, and then Hard Spun Reason, who is taken to the back of the field early on as they race into that far turn. Down the dip they go, and into the turn it is Passing Game, and Connor Tierney up top. Passing Game by 2.5 lengths over Zarek the Brave, and they've opened up 6 lengths on the others. Ocean City is third as they come into the stretch next time around. And then comes Fleetfoot on the outside in fourth by 2.5. Then Summer Cause and Magic Tap on the outside. Coming up the hill here, and it is Passing Game who continues to lead the way. Passing Game on top from Zarek the Brave in second. 2.5 lengths back to Ocean City. Tracks the top two and is a closer third now. Then comes Fleetfoot in fourth, Racing Bias with 1 lap to go. Break of another 2.5, and then Magic Tap, Summer Cause, followed by Rotterdam on the inside. Boys is next. Then it's Prime to go. Followed on the outside as they make their way into that next turn by Hard Spun Reason, who's been near the back of the pack so far. Worthington is now the trailer. So around the turn, Passing Game on top, continuing to lead the way by 2. Zarak the Brave tracks in second as they make their way to the backstretch for the final time. Now he's only a half length behind. And then it's Ocean City, Fleetfoot on the outside. Magic Tap has 6 lengths to make up. Summer Cause is inside of him. Prime to go right behind them. Then comes Boys, followed by Rotterdam. And then Hard Spun Reason in Worthington. Up the backstretch they go for the final time in the John Forbes Memorial. And down the dip, Passing Game is the leader. On top, over Zarek the Brave, who's a neck back on the outside. Second, Fleetfoot is third, Ocean City fourth. Then Summer Cause alongside of him. Magic Tap is sixth with 6 lengths to make up. Then Prime to go on the inside. Around the turn they go. Passing Game still on top. The leader by a length now. Passing Game joined quickly. Now on the outside by Fleetfoot as they make their way toward the top of the stretch. It is Passing Game and Fleetfoot together. Fleetfoot on the outside. Passing Game second. Break of 2. And then comes Rotterdam third on the outside as they come up the hill. It is now Fleetfoot. Fleetfoot has taken over the lead and is pulling away. Passing Game is second. Worthington has moved up on the outside into third, but it's Fleetfoot and Danny Mullins to win the John Forbes by 7 lengths on the wire. Passing Game was second, Worthington was third, Summer Cause was fourth.
Fleetfoot with the win. We talked about the class that he did bring in to this race, and the class prevailed here in the John Forbes Memorial.
Yeah, watching him there toward the end, he just had loads of horse, and you could see him sweeping by. He could have gone by probably at any time he wanted. Danny Mullins was happy for the lead to get to here, and then he just sees it out. Again, those 2 races he came out of were really good staying flat races in Europe, and they would, you know, that would be a much better group than some of the horses in here have been running against.
I think the pace really held together. The 5 Passing Game, we talked about the aggressive warm-up that he got, and they used his pace, and it looked early like they might have been going pretty quick as he got quite washy, but he actually held on for second there.
Yeah, which is impressive because I thought they were doing a lot of running early too, and to stay on like that against a pretty classy horse.
Big performance from Fleetfoot, the class prevailing here in the final race of the day in the John Forbes Memorial. We're going to take a quick time out. We'll wrap up the day here at Far Hills. There's still a few races to go over at Belmont at the Big A, but be sure to stay with us. We'll be back after this on America's Day at the Races.
At the Open Road Auto Group, we know what matters when shopping for your next vehicle. That's why we bring you the world's most popular brands at 19 convenient locations, with the largest combined new and pre-owned inventory in the tri-state, all backed by the savings you want and the 5-star service you deserve. Because we know you have a lot riding on your next vehicle, and that's what matters most of all to us. The Open Road Auto Group.
We're back on America's Day at the races. And a big celebration there in the winner's circle. Fleetfoot getting the victory. And maybe we did not see the same connections who won the rest of the day Gordon Elliott represented here, but it's still the Irish with a win.
Yeah, Danny Mullins coming over get the win. The owner and the trainer are American-based, so we'll take it. And again, we talked about just his class, I think, prevailed. It'll be interesting to see what they do with him, whether he had done a little jumping over there with Jim Bolger, but he was obviously a really, really classy staying flat horse. It'll be interesting to see what they do with him. Maybe try him. I'd be tempted by a long grass race somewhere before the end of the year.
Absolutely. It will be interesting to see, that's for sure. Fleetfoot, much the best class, prevailing Irish bred. But as mentioned, purchased and moving over to American-based connections and getting the victory here with Fleetfoot, pulling away from his competition. And we saw some pretty impressive performances throughout, and just more than anything, we got a lovely afternoon and another great day of racing at Far Hills.
Yeah, I think that's the important thing, to promote the crossover. Hopefully we see more and more crossover. You want to see flat trainers, flat horses come here, flat racing fans. I think any racing fan would appreciate today. Obviously it's a little different, but it's a great day of racing.
It really is. If it's something you've not experienced, cannot recommend it enough. As Liza, you were able to be out in the midst of all of the action today. What were your thoughts on another day here at Far Hills?
Yeah, Acacia, it was a great day, and tons of crowds out here. I'm still seeing hundreds of people just crossing just behind me, and they're out tailgating with their beautiful tailgates, and a great day out with families and friends. And it was a great day of racing as well. We saw the Irish being very dominant, and Irish connections as well, winning the last with Danny Mullins aboard for an Irish owner and trainer as well, although the owner and trainer are U.S. based, as Joe alluded to. But just a great day out, and love the Far Hills meet. And I think they had around 30,000 people here today. So just an incredible day, Acacia.
Just amazing. You can really feel the energy. Liza, thank you so much. As Joe, it was a lot of fun getting a chance to cover the day with you once again.
Yeah, for sure. And hats off to you guys for coming to do it, because it does matter. I mean, these races sort of happened in a little bit of a bubble that nobody really knew about for a long time. So to be able to bring it to more people, that's the point. And hopefully we did that, and we'll see everybody back here next year.
And we look forward to it. Definitely our pleasure. Greg, as always, so enjoy the opportunity getting to cover the races here at Far Hills. Beautiful day, but there's still more action in New York.
There is. Great job by all three of you. Great to be able to bring you that premier race and that entire day. It was a lot of fun. But yeah, we have more coming up. We're 3 minutes away. Race 10 on the card ahead. Mile and a 16th on the turf in this next race. We're right now, this is a wide open betting board, but the 10 favored. That is Wally World. Wow. A little surprised by that.
Yeah, coming in for Safi Joseph. And I know we alluded to this pick 5 sequence being a minefield, and it's been won, I believe, by 3 favorites so far, the first 3 legs. So we'll see how things change. And I agree, Greg, this is a wide open field.
Contender here, Ballooney, who was just claimed off of Chad Brown, now with Jorge Abreu.
Yeah, claimed off his old boss. He disappointed as the favorite last out, but I think there is more to it than that, and a disadvantageous trip. I like him in this spot.
Tut's Revenge, second off a short layoff, Ricardo Santana Jr.
Break and go forward looks to be his game. He's got the right pilot to do so.
Major player here with highest distinction.
Absolutely. His MO is typically saving ground and making one run, and his trainer, Lindsey Schultz, seeing the ball well this meet.
We'll get back to the 5. Here's the 6 risk manager, Mike Maker.
Hasn't been to New York in a while, but very strong if he is able to go back to his recent form.
Fuerteventura just claimed.
On the turn back with early speed, should be forwardly placed early.
Here is Javier Castellano, Clear Conscience for Amelia Green.
This horse was a shock stakes winner of the Kingston over the summer. First off the claim you mentioned, he's a win contender here.
Huge Price, Laird of Magnolia.
Huge Price has no early speed, looks to be up against it in this group.
Wally World favorite for Safi Joseph Jr.
At the distance he seems to want with 2 wins doing so. Tactical speed as well.
Legree, Rudy Rodriguez.
Didn't draw in as an MTO yesterday, but has the speed, and getting back to the grass, he hasn't used it just yet.
There's Con Man on the outside who just faced Rhetorical.
Exactly. I mean, up there at 20-1, I think he is a tremendous overlay.
Rhetorical became a Grade 1 winner out of that race. And then here's the 5 with Kendrick Carmouche, that son of a Birch.
Son of a Birch, first off the claim for Rob Falcone Jr., and he's seemingly kind of meant to pinpoint him to this spot. Is it something he hasn't necessarily tried before?
Let's go down to Mig.
Yeah, guys, I think this is a really wide open competitive race. We'll start in the inside. The one, Belluni, claimed by Jorge Abreu last time from Chad Brown. Now, there's two schools of thought. Hard to move up off of very successful horse trainers, good horse trainers, but you're also getting a horse that's been extremely well cared for. So I have so much confidence in Jorge Abreu's abilities. I think he's a terrific horseman. This horse looks great, extremely well turned out, gets a good inside post, needs to work out a trip with Dylan Davis. But I think Belluni, off the claim, is a major player. The 3 highest distinction, a few minutes ago, highest distinction was 15-1 at one point. He's now down to 5-1, 6-1, more in line of what he should be. He'll be my top selection. He looks great. He's just faced a lot tougher. I like Sammy Marin rides the turf very well. Saving ground, extremely important on the turf, and he rides a good turf race. The 5-horse Son of a Birch thought was very unlucky last time, claimed by Rob Falcone. Looks great. Rob does a great job. Basically, the last eighth of a mile, this horse had no place to go. He was just under wraps, an unlucky trip, no place to allow him to use his stride. And the chart doesn't pick it up at all. It says out-kicked. He went out-kicked. He just had no room to move. And I think he is a major player here at 15-1. And then the 8-horse Clear Conscience, first time off the Amelia Green claim. Amelia does a great job. Our horses look good. This horse makes a really nice impression. The one knock I have is last time he got so much pace to close into, and I don't think he's going to get that kind of pace to close into this time. But another horse that's just, to me, way too big a price here, Clear Conscience. But I did go with the 3 guys who I just think has faced better. And, we've seen Lindsay Schultz. She ships in here with intention. Highest distinction will be my top choice.
8-year-old who is at 6-1 on the board right now for Mig. I thought, too, had a bit of a class edge in terms of the company being kept.
Absolutely. And I think the biggest thing to me is just analyzing the pace. I know it's said time and time again up here in New York, but the pace looks murky in here. I like the number 1 was my final selection, kind of digging into some of his troubled trips, hoping to get cleaner. But the 2, Tut's Revenge, hopefully will be forwardly placed and make an enticing run on the front end, potentially setting some softer fractions in doing so.
It looks like Ricardo Santana Jr. could control. Can he last on the 2? 10-1. We're set for the 10th. Chris Griffin, the call.
Wally World. Risk manager steps in. 2 out. Legree. Legree goes in. And Conman, last to load to the outside. Conman goes in. All set. And they're off. Fuerteventura broke with early speed. Son of a Birch in between horses. Highest distinction towards the inside. And Tut's Revenge. They line up, but Tut's Revenge cuts the corner the best. And Tut's Revenge. Ricardo Santana Jr. slows things down up top, and they're clear, up by 3/4 of a length. Highest distinction. Marin wants to tuck right in behind that leader and get over to that rail. Also chasing is Fuerteventura. Don't look like they're in any hurry up top. The leader, Tut's Revenge, with a host of pursuers at the rail. Belluni is trying to push on through and does. Highest distinction in the 2 path. Fuerteventura and Conman is 4 wide in that group. That's the leading 5. Back there in 6 comes Wally World, who's in tandem with Legree. They're going to be towards that mid-pack position. Son of a Birch broke on top, but is now towards the back end of the field with Laird of Magnolia. The 2 at the back, Clear Conscience with the trailer. Risk Manager. Tightly bunched on the front end, 47.77 for that half-mile time. Tut's Revenge is in front. Fuerteventura. Jamie Rodriguez in pursuit. Conman is wide. At the rail, that's Belluni, and also highest distinction is in that match 2. Right behind them, there's Wally World. Nowhere to go yet, and Wally World is just patiently ridden, is in the 6th position. As to the outside is Legree. Behind them comes Son of a Birch. Laird of Magnolia at the back. Risk Manager with Clear Conscience, the trailer. Nowhere to go for Belluni is in 3rd, in behind the leaders. The leader at the top of the lane, Fuerteventura, is ready to challenge Tut's Revenge. Belluni wanted out of there, is in the 3-path in full pursuit, and now here comes Belluni down the center of the course. Son of a Birch is down on the inside and now splits rivals too. Complexion completely changes. Risk Manager from out of nowhere. Belluni, Son of a Birch, and here comes Risk Manager. Risk Manager got up to win it. Risk Manager, big run there through the stretch. Then came Belluni, who's in a photo with Son of a Birch and Wally World in 1 minute 41.29 seconds.
Risk Manager winds up going off the favorite. Public gets it right. Mike Maker, Flavian Pratt the win.
The public has been getting it right most of today. A pretty chalky sequence here, but carved out a trip here under Flavian Pratt, and he's not saving any kind of ground here. Look at him making the widest bid of them all. I mean, this horse has had 2 back-to-back wins, and he has run to that form, the class of this group off of those 2 efforts, and he gets the job done, making the cutback in class. But as far as the finish is concerned for this kind of race, it's kind of what I anticipated it, with them all coming together at the wire and being this close. But kudos to the Maker Barn for 3 in a row with this horse.
And Belluni ran well again, but unable to outfinish Risk Manager. Big finish from this one. 11 for 34 lifetime now on the grass for this 7-year-old.
Yeah, Belluni had no excuses in this race. He got to the rail, saved ground in a pocket trip, tipped out, had no issues doing so, had the room and made a good run, but was closed down upon by a horse that just outclassed him and was a bit better when it counted. You can also see the number 5, Son of a Birch, making a very good run. He was well meant at 15-1 for the Rob Falcone barn.
We're going to take a break. 6-1, 5-10 just unofficially posted. Prices when we come back. We'll look ahead to some Sunday action when we return as well, but it's Risk Manager.
We do this everywhere we go. I think you know this ain't no one-horse rodeo. I think you know when we pull up, green lights I show. I think you know that we gon' run it till we run out of road.
The Cup is calling at the Breeders' Cup with NYRA Bets. Download the NYRA Bets app or sign up at nyrabets.com to get a $25 free bet and $200 deposit match bonus today. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, and boost your bankroll with lucrative promotions. Play the Breeders' Cup World Championships with NYRA Bets. New players sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match only with NYRA Bets.
The world's premier breeding stock event, the November sale at Fasig-Tipton. Dorth Vader has carried sustained form from ages 2 to 5, starting with a pair of stakes wins as a juvenile. She made her bid as one of the top fillies of her class the following spring in the Grade 2 Devona Dale, defeating 2 Grade 1 winners.
The winner, Dorth Vader!
Runner-up in the Grade 1 Acorn Stakes, she returned this year to win the Grade 1 Ogden Phipps at Saratoga. Over 3 Grade 1 winners, including Raging Sea.
It will be Dorth Vader!
In August, she came within a nose of Horse of the Year Torpedo Anna in the Grade 1 Personal Ensign, earning a 100 Buyer speed figure. That effort put her over $1 million in earnings for owner John Ropes and trainer George Weaver. By the rising sire Gervin, Dorth Vader's family features Kentucky Derby winner Mandaloun and Arc de Triomphe winner Blue Stocking. Grade 1 winner Dorth Vader, selling this November with Vinery Sales Agent.
Back with you on our Saturday coverage here on Fox Sports 2. It's Risk Manager, reigning Eclipse Award winning rider Flavian Pratt in pole position to win that award again with a big weekend of the Breeders' Cup. Wins here for Mike Maker.
Yeah, it's a big win for him on this card. And as I mentioned, he had a wide trip here, and it's one of those trips that maybe not always conducive, but he was able to save ground early, making that bid. And you can just see right here, he's, charging down the lane like a horse is going to win a race, and he did just that.
Green blinkers on the outside, rolling by Belluni, who did hang on for second. 6-1, 5-10 here in the 10th, and it has been all favorites in this pick 5.
Yeah, it's a little embarrassing because I said, guys, this is the card. We got to find some prices, but the right horses have certainly won today. Competitive fields, though. I mean, some of them not exactly won. We haven't seen really that blowout performance, so there's that. But it's been a really exciting day of racing, and we kind of reminiscing on some of these starters. It's the backbone of our business, the horses that these races are named after. I know we were reminiscing on Voodoo Song, who, of course, that race number 10 was named after, and it was just a pretty special day, especially for me, who was raised watching Claimers.
Yeah, he was one of my favorites of all time. 4 wins in a 40-day meet at Saratoga, back with Linda Rice, Jose Lezcano, from 40 claiming to Grade 1 winner during that meet as well. Was an incredible story. Here's what we have for you tomorrow. Carl Place, Noble Damsel, Autumn Days, 3 stakes on our Sunday card. We hope you join us for some Sunday action. In that Carl Place, Spiced Up, No Evidence, they meet again, and Spiced Up this summer at Saratoga was sensational in that Grade 3 win in the Mahoney.
He was, and you know, you see his form lines as far as his try last out in the Grade 1 Franklin Simpson, but I forgive any horse that doesn't take to that surface. We go back to the Mahoney, and he ran his race. He saved ground there, of course, with Junior Alvarado aboard, who will retain the mount here for trainer Bill Mott, and he looks to be formidable once again. He's still, you can see No Evidence on the outside making his run. The number 4, Spiced Up making his run on the outside, closing convincingly. This was a tough field. We've got some competitors in the way of Out on Bail, who he will face. Again, they met at Kentucky Downs last time out, so it should be pretty interesting. He gets plenty of speed signed on deck in this race as well, so I think he's going to be able to manage his closing style pretty effectively yet again here.
Yeah, 9 to 5 morning line. No Evidence, who took a big step forward when he finished 3rd against him that day. He'd need another jump up if Spiced Up runs his A race. Yeah,
23-1 upset, or didn't win the race, but I mean, he managed to hit the board in a very competitive race. And at this time of year, these 3-year-old colts are merging and kind of really all coming together into some of their best form. We'll see who takes the right step forward to be able to edge out a win tomorrow.
All right, let's wrap up the race that we just showed you. Chalk again, and Mike Maker having a huge afternoon. $6.92 for the win as risk manager rolls by Ballooney for the win.
Yeah, I mean, I think these starter allowances, Jonathan had mentioned it throughout the day as far as the right time kind of horses and the class puzzles that you have to put together in these kinds of races, and he just reigned supreme in this group. And sometimes you can get caught on speed figures and kind of managing how they all might seem comparable, but sometimes the class prevails, and rolling off of 2 wins, that's exactly what risk manager did today.
All right, let's set up the nightcap. We're going to close out this Saturday card, sprinting on the grass. 50,000 starter allowance. I know we both thought this entire card was extremely wide open. That has not been the case, but I thought this maybe was the most wide open race of the day.
Maybe we'll rectify our thoughts and the closer here, and I agree with you. I know we've said it all day, but this is a wide open group. Looks like the number 6, Anani, is going to be short as we expected her to be in this field, but I thought it was pretty wide open in terms of pace and who was going to be able to go. There was some speed signed on. I opted to lean towards some of the closers, but will be no surprise if the number 6 shows up in a big way there for Brad Cox.
We're going to take a break. We'll have that nightcap when we return, and Amanda will have a major contender in that race. Came here at 15 years old from Colombia and having great success in the States. Carlos David, he will send out Blossoming Erudite, the 10, in the finale.
We each have our own motivation.
Lead the way to the second private hurdle.
History, heritage, a desire to win.
Graham Waters may never do anything but win.
A shared vision, without which success has no meaning.
Just about 2 seconds they have here.
Brown Advisory, investing in the present to raise the future.
Coming to America was always the goal. Coming to the States and, find a better life. I was 16, right off the plane. I was staying with my my aunt and my uncle in New York. My first thought wasn't being a trainer, just, I want to ride horse, I want to be a jockey. We started from the bottom, walking hots with Billy. Working for Billy Ma, right off coming to America, it's a tough teacher, but a good one. I would say he taught us well. After 10 years, you have to make a decision, either galloping or try to stay, and train on my own. I mean, that's the next step, right? And it just kind of comes to you. There was no really like a plan. I don't know where somebody called me. He didn't want to train horses and he sent them my way, and here I am. Winning big races and big events, a bigger track, that's your goal. You want to compete with the best. Yeah, I'm definitely living the American dream. I wouldn't do anything else. I mean, I wouldn't change a thing. This is what I love to do, and it's in my blood, it's my passion. Yeah, it's definitely the American dream.
Back with you, and yeah, a man who came to the States as just a teenager from Cali, Colombia, and immediately got pretty good education working for Hall of Famer Bill Mott.
I adore Carlos David and his cousin John Ortiz. Their storyline during the Kentucky Oaks this year with Anna's Promise and Quiet Side, it was really awesome being able to get to know both of them. I adore those guys, and they work very hard.
This is his horse that was just on our screen, Blossoming Erudite. And let's take a look at this one in action. Big effort. 6 furlongs on the grass back on September 18th.
A huge effort, as you mentioned, rolling off a dominant victory. And I think she is perfect right here at this 6 furlong distance that she has just found her stride in. And I think she's going to be formidable right back again on technically a drop in a softer field. But at the same time, this race has come up so competitive. She's one that likes to be on or near the lead. I think she's going to have some challenge for that in this spot. So we'll see what kind of trip Ricardo works out. But we're talking about a guy in Ricardo Santana Jr. who knows a thing or two about working off a trip and being able to play the break and see where she will belong.
9-1 from that outside post. Let's go down to Mig.
Yeah, guys, a really competitive nightcap here, and there's 4 New York breds in this field of 10. I'm going to talk about 3 of them, starting with the 2, Linerite. Good effort last time off the bench, was claimed back in June by Mike Maselli, had a win earlier today. She looks great, and I think she just could move her forward, that race under her belt. She came with a good close, was well beaten by Blossoming Erudite, but it was kind of an odd setup, right? You had Kerry, who is the lone and kind of runaway speed there, and Blossoming Erudite just set up perfect shot when she came back, assumed the lead, and then was able to easily hold off Linerite. Today, I see more speed, and I could see waves of speed in here, and that's just going to really help kind of intensify Linerite's turn of foot. I think she's very interesting. She will be my top selection. I really like what I'm seeing from Linerite and the way the race could shape up. Carrie, another New York bred. She's fast, but I think she's going to have to deal with even more speed. And last time she had a 5-length lead, coughed it up. Sometimes horses want to do more than the rider wants to do, and maybe a little bit of her own worst enemy there. But you always have to respect speed. She looks terrific for trainer Joe Sharp. And then the 10, Blossoming Erudite. She got that perfect kind of setup last time. One runaway, lone speed. Sit there, wait till she comes back. Obviously, she's a major player, but I just think the race shapes up better for Linerite here, and that's where I landed.
All right, Mig, looking forward to this one. Yeah, very competitive. No one should be even money in here. The public disagrees, though, and they've been right more than anyone today.
I know that, but at the same time, I will continue to disagree with them, especially when it comes to this wide open group, eager to see how this turf sprint shakes out.
Kanane the 6, even money favorite. Manny Franco, Brad Cox, post parade when we come back.
The Cup is calling. Bet the Breeders' Cup with NYRA Bets. Download the NYRA Bets app or sign up at NYRABets.com to get a $25 free bet and $200 deposit match bonus today. Only with NYRA Bets.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
700.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
The 2025 Global Symposium on Racing. It's the premier networking event of the year. Connect with the who's who of racing. Collaborate face-to-face with key decision makers. Be a part of the international conversation. Discover the latest technology and innovation. Join us December 8th through 10th. Register at racingsymposium.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you, our finale coming up on Fall Starter Championship Day here at Belmont of the Big 8. That is the one to beat. Even money, Kanane, Brad Coxbarn, Sandy Goldfarb, Manny Franco, there he is. He's had a lot to smile about, not just today, this entire meet and this year.
Absolutely. He's just been riding lights out. And something I want to point out, you mentioned the number 6 is Even Money. And we talked about the number 10, Blossoming Erudite. We did that feature on Carlos David. She's exiting a win with the same last out buyer speed figure as the number 6. Just take that into consideration. Obviously different levels, but I mean, come on. The price differentiation that you're seeing up there is a little skewed to me. This is a very wide open group, and I love that Richie Migliore touched on the closing tactics and kind of the physical aspects of the number 2, NYRA, who I think has a huge shot with the right step forward and the right kind of pace scenario, which she could very well get here.
Yeah, there she is. She just does not win a lot. 6-year-old
true.
mare who's 2 for 22 lifetime. Not to say she can't win here. Absolutely has the credentials. And there's the man who will hop aboard in a moment. Kendra Carmouche will be coming from well off the pace as is her usual MO.
She's usually, you mentioned it, a right time, right pace, right trip kind of horse, but I do think that it could work out for her. But some others that I did find interesting, I know Andy likes this horse, was the number 3, Thien, who is coming off of some tougher fields. I mean, upper level allowance company at Saratoga. I made arguments for her. I remember being in Saratoga for a couple of her races in those events, and she, to me, on the class drop is incredibly interesting, breaking from the inside, potentially getting a pocket trip, and maybe things work out for her up there at 6-1 as well.
There's a look at Saul Hope. Mike Maker, can he add another with Pratt? We start off our post parade with Duboff, who comes in sharp form, has 2 wins the last 3 starts, Belmont at Aqueduct, and then Monmouth sprinting last start.
Dominant last out. I thought she was extremely interesting at 12-1. She's consistent and tactical.
Typical Kendrick move, breaks off from the pony on Lina Wright.
Getting an aggressive warm up there. Ran second off the layoff here last out and competitive with the right kind of trip.
Lina Wright's runner you just mentioned, blinkers off the end.
Yeah, blinkers off. She gets a lot softer of a group than the ones she's been facing. She could be competitive here.
Missoula, strong form out of town, just won a Delaware, but big price.
Yeah, marching into the start with her best form, which is what she will need to face this group.
See if we get a look at her. Still looking at the end here at 6-1. So we'll see. Yeah, we'll skip the 4, get to that one a little bit later. Oh, here's Missoula finally arriving.
Yeah, and as we mentioned, you know, you just have to find a little bit more. Her wins have come at 5 furlongs. She gets 6 here.
So big number on this one. Strictly Taboo. Faced some good ones, including Shoot It True 3 starts ago at Saratoga.
Yeah, you can't turn back the Clement barn. 2-back win, dominant, and I think she could be right if she gets the right kind of trip as well.
8-5 now on Kanane.
I can't get behind that. But, you know, Brad Cox is not overly active in the claim box in New York. This was well meant, and she is consistently running her best speed figures.
Looks good on the warm-up as well. Here's Pione, who has won 3 in a row.
Yeah, she's got good speed doing so, but she gets into deeper water. She'll have company on the front end, and now back to 6 furlongs.
Flavian Pratt, Mike Maker, Saul Hope.
Nice team here. Blinkers off the freshening and get some class relief, but she's pretty much been exclusively at the 5 and 5.5, so we'll see how she caters to this distance.
Speed with carry for trainer Joe Sharp.
Yeah, she's going to get smoked out on the front end is what I anticipate for her, but we'll see how she fares.
And we showed you that feature on trainer Carlos David. Here is his 3-year-old filly, Blossoming Erudite.
As you mentioned, she's right at home. 3 of 4 career wins have come at the 6 furlong. She's tough in this field, breaks outside of this group. She can play her kind of trip, and I think she's formidable, as you mentioned, at 6-1.
So 3 minutes to post. Public focused on this one right here with a little bit of a troubled trip last time out. He's a 2-time winner on the grass. Yeah. But that is a lot of money when you need things a little bit to break right your way in a turf sprint.
Yeah, and she looks fantastic. I know I'm not in the paddock looking at her, but here in the warm-up, she looks good, and we are traveling back to her effort. And listen, she's a tactical, handy sort. She's the exact kind of horse that is able to kind of make her trip and win, especially when it comes in these turf sprints. As you see her doing so, she breaks from the inside in her last 2 starts. Now she gets an outside post. But listen, as far as analyzing a field and being able to determine who is especially with me, I like to really lean on those buyer speed figures and kind of seeing who's at the right time, who's in the right form. This is much more wide open than the tote board is suggesting, and I think she'll put in a good run, but she's also one that I have my reservations on as well.
Well, you saw that trouble, though, there in the stretch, and that's probably a big reason why she is being heavily backed right now with a cleaner trip, maybe a different story. Let's go back to Mig.
Yeah, guys, and I'm all about the inside here. We're going to start with the 1, Duboff. Listen, she's 3 for 6 lifetime, so she's a consistent sort. She shows up, trained by Greg Sacco. Greg Sacco now having a major presence here in New York. He's stabled at Belmont Park, for years, based in Jersey, but now stepping out. And I was speaking to him in the paddock, and their plan is to, be involved in New York racing from here on out. He's a terrific horseman, does great work, has been winning races from as long as I can remember. I think Duboff's a bit interesting for a more lightly raced alternative here. The 2 Linerite, everything I liked in the paddock and the way I see the race, I continue to like in the warm-up. Kendrick has patented leave the pony, get a good gallop up into them. She looks great. I just feel like 11-1 is a generous price, 10-1 now, with a race that's packed with speed. And that brings me to the 3, Thien, who has faced much better, takes the blinkers off. Boy, what an attractive filly this is. Really well turned out. Asked Linda Rice about taking the blinkers off, and she said, yeah, we just want to get her to settle and see if she can finish things up. So maybe we see a change of tactics. Could be successful for the 3. Thien, I'm seeing a lot of speed in here. JK, how do you see it?
Yeah, I mean, look, there is some speed in here, but I'm one of those that is not against having kind of the speed of the speed, or a horse that I think that's going to end up working out a great trip, turf sprinting that's forward, even if there is some other speed in there. Those horses still find a way to win. I like the 10 towards the outside, who has some tactical speed. I thought ran extremely well last time. And one that being on the outside there, you're going to have the ability to look to the inside and see what everyone else does inside of you. So if the pace is fast, if someone does go quick and a couple of horses run away, you can then tuck in behind. However, if the pace isn't very quick, you pop away from there. You can comfortably make the front end. The 10, I think, gives Ricardo Santana a lot of different options from out there. That's where I'm going to land. I like the price. I like the horse. I like the rider. I like the post. I like it all.
Thank you, JK. So, yeah, 5-1, Blossoming Erudite. Really one of his strengths. Ricardo Santana Jr. does so many things good. He's terrific in these turf sprints. So, of the outside post, see if he can negotiate a trip. Set for the finale on this Saturday card. Chris Griffin, the call.
Blossoming Erudite. Last to load. The Tiffany's Taylor starter. 11th and final. Going in. All set. And they're off. Really even beginning, then having to get shuffled back with Strictly Taboo. In between horses, Missoula is flashing early speed. Duboff is at the rail. Duboff with a head advantage over Missoula, who's right there. A close-up second. Carey is going to be in third. Just behind them, Blossoming Erudite is looking for a spot to tuck in from fourth. At the rail, moving forward, line of right, lime green cap. Losing some ground, Thien is now back to 6th. They're followed towards the outside here from Peony and Kinane. The 2 at the back, that's Soul Hope with Strictly Taboo. Getting shuffled back with Thien, a lot of trouble on that turn. 22.51 for that opening quarter mile. Carey is in front. Duboff is not going anywhere. Is right there with that pace setter in between them, Missoula. Just off of them, Blossoming Erudite. Purple Cap, Peonies trying to get into it. Kinane with a lot of ground to make up. The leader is Carey. Carey is in hand, has barely been asked, and now kicks for home. Duboff is challenging. Blossoming Erudite starts to lift up on the outside, too. Also, Sol Hope from far out of it. The lead is Duboff. Blossoming Erudite catching with every stride. Blossoming Erudite is now thrust to the front. Kinane, last one with a shot. Give it to Blossoming Erudite to win the finale. Kinane up for second, then came Duboff, followed by Soul Hope and Thien in 1 minute 9.30 seconds.
Ricardo Santana Jr. Blossoming Erudites back-to-back wins now. Carlos David Barn, feature angle.
Feature angle and a JK angle over there. We see you. We see you. Good call there. And Ricardo has always worked out a good trip with this horse. Almost seemed right here that she was done and dead in the water, but then the pace kind of came back to her a little bit. It almost looked like it was going to hold. The number 1, Duboff, I thought put it on a strong performance being on the front end there, as that's not really what she consistently does. Strong run by the 6 late with the favorite, but in the end, right kind of trip and right kind of day for Ricardo Santana Jr. teaming up with Carlos David.
10-6-1-8 goes off at 9-2 here to close out our Saturday action. And this filly just in really sharp form right now. 3 wins in her last 5 starts.
Yeah, I mean, you can maybe argue she goes up and down a bit, but she was in stakes company 2 back in a New York bred stake, and she's just a runner. I mean, she faced True to True, as we mentioned, 3 back, and it's really exciting to kind of, as we mentioned all day, see these horses jump up into their better form, and I'm just reminiscing on this card, Greg. I've had a lot of fun, and it's been pretty cool to see these claimers throughout the day.
Yeah, a card that we had high hopes for, with maybe some different prices coming in. Not really the case, although in this last race you get 92.
We got a little bit of a price.
But it had been incredibly formful up to that point. Again, we hope you join us tomorrow. We have 3 stakes on the card. We had a quick preview of that Carl Place, and we'll take a look at again coming up. But Carl Place, Noble Damsel, and the Autumn Days on our Sunday card. You back with us on Sunday?
Yeah, you get me in the paddock for the early portion of tomorrow's card, so stay tuned for that. But yeah, it's going to be a great day of racing yet again here at the Big A. We've got 3 very competitive stakes. You're seeing some of those horses kind of cycle back around, and I, for one, am pretty excited to see how this Carl Place shakes out with some of the better sprinters in the division.
Yeah, so let's look again at Spiced Up, who was so good in the Mahoney. And as you said, coming out of that, just put a line through that Kentucky Downs race.
Yeah, I mean, Kentucky Downs is, some horses just have an aversion to it, as they should, an undulating field, essentially. And here is the type of race where this is where you bet this horse. He's going to go off as one of the shorter prize favorites in tomorrow's race, as he should. He made a wide bid, ran this field down, and look at him. I mean, that turn a foot late, that is what you want to see out of these turf runners. Seems like a classy 3-year-old that Bill Mott has on his hands.
So that is coming up tomorrow. Again, 3 stakes on the card. We'll see if this one can get back to that form we saw at Saratoga. That's race 6 on the card tomorrow. 3:51 Eastern start time. And we are getting dangerously close to championship weekend at the Breeders' Cup.
So excited. I'll be back up here in New York going over all of those championship races. This is going to be a good one.
We will see you tomorrow. Coverage begins 1 Eastern start time. Fox Sports 2. Ready for Candy continues to roll. Phil Antonacci Barn, 3 in a row. Back-to-back rated stakes. One of a few wins today on a big Saturday for Ricardo Santana Jr. And Santa here. How about Gordon Elliott, Jack Kennedy? Sweep the day. Perfect 5 for 5, winning with every single race they had one in. They finally let someone else win the finale. But what a huge afternoon for that group at Far Hills.